good evening, or perhaps good night. Welcome to Little Dream One, your portal to the shadows that creep when the world sleeps. Tonight, I invite you to a journey through 7 tales of whispers, shadows, and the things that wait patiently just beyond the edge of perception. These stories are not for the faint of heart, but for those who dare to linger in the spaces where reality bends and the ordinary becomes sinister. Listen closely, because every creak, every flicker of light, and every word you hear may echo long after this video ends. By the time your eyes grow heavy and your mind drifts, remember, the darkness is not empty. It listens. It waits. So, dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself, because 7 stories await, 7 doors into the unknown, and behind each, a presence you may not forget. Tonight, we begin with the inherited voice. The rain had been falling for hours, tapping insistently against the tall, narrow windows of Clara's inherited house. The kind of rain that seems to soak through your bones even before you've stepped inside. The house itself loomed like a shadow against the gray sky, its edges softened by years of neglect, paint peeling in curling strips, the wooden porch creaking under the weight of forgotten seasons. Clara had driven for miles through winding country roads, through fields where the grass swayed like a restless sea, guided only by the address on a yellowed piece of paper she'd found in her mailbox that morning. Her grandmother's home, or rather, what remained of it. It was one of those old estates that could hold decades of secrets, the kind of place people whispered about but avoided visiting. The front door opened with a groan, protesting after years of disuse. Clara stepped inside, and the musty scent of aged wood and old fabric enveloped her. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light breaking through the drawn curtains, giving the air a kind of ethereal, almost spectral quality. Her boots echoed on the wooden floor as she explored the entryway, the silence pressing against her ears. It wasn't the absence of sound that was unsettling. It was the sense that the house itself was listening. Her grandmother had passed when Clara was just a child, leaving her with a name she hardly remembered, and a house that was more a relic than a home. And yet, she felt drawn here, as if some unseen tether had pulled her across the countryside. Clara wandered into what had once been her grandmother's sitting room. A fireplace, now filled with shadows instead of fire, dominated one wall. A cracked mirror hung crookedly above it, reflecting the dim light in fractured angles. On a small table in the corner sat a leather-bound trunk, its edges worn and the lock tarnished with age. Something about it seemed deliberate, almost as if it had been waiting for her. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the latch. The lock gave way with a soft click, revealing a collection of objects. Yellowed letters, a silver locket, a stack of old photographs, and nestled beneath them all, a thin wooden board. The letters themselves carried an air of familiarity, their handwriting looping elegantly across the paper, the kind of handwriting that made her stomach tighten with memories she didn't remember having. Clara lifted the board. It was old, the surface faded, the letters and numbers barely visible beneath the worn varnish. She ran her fingers over the smooth wood, noting the faint scent of cedar and something else, something faintly metallic, like blood long dried but never forgotten. A chill ran down her spine. This was no ordinary game. She had heard stories as a child of her grandmother dabbling in unusual arts, but she had always assumed them to be the sort of stories told to children to keep them in line. Ghost stories for grown-ups masquerading as truth. A sudden tap at the window made Clara start. The rain had intensified, lashing against the glass in furious rhythm. She set the board down on the table and glanced outside. No one. Only the storm, and the way the wind rattled the branches of the ancient trees surrounding the house. Despite herself, Clara felt drawn back to the board. She knelt before it and traced her fingers over the letters. The planchette, a small, heart-shaped piece of wood, rested in the center. A part of her hesitated. Her rational mind whispered caution. It's just a toy, Clara. A relic. Nothing more. And yet, she touched the planchette. It moved. She hadn't touched it, yet it slid slightly, as if nudged by a hand she couldn't see. Her breath caught. The room seemed to darken around her, though the light from the window hadn't changed. She felt a vibration in the air, subtle but unmistakable. Then she heard it. A voice. Soft, deliberate, familiar. Clara. Her heart skipped. That wasn't possible. She swallowed hard. Her grandmother's voice, clear, distinct, and yet there was something beneath it, something that wasn't quite human. "Grandmother?" she whispered. Her lips barely moved. "Yes," the voice replied. "I have waited." Clara's hands shook as she gripped the board. The planchette moved again, sliding to spell out words she didn't recognize, letters twisting beneath her fingers. She realized with a start that she hadn't been moving it. Something else was guiding her hands, something alive. "What? What do you want from me?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. The voice hesitated. A long, measured silence filled the room, pressing against her ears. Then came the reply. "You must see. You must understand. Our family, our line, it carries weight. Secrets, choices, shadows that have waited generations to be spoken." Clara's pulse raced. The air felt thick, almost tangible, as if each word pressed against her skin. She wanted to run, to throw the board across the room and flee, but an inexplicable pull kept her rooted, her hands clasped around the planchette. "Why now?" she whispered. The reply came with a hollow resonance that made her stomach twist. "Because I am hungry." Her breath hitched. The word seemed out of place, unnatural. Hungry? For what? She shivered, the room suddenly feeling colder, shadows lengthening and folding into corners as though the walls themselves were bending. Clara tried to rationalize. "It's just my imagination. Fatigue. The storm. The house." But the voice continued, unrelenting. "Everything I have consumed, every secret, every spirit, every soul that came before, it was for this moment. And now, I wait for you." Her hands froze. The planchette jerked violently, almost leaping from the board, then steadied itself. Clara realized that it was pointing not to letters, but to her name. She stumbled back. The room seemed to breathe with her panic, walls creaking in rhythm with the storm outside. Her mind raced, seeking an escape, but the house felt alive. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward her, eager. "You cannot leave," the voice said softly, almost tenderly. "I am already within you. I have always been. And now, you will see." Clara's vision blurred. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Her knees buckled, the board sliding from beneath her hands and clattering to the floor. She could feel it now, the presence, pressing against her chest, curling around her mind. A cold, alien intelligence that spoke through the familiar cadence of her grandmother's voice. And then, silence, but not the silence of absence, the silence of waiting, of something patient, ancient, and utterly unyielding. Clara lay on the floor, heart hammering, staring at the planchette. She knew, with a creeping certainty, that the storm outside was nothing compared to the one now waking inside these walls and inside her. Somewhere deep in her mind, the voice whispered again, almost a caress. "Welcome home, Clara." Clara awoke to the sound of dripping water. A single drop fell from the ceiling near the fireplace, landing with a hollow plop on the old rug. She sat up, the dim light of early morning filtering through grimy windows. The storm had passed, leaving a thick, suffocating fog that clung to the trees outside like a gray shroud. Her head throbbed, and for a moment she wasn't sure if she was awake or still trapped in some lingering nightmare. The planchette lay a few feet away, innocuous now, as if nothing had happened. Yet she knew better. The voice, the presence, it hadn't left. She could feel it, a subtle pull in her thoughts, a shadow brushing against the corners of her mind. Her grandmother's house, so silent, felt suddenly claustrophobic, alive with watchful anticipation. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the old timbers seemed charged with intent, as though the house itself was a vessel for something older, hungrier. Shaking off the fear, Clara rose and moved cautiously toward the kitchen. The air smelled faintly metallic, like iron, mingled with the scent of damp wood. She ran her fingers over the countertop, searching for something familiar to anchor her, something ordinary. Yet the ordinary was gone. Even the kettle she had found in the cabinet rattled faintly, as if whispering secrets it wasn't supposed to share. The voice returned, almost imperceptible at first, like a thought she couldn't suppress. "Do you remember me, Clara?" Her spine stiffened. She hadn't spoken, yet she heard the words as clearly as if someone had been leaning over her shoulder. "Yes," she whispered, voice trembling. "I remember. You remember more than you think." The letters, the photographs, the lies they left behind. Clara's eyes darted to the trunk. The letters, the photographs. She had avoided them at first, afraid of what truths might emerge. But the voice was patient, insistent. She opened the trunk again, sorting through the contents. An envelope, sealed with dark wax, fell into her lap. The handwriting was unmistakable, her grandmother's, curling elegantly across the paper. Hands shaking, she broke the seal. Inside, she found a single sheet, yellowed and brittle, a letter addressed to her, though she had never seen it before. The words were chilling in their clarity, even across time. Clara, if you are reading this, it means the house has called you, and the voice has found you. You must not fight it, but you must learn its hunger. It is patient, it is old, and it is already within you. The secrets of our family are not yours to hide, only to witness. A cold wind brushed past her cheek, though the windows were closed. She shivered. The voice spoke again, warmer this time, almost intimate. See what lies beneath the surface. Follow it, Clara, or it will follow you. Clara felt a compulsion she could not resist. Something in her grandmother's words, in the lingering scent of the house, demanded that she explore. She found herself climbing the narrow staircase to the upper floors, each step groaning beneath her weight. The hallway was lined with portraits of ancestors, their eyes following her, painted expressions frozen in judgment. She paused before one of a stern-looking woman, her gaze piercing, familiar. Do you see her? Clara spun. There was no one there. She waited. She whispered. She offered guidance, but she could not resist. Neither will you. Her heart pounded. The planchette on the floor below called to her, magnetic, almost breathing. Clara descended to the sitting room, hands trembling as she set it on the table again. She placed her fingers lightly atop the heart-shaped piece of wood. The room grew colder. Shadows thickened along the corners, coalescing into forms almost human. Flickering at the edge of perception, Clara could hear the faint sound of breathing, hers or something else. She could not tell. And then, as if from beneath the floorboards themselves, a whisper. Do you remember the cellar? She froze. The cellar. A door she had noticed at the back of the kitchen. Heavy and uninviting, with rusted hinges. No one had opened it in decades. And yet now, she felt compelled to move toward it, each step guided by the unseen hand of the voice. The handle was icy beneath her fingers. She hesitated. Shadows stretched from the door like dark tendrils, curling around her wrists, urging her to proceed. The voice coaxed, gentle but insistent. Open it. See what remains. Understand what you inherit. With a trembling push, the door swung open. A narrow staircase descended into darkness, the smell of earth and rot wafting upward. Clara grabbed a candle from a nearby sconce and lit it. The flame flickered violently, casting long, quivering shadows along the walls. She descended, each step creaking ominously. At the bottom, the air was colder still. The cellar was lined with crates and barrels, dust thick as fog. Her candlelight caught on a small wooden box, half hidden behind a barrel. She knelt to examine it, heart hammering. The box was locked, but the lock had been broken long ago. Inside, she found objects she didn't understand. Small bones, dried flowers, fragments of letters in languages she could not read. And at the center, a small mirror, tarnished with age. Clara picked up the mirror. She barely recognized her own reflection. The pale, wide-eyed girl staring back at her was familiar, yet different. Her grandmother's features shimmered faintly beneath her own, as if the glass was trying to merge two generations into one. You see now, the voice whispered, almost proudly. You are ready. A shiver ran through her, crawling up her spine like icy fingers. The planchette, resting nearby on the floor above, seemed to pulse with life, as if synchronized with her heartbeat. Clara realized, with a sinking dread, that the voice wasn't merely guiding her, it was teaching her, shaping her thoughts, waiting for her to act on its intentions. She backed away from the mirror, her candle flickering violently. The shadows in the corners moved with a life of their own, stretching toward her. Her pulse raced. Every instinct screamed to flee. Yet some part of her deeper, older, was listening. Hunger, she thought, understanding the word in a way she had not before. It was not simply the voice. It was inside her now, learning, waiting. And in that moment, Clara knew something she could not yet articulate. Whatever lay ahead, the house, the voice, and the shadows were only the beginning. The inheritance she had accepted was not a house. It was a legacy, a hunger, older than memory, and it had chosen her. The house no longer felt empty. Each room Clara entered seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the air thick with whispers she could not fully decipher. Shadows pooled in corners, clinging to the walls and ceilings as though they were breathing. She tried to convince herself she was imagining it, that the storm, the isolation, and exhaustion were playing tricks. But deep in her chest, a chill told her otherwise. She was not alone. The mirror from the cellar rested on the table in the sitting room now. Its surface darkened, as though it had absorbed the dim morning light and rejected it. Clara approached cautiously, tracing a finger along the tarnished frame. For a moment, she only saw herself, but then, slowly, the reflection shifted. The girl in the glass blinked, and her grandmother's eyes, sharp, calculating, and impossibly alive, looked back. "Do you see them?" Clara's breath caught. The voice was closer now, not through the board, but through her mind itself. Her hands trembled, and she dropped the candle. It clattered to the floor, flickering wildly. In the mirror, shapes began to emerge behind the reflection. Figures in faded clothing, faces blurred yet unmistakably human. Her ancestors, or some fragment of them, watching, waiting. Who are they?" she whispered. "They are what remains of us," the voice said, silky, commanding. "The choices, the sins, the hunger, all of it flows into the bloodline. And now, you are ready to see." Clara stumbled back, her pulse racing. She could feel it, something inside her, a presence, coiling, patient, waiting. It had been here long before she arrived, whispering through generations, shaping every decision, every secret her family had hidden. And now, it wanted her to understand. Footsteps echoed upstairs, though she was certain she was alone. A soft creak from the staircase, then another, and another. She realized the sound wasn't just footsteps, it was a rhythm, deliberate, almost like someone pacing in time with her heartbeat. Drawn as if by some magnetic force, she moved toward the stairs. The planchette lay on the table again, glowing faintly. Her fingers hovered over it, heart pounding. Slowly, almost reluctantly, she touched it. "You have the gift," the voice whispered. "You can see, you can hear, you can feel what has been buried. And soon, you will be able to take it further than I ever could." The candlelight flickered violently, and the shadows along the walls stretched, elongating into shapes she recognized. A young woman kneeling, a man hunched over a desk, a child clutching a ragged doll. They were family, every one of them, but twisted, broken by secrets, by the hunger that had passed from one generation to the next. Clara felt her stomach turn. Each figure seemed to pulse with the same hunger she now sensed inside herself. She stumbled backward, tripping over a loose floorboard, and landed against the wall. The candle went out. Darkness swallowed her, yet she could see them all, glowing faintly in the blackness of her mind. "Do you feel it?" the voice asked. "The longing, the emptiness? That is what we are. That is what you are." A low moan emanated from the walls themselves. Clara could feel the vibrations in her bones, a subtle pressure that pressed against her chest. Then came movement, small at first, like the shuffle of cloth across wood, then faster, more deliberate. The floorboards above creaked under invisible weight, and the house seemed to breathe with her fear. She realized she could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was reflection. A hand brushed her arm, or perhaps it had been a shadow. A whisper slid across her ear, soft and intimate. "I am hungry. Feed me your fear. Let it join me." Clara backed away toward the wall, sliding along it, desperate for purchase. Her mind raced. This was no ordinary haunting. This was a possession of sorts, a legacy of the family, passed down, waiting for a vessel. And now, she could feel it entwining with her thoughts, shaping them, drawing her closer to some inevitable surrender. A sudden clatter from upstairs drew her attention. The portraits along the hallway stared with accusing eyes. One figure, her grandmother, unmistakable in her posture and gaze, seemed to step forward in the frame. Clara's heart froze. "Do you wish to resist?" the voice asked, gentle, coaxing. "Resistance is delicious, but futile. You will understand soon. You will accept, as they did." Trembling, Clara fled upstairs, driven by some blend of fear and curiosity. Each room she entered contained fragments of the past, toys long forgotten, dresses hanging on cracked mannequins, journals and letters spilling secrets onto the floor. She saw her grandmother's handwriting on one, curling and precise, and then, inexplicably, her own writing, decades older, appearing as if preordained. The planchette on the table below seemed to vibrate with life. She could hear its faint scraping across the wood, spelling words she did not consciously guide. Join us. Become whole. Clara realized something horrifying. The voice had not merely been communicating, it had been grooming her, preparing her. Each whisper, each shadow, each reflection had been a lesson, guiding her toward a moment of reckoning she could not yet comprehend. And then, in the silence that followed, she heard it again. A laugh. Low, patient, almost tender. Yet it made her stomach churn. The sound carried not just through the air, but through her mind, vibrating against her thoughts. She clutched her head, trying to block it, but it penetrated deeper than her ears could reach. Do you see now? The hunger never stops. It never sleeps. And it has found you, Clara. Her knees buckled. She sank to the floor, tears running down her face, not entirely from fear, but from a profound understanding. She had inherited more than a house. She had inherited a lineage of consumption, of shadow, of voices that never died. Somewhere, in the far corner of the hallway, a door creaked open. Clara knew it was calling her, not with sound, but with a pull in her chest, as though it existed both outside and inside her simultaneously. She wanted to flee, yet she felt compelled, every fiber of her being tugged toward it. The voice whispered once more, soothing and terrifying all at once. Do not be afraid. You will see. Soon, you will understand what it truly means to belong. Clara's vision blurred. The shadows flickered. The room seemed to shift and breathe with her panic. And in that instant, she realized something she could not ignore. Whatever awaited her behind that door, it was not her grandmother. It was something older, hungrier, and it had been waiting for her arrival for decades. The candle sputtered. A cold wind brushed past her neck. And then the final whisper of the night. Come, Clara, and let us finish what has begun. The door loomed before her, blackened wood warped with age. Clara's fingers hovered over the handle, trembling. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but the pull inside her chest was irresistible. The house had claimed her attention long before she arrived, and the voice, soft, coaxing, and impossibly intimate, whispered in her mind. It is time. Step inside, or remain a shadow forever. Her hand closed on the handle, cold, icy, like metal, though it was wood. The door creaked open, revealing a staircase descending into darkness deeper than she had anticipated. The air smelled of earth, decay, and something older, something waiting. As she descended, shadows flickered along the walls, writhing and stretching, forming shapes that seemed almost human. Faces appeared, twisted in expressions of despair and hunger. They moved closer, yet when she blinked, they were gone. The voice filled her mind. Do not fear them. They are echoes, remnants of those who came before, and soon you will join them. Clara swallowed hard. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the house itself was resisting her. The shadows seemed to coil at her feet, urging her onward. The planchette she had left upstairs vibrated faintly in her memory, pulling her toward the cellar. At the bottom of the stairs, she found herself in a vast chamber, walls lined with portraits of her ancestors. Each frame seemed alive, the eyes following her movements, sometimes blinking or twitching. In the center of the room was a low pedestal, and atop it, the planchette, glowing faintly. Clara approached it cautiously. The glow pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She placed her hands on it. Immediately, the shadows surged forward, enveloping her, whispering in a cacophony of voices. We hunger. We wait. Join us. Clara's head spun. She stumbled backward, pressing herself against the wall. The air was thick, suffocating, each breath a struggle. The room seemed to fold and stretch, walls elongating, floorboards groaning beneath invisible weight. Then came movement figures rising from the portraits, stepping into the room. Her ancestors, or the remnants of them, twisted by their secrets and sins. They reached for her with translucent hands, eyes hollow yet burning with desire. "Do you feel it?" the voice whispered. "The hunger in your veins? The call of what you are?" Clara shook her head, trying to resist, but the pull was relentless. She saw flashes her grandmother, younger, smiling as she placed the planchette on the table. Letters hidden, rituals performed in secret, generations consumed by the same hunger now coiling inside her. A cold hand brushed against her shoulder. She spun. No one was there. The shadows seemed to fold into themselves. And then, suddenly, a figure appeared, her grandmother, or the likeness of her, more vivid than any memory. "Clara, my child, my blood, you have come." Clara's voice trembled. What are you?" The figure smiled, but it was wrong, too wide, too still. The eyes burned with hunger. "I am what has always been here, what your family has carried for generations. I am patience, I am time, I am the hunger that never sleeps. And now, I am yours." The room darkened further. Shadows licked at her skin, whispers scratching at her thoughts. She felt it a pull, like icy fingers curling around her soul. Panic surged, yet a strange clarity pierced through. The voice, the hunger, the shadows, they weren't just tormenting her. They were showing her, revealing what she truly was. Desperate, Clara slammed her hands onto the planchette. Letters began to move under her fingers, spelling out words she did not consciously guide. Feed, accept, become whole. The shadows surged forward. Figures pressed against her from all sides, their whispers a deafening roar. The voice, her grandmother's voice, yet not entirely echoed in her mind. "Do not resist, Clara. To resist is to die. To accept is to live as one with us." A flash of memory struck her grandmother, standing in this very room decades ago, placing her hands on the board, smiling as if welcoming a friend. Clara's chest tightened. The hunger, the pull, the presence, it had been grooming her, waiting for her to understand her role in this lineage of shadows. Her pulse raced. She remembered the mirror from the cellar. If the reflection could merge generations, could it be a key? With trembling hands, she lunged for the mirror and held it up before her. The candlelight flickered, casting distorted shapes across the walls. The shadows recoiled, and the voice screamed, a mixture of rage and fascination. "No, you cannot. You are mine." Clara's reflection shimmered. She looked deeper, and for a fleeting moment she saw not just herself or her grandmother, but all the ancestors, all the hunger, coiled together inside her own eyes. She gasped. The voice paused, as if intrigued by her resistance. "Clever, but the bloodline is strong. You cannot escape what you inherit." Clara knew she had a choice. Succumb, letting the hunger claim her entirely, or fight, using her awareness of the lineage, her mind, and the fragments of past generations to try to resist. The shadows pressed closer, the whispers rising into a storm inside her skull. Her body shook, and tears ran freely down her cheeks. And then a calm, settled, cold, but deliberate. She focused on her own heartbeat, on the real world around her, and whispered, "I am Clara, not just yours. I am me." The room shuddered. The shadows hissed and writhed, yet recoiled. The voice, soft, almost contemplative, now slid through her mind. "You are remarkable. Perhaps not yet ready to join, but soon, you will understand fully." Clara sank to the floor, breathless, trembling, but alive. She had survived this encounter, but she knew the battle was far from over. The voice was patient, ancient, and inevitable, and somewhere deep within her, she could still feel it waiting, hungry and alive. Clara awoke to silence, but not the calm kind. The house held its breath, every shadow frozen in anticipation, every whisper suspended just beyond hearing. She rose slowly, body stiff, candlelight flickering weakly. The cellar mirror leaned against the wall, catching fragments of the dim light. It felt different now, alive, watching, waiting. She could still feel the presence inside her. The hunger, the voice. It had not left. It had merely retreated, patient, biding its time. And somewhere, in the quiet, it laughed a low, almost intimate chuckle that sent a shiver crawling down her spine. Clara knew she could no longer run. Every instinct, Every memory, every shred of fear told her she had to face it. The shadows began to move, slowly at first, crawling along the walls like dark rivers. They gathered in corners, pooling near the staircase, forming twisted, humanoid shapes. Eyes glimmered from the darkness. Ancestors, long dead, twisted by secrets and hunger. You have seen, you have felt. Now it is time to join us. The voice echoed in her mind, silky, commanding, insistent. It was not her grandmother, nor any single ancestor. It was older, deeper, something that had fed on her family for generations. It was hungry. Clara's hands shook as she picked up the planchette from the table. The wood was warm now, almost pulsing under her fingers. She remembered the words spelled out in part 3. Feed, accept, become whole. And she realized the truth. It was not simply a board. It was a bridge, a conduit, and the entity had been using it to weave itself into her mind. A shadow reached toward her. Clara flinched. Its form solidified slightly. A woman in old-fashioned clothing, eyes black voids, lips curled into a cruel smile. Another shadow emerged. A man, hunched and grasping, the remnants of decades of torment in his hollow gaze. They advanced, yet she felt no physical resistance. The pull was in her thoughts, in her will. You belong to us, Clara. You always have. Let go, and we will show you the truth. Her pulse raced. The voice was everywhere, inside her head, in her chest, in the very walls. She could hear whispers, overlapping pleas, accusations, confessions from generations long dead. They urged her to surrender, to accept, to become one with the hunger. Clara drew a deep breath, her mind clearing for the first time since she arrived. She focused not on fear, but on memory. Her grandmother's letters, the planchette, the mirror, the cellar. She realized that the entity relied on submission, on the mind's vulnerability. It fed on the hesitation, the doubt, the terror. I am Clara, she whispered aloud, voice steady despite trembling. Not yours, not theirs. I am me. For a heartbeat, the shadows recoiled. The entity hissed in her mind, a sound like scraping metal and whispering silk. The mirror trembled. Figures in the portraits froze mid-motion, their eyes wide with surprise. Clara placed the planchette back on the pedestal, slowly, deliberately, and for the first time, she felt a shift, an infinitesimal push of control back into her own mind. The voice screamed, rage laced with fascination. Clever, but the hunger cannot be denied forever. It is older than you, deeper than your mind. You will join us, inevitably. Clara's heart pounded. She had only moments. She remembered the mirror again. Its surface shimmered faintly, reflecting not just the room but something else, something within her. She raised it toward the shadows, and for a moment, the room doubled, folded, reflected into itself. The shadows recoiled, hissing. The voice shrieked, twisting around her thoughts. No, you cannot. And then silence. Clara fell to her knees, gasping. The shadows had withdrawn, the air clearing, but the memory of them remained. She knew it was temporary. The entity was patient. It had survived generations, and it would survive her. The house was still alive with whispers, but now she had learned a fundamental truth. Survival was not about defeating it. It was about endurance, vigilance, and understanding. She rose slowly, walking through the house. The portraits, the mirror, the cellar, they seemed inert now, but she knew better. Every creak, every flicker of light, every whisper in the walls was a reminder. She was not alone, never alone. The inheritance was not the house. It was the presence, the hunger, the voice. Clara paused at the front door, sunlight breaking through the morning mist. She stepped outside, feeling the damp earth under her feet, the wind brushing her face. Freedom? Perhaps, but she knew the entity had not left. It was inside her now, patient, biding its time, waiting for her doubts, her fears. And one day, perhaps, it would return not as a shadow, but as a voice she could no longer resist. As she walked down the path toward the road, a final whisper brushed her ear. We are patient, Clara, and we are hungry. Clara did not respond. She only kept walking, knowing that the inheritance she carried would never truly leave her. And in that understanding, she felt a strange resolve. Fear could stalk her, hunger could whisper, but she was still Clara, still herself. And for now, that was enough. The house loomed behind her, silent and watchful. The shadows waited, the hunger waited. And somewhere, deep in the darkness, the voice smiled. Story 2. The Attic's Promise. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Old boxes leaned against the walls, their corners frayed, lids cracked, hiding the detritus of lives once lived. Sam had been warned not to go up here alone, but curiosity had its own stubborn pull. He was 12, with wide eyes and an adventurous heart, the kind that ignored the creak of old floorboards. He pushed open the attic door. The hinges groaned, a drawn-out moan that seemed almost human. The single bare bulb overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, casting shadows that leapt and danced along the walls. The air was thick, almost tangible, and the quiet seemed heavy, pressing against his ears. A large trunk caught his attention, its leather cracked and dulled with age. He knelt beside it, chest tightening with excitement. Inside, amidst yellowed sheets and old garments, was a planchette board, smaller than he expected, with delicate letters etched into its surface. It wasn't a toy, it felt. Deliberate, old, alive, cool, Sam whispered, brushing his fingers over the letters. He had heard about Ouija boards before, the kind of stories whispered in schoolyards, spirits, curses, things that made you regret your curiosity. But Sam was different. He wanted to test it. Later that evening, he dragged the board into the center of the attic, sunlight gone, leaving only the flickering bulb above. He called his friends, Lily and Max, to join him. They sat cross-legged around it, hands trembling slightly as they placed their fingers lightly on the planchette. "Are we sure about this?" Lily asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Only one way to find out," Sam said, trying to sound brave. He asked the first question, voice quivering, despite his attempt at confidence. "Is anyone here with us?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the planchette began to shift, almost imperceptibly at first, then with increasing speed. It spelled out a single name, Eli. Lily froze, wide-eyed. "That's my name." The board tilted slightly, spelling another word. Baylay. Sam swallowed hard. "Play with us?" he asked, voice catching. The air grew colder, the kind of cold that snuck under the collar and made the skin tingle. Shadows in the corners of the attic seemed to move, leaning closer, drawn by the sound of whispered names. Then, faint at first, a giggle echoed through the rafters, high-pitched, childlike. I think she wants to play every night," Lily whispered. "Promise," the planchette spelled, sliding slowly beneath their fingers. "What do you mean?" Sam asked. The letters formed again. Promise. A shiver ran through all three of them. The attic seemed to stretch, the walls breathing, shadows curling closer. They had made a promise to play with Lily every night. At first, it was harmless. Small noises in the night, the scuff of a footstep above them, a soft tinkle of an old toy rolling across the floor, the faint giggle at the edge of hearing. But soon, Lily's presence grew demanding. The planchette spelled requests, each more insistent than the last. "Do not ignore me. Do not speak to them. Only play. Only with me." Sam felt a tightening in his chest, a cold weight pressing down. When he tried to explain to his parents that the board was moving on its own, that the giggles weren't human, they laughed. "Just a game," they said. Imagination. But imagination could not explain the cold footprints appearing across the attic floor, or the whispers that spoke his name when no one was there. That night, as Sam lay in bed, he swore he could hear tiny footsteps on the stairs. A small, ragged shadow flickered across the bedroom doorway. He pulled the covers tight, telling himself it was nothing. But in the darkness, a single word floated into his mind, soft and demanding. "Play." Sam could not shake the feeling of Lily's eyes, even though he had never truly seen her. The name they had spelled on the board echoed in his mind, small, insistent, and haunting. Every night the sound of footsteps crept across the attic floorboards, soft and deliberate, brushing against the edge of his hearing. The faint clatter of old toys, a rustle of paper from long-forgotten boxes, whispers he could not fully comprehend, all of it pressing in, patient, insistent, waiting for him to act. At first, He tried to convince himself it was imagination, the wind, a trick of the shadows, but the sensation became impossible to ignore, as if the air itself remembered the presence of something alive, something watching. One evening, he returned to the attic alone. The planchette lay atop the table, tilting slightly, as though an invisible hand had nudged it into position. When Sam's fingers brushed it, the movement began almost imperceptibly, then gained speed, spelling a single word: play, now. The sound of Lily's laughter followed, sharp and crystalline, echoing through the rafters, lingering, wrapping around his skull in a way that made it impossible to ignore. It was close now, as though she were standing right behind him, her tiny voice insistent and commanding, her presence undeniable. The next day, Sam tried to tell his parents, his friends, about the noises, the shadows, the impossibly moving objects, but the words would not come out right. Each time he tried to speak, the sound twisted in his throat, the sentences changing, bending toward the voice in his head that hissed, "Do not speak to them, only me." He felt it, an invisible leash tightening around his mind. It was subtle, a constant pressure that made him second-guess every thought, every movement, every word. The toys began to move more deliberately. The stuffed animals, the ragged dolls, the broken wooden soldiers, they turned toward him, as if they were aware, as if they were alive and waiting. The attic door slammed shut behind him with a force that made the floor tremble, the bolt clicking into place without anyone touching it. He tried to leave, tried to run, but the floor seemed to stretch, the shadows coiling around his ankles and climbing his legs like icy fingers. "You promised. You cannot leave," the whispers repeated, pressing into his mind, suffocating him. The noises escalated, scuffing and scraping, the soft rattle of marbles rolling across the boards, the whisper of fabrics moving on their own. A doll fell from a shelf, landing upright, its button eyes fixed on him, unblinking, accusing. The planchette slid across the table, spelling a single word again, slow and deliberate: promise. Sam felt the cold weight of obligation settle onto his shoulders, as if the small act of touching the board had bound him to Lily forever. Panic coursed through him, but his body refused to respond. He could only sit there, pressed against the table, the room closing in, shadows crawling along the walls, whispering, laughing, reminding him of the one rule that now governed his life. He must play, every night, without fail, with Lily, and Lily alone. And when the darkness outside pressed against the attic window, the whispers coalesced into a single chilling phrase, clear and final, slipping directly into his mind. "Forever, my playmate." Sam's nights grew longer, and the attic seemed to stretch impossibly, the rafters bending in the flickering candlelight, casting shadows that twisted like reaching fingers. Every object felt alive, each box and trunk, every discarded toy and pile of old clothes, as though they were watching him, waiting. The smell of dust mixed with the faint hint of mildew, heavy in the air, pressing into his lungs with every breath. Even the faintest movement, a scarf brushing against a shelf, a lid rattling, made him start, heart hammering, palms slick with sweat. The faint giggles of Lily followed him, always just behind, sometimes above, sometimes beneath, as if the attic itself had swallowed her and was now breathing her presence into the room. Sam began to notice patterns, small but deliberate, in the way shadows moved along the walls. They were not random. A doll left on the floor would slowly shift overnight, facing him by morning, its threadbare face tilted in a way that seemed almost accusatory. A wooden train would clatter along the boards, tracing invisible tracks, stopping abruptly when he looked away. Each night he tried to resist, to ignore the board, to hide it or shove it under a pile of blankets, but it always found its way back to the center of the attic, planchette gliding across its surface as if inviting him to sit again, to play. The whispers began to grow more complex. At first, they were a single word, soft, teasing, playful. Then phrases formed in his mind, layering over one another, each a command, a suggestion, a manipulation. "Stay. Only me. Don't leave. You promised." The words were soft enough to almost be comforting, yet sharp enough to pierce the edges of his sanity, threading into his thoughts until he began to doubt which were his and which were hers. He could not tell when he was thinking or when Lily was thinking through him. One night, He noticed the attic itself reacting to her presence. The floorboards groaned under invisible weight, beams creaked as if bending to watch, and the single bulb overhead flickered in rhythm with the murmurs. The air grew thick, almost viscous, and a cold draft wrapped around his ankles, creeping up like liquid ice. He realized with a sinking heart that the attic had become a space not merely occupied by him, but claimed by her. The rules were no longer just her requests. They were the architecture itself, shaping the room, the air, the shadows. He tried talking to Max and Lily outside the attic, trying to warn them, to find a way out, but he could not speak properly. His tongue felt heavy, his words twisting and dissolving, as if filtered through a layer of glass. He was trapped in a prison of sound and silence, forced to obey even his own attempts to resist. When he tried to scream, only the faintest whimper escaped, and the shadows seemed to recoil, disappointed, muttering with a faint hiss that ran through the floorboards and into his chest. Play, play. The planchette moved of its own accord, spelling messages that made his stomach churn. Some were simple reminders of the promise. You said yes, always yes. Others were teasing, almost cruel. I am waiting. Why do you look away? Don't look. Look, now. And always the laughter, a delicate, high-pitched laugh that layered over his own heartbeat, over the creaks and groans of the attic, echoing long after he had closed his eyes, lingering in the corners of his mind even as sleep pulled him down. Sam began to see things in the shadows, fleeting glimpses at the edge of his vision. Tiny, pale hands reaching out from behind crates, small, dark shapes that seemed to move in rhythm with Lily's words. He began leaving small offerings, tiny toys, pieces of candy, even notes of apology on the table beside the board, hoping to appease her, to negotiate his freedom, but it was never enough. Each night she demanded more, her voice soft and coaxing, now edged with an impatient hunger. Play longer. Stay here. Don't leave. Only me. Only play. By the time the second week passed, Sam no longer distinguished between the attic and his own mind. Every creak of floorboard, every faint whisper, every glimmer of shadow was an extension of her will. He began to feel that if he left the attic, he might not survive the separation. And yet, he longed for freedom. In a twisted sense, it was impossible to escape, yet unbearable to stay. And when he sat once more, fingers trembling over the planchette, the letters spelled a single word with terrifying clarity. Forever. The attic itself seemed to contract, the shadows pooling closer, pressing against him, a tangible weight of expectation, of promise, of possession. The tiny voice whispered in his ear, closer than it had ever been, warm and near. Forever, my playmate. You cannot leave. You promised. The attic no longer felt like a room in the house. It had become a kingdom of shadows, a realm of whispers where Sam was the only visitor and Lily the sovereign. The first moments of daylight no longer brought relief. Even with the sun streaming through grimy windows, the air up there was heavy, thick with a cold that clung to his bones and seeped into his thoughts. The shadows, once passive and lurking in corners, had begun to stretch, pooling along the floorboards and curling up the walls as if breathing, shifting subtly when he turned his head. He could feel them pressing just behind his shoulder blades, a constant weight that made him shiver, and he had long since stopped trying to look directly at them for fear of seeing more than he could bear. He arrived that evening with the planchette under his arm, its surface worn smooth from nights of ritual and fear. Each time he entered the attic now, he could hear the faint scuff of tiny shoes moving across the floor, even though he was the only one there. Play, play. The whispers seeped into his mind, unrelenting, insistent, and Sam's fingers itched to obey, even before he set the board down. He placed the board carefully on the floor, knees scraping against the dusty planks, and watched as the planchette trembled on its own, sliding first in tiny jerks, then in fluid motions, spelling a greeting. Welcome back. The words were innocent enough, but the undertone was sharp, a needle of warning that prickled his nerves. He did not dare speak. Speaking had become impossible without her filtering his words, and Sam had long given up trying to convince anyone of what was happening. How could he explain the sensation of being watched, of being hunted by the echo of a child who had never existed in the way she claimed? The room seemed to pulse with her presence. The shadows thickened along the far wall, pooling around the old rocking chair that had always been empty. always waiting. And yet tonight the chair rocked ever so slightly. A slow, deliberate sway that made the hairs on his arms rise. He took a step back. The wooden floor creaked, but the noise was not his alone. The floorboards shifted in ways that suggested weight where none could be. Toys scattered across the floor nudged themselves upright, dolls tilting their heads, staring with eyes that seemed to follow him. The wind outside rattled the window panes, but it was nothing compared to the controlled cold that seeped up from the attic floor, curling around his ankles and wrists like icy fingers. Sam's chest tightened. The whispers in his head multiplied. One voice, then another, threading together, overlapping. Stay. Do not leave. Play. Do not look away. You promised. You are mine. He dropped to his knees, pressing his hands over his ears. But the sound was no longer external. It was embedded. It was him, and every heartbeat repeated it. A drumbeat of obligation and terror. He understood, with a sinking certainty, that leaving was no longer optional. The attic had become a membrane between himself and the rest of the world, and Lily's claim stretched far beyond mere promises. It had begun to shape the space around him, bending the laws of movement, of gravity, of expectation. The first sign that the physical space was changing came when he noticed the corners of the room darkening unnaturally, the ceiling seeming lower than before, shadows pooling as though a liquid had been poured across the rafters. A faint scratching came from behind a stack of crates. He froze. The sound moved closer, deliberate and controlled, circling the room like a predator. Then, a small, high-pitched laugh. It was not a playful sound. It was sharp and hungry, directed at him, and it made his stomach churn. The dust motes floating in the air appeared to sway in time with her laughter, as if the room itself was dancing to her whim. Sam reached for the planchette, hands trembling, sweat stinging his eyes. The letters spelled a single word, one that made him flinch, closer, and as if responding to the command, the shadows shifted again, this time forming shapes he could almost recognize. A small figure crouched just beyond the threshold of the far wall, her features blurred, indistinct, but her eyes glimmering, fixed on him with a patience that was more terrifying than rage. The rocking chair tilted toward him, the air around it rippling as though water had replaced the floor, and Sam's breath hitched. He tried to speak, to assert some control, but the voice in his head overrode his words. Do not speak. Only play. Forever. Mine. His throat tightened. It was not a suggestion anymore. It was a law written in the bones of the attic, in the grain of the wood, in the very air he breathed. He realized, with crushing weight, that the attic had been hers long before he had been born, and that he had wandered into her domain as an offering, a visitor who could be claimed, controlled, consumed. And then the planchette began to move on its own, sliding from one letter to another with astonishing speed, spelling words that made his chest collapse with dread. Play or stay forever. The air seemed to thicken, the shadows solidifying, walls bending, as if the attic were folding inward around him. Sam felt pressure building at the crown of his head, his vision narrowing, the edges of the room darkening to a tunnel through which only he and her existed. Each heartbeat was a drum in the center of his chest, each breath forced and uneven, as though the room itself had stolen the rhythm of his life and imposed a new one. He looked down and noticed the toys moving of their own accord. A small wooden horse rocked back and forth, eyes painted black as coal, the wheels of a tiny wagon squeaking as it rolled toward him. Dolls that had sat motionless for decades now walked with jerky, deliberate movements, their heads tilting as if questioning his loyalty. Sam wanted to flee, to run, but every time he moved, the shadows seemed to curl tighter around him, pressing at his sides, moving his arms with invisible hands, forcing him to remain kneeling before the board. The whispers multiplied, overlapping into a chorus of demands and threats. Play with me. Only me. You cannot leave. You promised. Every word was a weight pressing into his skull, a cold, gnawing pressure that made it impossible to think clearly. And then a new sensation, a warmth, not comforting, but intrusive, crawling along his skin like tiny insects, crawling under his hair, threading through his veins. He realized with terror that Lily's presence was no longer confined to the board or the attic. She was in him, threading into his nervous system, whispering through his body, marking him as hers. He clawed at his head, trying to dispel the sensation, but the whispers laughed, sharp and playful, yet menacing. Mine. You are mine. Always mine. Play forever. The toys around him reacted, turning to watch him struggle, the wooden horse rocking violently, the dolls stepping closer, their painted eyes glinting with malice. The shadows swirled like smoke, forming vague shapes of children, impossibly still, impossibly patient, waiting for him to submit. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes, and the attic seemed alive, pulsing with anticipation. Sam could feel the weight of centuries of promises and broken pacts pressing through the air, the history of every child who had dared to play with Lily, each one swallowed into this endless night. And then the board spelled a final word, slow and deliberate. Forever. The single word vibrated through the floor, the walls, the air, a command, a decree, a sentence, and Sam understood with a gut-sinking certainty that there was no going back. He collapsed forward, hands covering his face, and the shadows converged, curling around his limbs, pressing into him, lifting him just slightly off the ground. The room spun, the ceiling swaying as though caught in a storm, and the tiny laugh of Lily filled every corner, every crevice, every beat of his heart. Forever, my playmate, she whispered, and for the first time, Sam felt an inkling of the eternity that awaited him, a loop of nights, shadows, whispers, and laughter, never-ending, inescapable, his body a puppet and his mind her stage. The toys began moving faster, the dolls dancing around him in a macabre ballet, the wooden horse careening across the floorboards as though riding invisible tracks, a soft rattle of marbles following in chaotic rhythm. He tried to speak, to resist, but the words were gone, replaced by the steady insistence of the whispers threading through his body, through his mind, until every impulse he had belonged to her. The attic had claimed him completely, and he understood then that no amount of pleading, no hint of defiance, could undo the promise he had made. The shadows grew denser, the air heavier, and the sound of her laughter, once distant, now filled the entire room, vibrating in the floor, echoing through the beams, resonating in his chest. He was a part of the game, and the game had no end. And in the deepest corner of the attic, where the shadows pooled darkest and the faintest light could not reach, he saw her the shape of a small girl, blurred and shifting, eyes glinting with triumph, her hands outstretched toward him. She whispered, not through the board this time, but directly into his mind, "You are mine, always mine, forever play, and you cannot leave." Sam's knees hit the dusty floor, his body trembling, his chest heaving. The room contracted around him, the shadows pressing tighter, the toys swirling faster, the whispers reaching a crescendo that made his ears ring and his vision blur. He realized in a gut-twisting moment that he had not merely summoned a spirit. He had invited her into his life, and now there was no separation between him and her. He was trapped in a kingdom of his own making, and the queen of this kingdom was patient, eternal, and utterly merciless. The attic had become a living thing. Sam could feel it breathing, expanding, and contracting with her presence. Each gust of cold air a whisper, each creak of the floor a heartbeat that pulsed in time with his own. Shadows stretched along the walls, twisting like sinew, reaching for him with slow, deliberate intent. The toys, once simple wooden figures and cloth dolls, had taken on a grotesque vitality. Eyes that had been painted or sewn onto faces now glimmered with movement, shifting as though seeing into his very soul. A wooden horse rocked back and forth violently, its tiny hooves scraping the floor with a rhythm that mimicked the pounding of Sam's heart. He had tried to leave before, tried to convince himself that the night would pass, that morning light would save him, but he was trapped in a rhythm, a cadence imposed by Lily's will. She was everywhere, in the floorboards beneath him, in the shadows that hung low from the ceiling, in the dust that swirled thickly around his legs. Every movement, every breath, every blink was monitored and manipulated. His own body felt less like his own, and more like a vessel being guided by an unseen hand. And each step away from the planchette brought a wave of icy pressure, a tangible pull that forced him back. The planchette trembled under his fingers, moving of its own accord to spell a word that made his stomach churn. Closer. It was no longer a suggestion. It was a command. The shadows in the corner swirled, coalescing into the vague outline of a small girl, blurred and flickering, her eyes like tiny points of obsidian, her lips twisted in a smile that was both innocent and monstrously cruel. Sam's knees gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, unable to resist her will. The room shifted, the ceiling dipping lower, the walls bending inwards, the air thickened, a tangible weight pressing against his chest. Sam's vision narrowed to a tunnel of darkness where only Lily existed, and she began to speak, not through the planchette this time, but directly into his mind. "You belong here. You are mine. Play. Forever." Her words were not heard. They were felt, vibrating through his skull, pressing against his thoughts, threading into his nervous system, claiming him. He could not remember where he ended, and she began. Objects began to move with violent independence. A wooden train clattered across the floor in a perfect, impossible curve, stopping at his knees. A ragged stuffed rabbit leapt from the shelf, landing upright, its head cocked, eyes unblinking, following every micro-movement of his fingers. Dolls on the floor advanced in unsteady steps, forming a semicircle around him, faces blank yet accusatory, and he realized with a sickening certainty that he was surrounded, imprisoned by the things he had once considered harmless, mundane, even comforting. The whispers layered over one another, a chorus of commands and demands that tugged at his consciousness. "Stay. Play. Mine. Do not leave. You promised." Each word pressed into his mind, threading through synapses, embedding itself in memory, in fear, in obedience. The attic became a chamber of inevitability, the laws of time and space bending to the rhythm of her will. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps hours into minutes. Sam could no longer measure time in the conventional sense. He tried to look away from the small figure in the corner, tried to focus on anything other than the oppressive presence that had claimed him, but the shadows followed, elongating, coiling around him, and the faint outline of the doll's eyes glimmered in every reflective surface. He felt a tug at his heart, a pull that seemed to sync with her thoughts. "Closer. You promised. Play with me, or remain here." He could not tell if it was a threat or a statement of fact. He felt trapped in a sentence, a clause from which there was no escape. Sam's chest heaved as panic threatened to overcome him. He tried to crawl away, to escape the center of the room, but the floorboards seemed to resist. His knees scraped the wooden planks as if the attic itself had congealed beneath him, creating a resistance, a force field of sorts, channeling him back toward the planchette. The shadows elongated, curling around his legs, his arms, whispering, laughing softly, a gentle, cruel mockery. A wooden doll leapt at him, landing against his shoulder, and a cold chill raced through his body. Sam screamed, but the sound was swallowed immediately by the thickened air, replaced by the laughter of Lily, cascading in waves, bouncing off the warped walls, echoing through the rafters, until the only sound in the attic was her delight and his rapid heartbeat. The board spelled another word, "Mine," each letter carved into his consciousness, each movement of the planchette, an affirmation of her possession. Sam's hands shook uncontrollably, and he realized that he could no longer differentiate between voluntary movement and the subtle manipulations guiding his own limbs. The room pulsed around him, the air rippling as if alive, as if every particle of dust were imbued with intention. And then he saw it small, flickering, almost translucent at first, the form of Lily, stepping from the corner into the center of the attic. Her outline sharpened, her features more defined, a childlike frame that should have inspired innocence, yet her eyes held something ancient, knowing, predatory. The shadows clung to her, swirled around her like smoke, and every movement of her small hands seemed to bend the environment, lifting dust, tilting toys, twisting shadows into shapes that mimicked gestures he could not name. Sam tried to speak, to cry out, to reason, but no sound emerged. His mind raced with panic and rational thought, but it was too late. Every attempt at resistance was overridden by her whispers, threading into his consciousness. "You cannot leave. You promised. Forever mine." The words echoed, and each echo twisted his sense of reality further. The walls quivered, the ceiling sagged imperceptibly, and the toys advanced closer, forming an intricate circle that separated him from the door, from escape, from sanity. The floorboards beneath him shifted, A subtle movement at first, then stronger, almost like fingers curling beneath his knees, pressing, constraining. The shadows coalesced around him, forming shapes tiny hands, figures crouched low, faces blurred, yet familiar in a disturbing way. They whispered, hissed, murmured, each sound layering over the other, an indecipherable chorus that wrapped around his mind like thick rope. Sam felt himself breaking under the weight, his control dissolving, each breath a shallow gasp of fear and exhaustion. The planchette moved faster now, sliding across the board with a speed impossible for human fingers, spelling phrases that made his stomach twist. Play or stay, forever, mine, always mine. And with each letter, he felt the grip tightening, a gnawing sense of inevitability, a shiver that traveled down his spine, seeping into his bones, claiming his body as surely as she claimed the space around him. Sam tried to avert his gaze from the small figure, tried to focus on the edges of the room, the dusty windows, the faint light that filtered through, but Lily's presence had expanded, embedding into every shadow, flowing through every crack and corner. He could see her reflection in the dusty glass of a picture frame, distorted and wavy, yet unmistakably there, staring at him with an intensity that made his vision blur. The toys followed the motion of his head, moving in unnatural synchronized patterns, their little wooden feet and cloth limbs forming a rhythm that mimicked the beat of his own heart, a grotesque dance choreographed by her will. The attic pulsed with her laughter, soft and high, piercing, omnipresent. Sam realized with horror that it was no longer distant, no longer confined to the edges of the room. It emanated from within, vibrating his bones, embedding into his muscles, threading through his mind until he could no longer distinguish between sound and thought. Every nerve ending was alive with her presence. Every sensation was a whisper, a command, a claim. He slumped forward, hands pressed to the floor, trying to ground himself, trying to find a fragment of reality untouched by her influence. But even the dust under his fingers seemed to pulse with her intention. He could feel the cold, thin fingers of shadows creeping along his wrists, his arms, tugging, pressing, demanding. The dolls advanced again, forming a tighter circle, their painted eyes glinting in the faint, flickering light. The planchette spelled a single, final word that froze him where he knelt. Forever. And in that moment, the attic itself seemed to sigh, a slow, deliberate exhalation that carried the weight of centuries of promises, bargains, and lost children. Sam understood with gut-wrenching clarity that he was no longer merely in the attic, he was part of it. A pawn, a playmate, a captive in a kingdom ruled by a small, predatory presence that had claimed him utterly. As Lily stepped closer, her form fully solidifying, the shadows clinging to her as though feeding from her very essence, the whispers layered one final time into his consciousness. You are mine, forever mine. Play, always play. And with that, the toys moved faster. The shadows curled tighter, the air thickened unbearably, and Sam realized that the ultimate truth had settled over him like a shroud. There was no escape, no reprieve, no dawn that could free him. Only the game, the promise, the attic, and Lily, waiting eternally, patiently, inexorably. The attic had become more than a room. It was a prison, a labyrinth, a kingdom ruled by a single, merciless presence. Sam's body shook as he knelt on the warped floorboards, dust clinging to his skin and sweat making his hair cling to his forehead. Every corner, every shadow, every object in the room had joined in the symphony of control, bending to Lily's will. The planchette hovered in front of him, moving faster than human fingers could command, spelling out words that vibrated in his bones. Forever, mine, play, always play. He tried to rise, tried to escape the circle of dolls and scattered toys that had advanced relentlessly, forming a barricade that blocked the attic door. But every attempt brought a pressure, invisible yet undeniable, pressing against his chest and shoulders, forcing him back to his knees. The floorboards seemed alive, tiny vibrations running through them, crawling along his arms, tethering him to the spot. He could feel the weight of her gaze, every fiber of her presence threading into his nervous system, claiming him. The shadows thickened, swirling into forms he could not name, elongated shapes with tiny, almost childlike hands that reached toward him. Dust motes, once innocuous, now shimmered with a malevolent light, swirling in spirals around the room, following the rhythm of the planchette. Every heartbeat resonated with Lily's laughter, soft and high-pitched yet cruel, echoing through his chest and skull. It was no longer just sound. It was physical, a vibration that penetrated his bones, embedding the notion of obedience, of eternal play, deep into his mind. He could hear the whispers clearly now, separate from the sound of the board, threading through his consciousness. Do not resist. You promised. You cannot leave. Forever play. Always mine. The repetition was maddening, every word wrapped around his thoughts, constricting them, bending them, until he could no longer tell where he ended and she began. The attic itself seemed to pulse in rhythm with her intent, walls breathing, ceiling dipping, shadows folding over the floorboards like liquid. Sam's eyes darted across the room, trying to find anything that might offer him reprieve, some object or weak point, but there was none. Every window glowed faintly with the reflected shadow of Lily. Every shelf, every corner, every pile of forgotten toys seemed to lean toward him, closing off his options. The doll's movements became synchronized, forming a grotesque dance that traced invisible lines, patterns that seemed to control the very flow of his fear. Their painted eyes glimmered, glinting with a life beyond paint and fabric, each blink synchronized with the beat of his heart, each step pressing the weight of inevitability. He forced his trembling hands onto the planchette, trying to regain some semblance of control, and the letters spelled a command, not from him, but from her. Closer, closer, closer. Sam felt a pull through his arms, a cold, clawing force that drew him forward, pressing him against the floorboards as if the wood itself had become adhesive, trapping him. The small, translucent form of Lily stepped fully into view, her features sharpened, her eyes obsidian points of malevolence, her smile innocent, yet monstrously cruel. The temperature dropped sharply, a cold that gnawed at his lungs and bones, making his movements sluggish. He tried to speak, tried to call for help, but the voice that emerged was not his own. It was layered with her tone, soft and playful but underlined with dominance. Play with me, or remain here. Each word sank deep into his chest, embedding a sensation of submission, of inevitability. Sam understood then that the promise he had made was no longer just words, it was a binding tether, one that she had claimed in full, and now enforced with every particle of the attic around him. The toys became instruments of terror, their motion accelerating. A wooden train leapt from the floor and slammed against a shelf, rattling books and scattering papers into the swirling dust. Dolls advanced with uncanny precision, circling him like predators, their movements choreographed by an intelligence beyond human comprehension. The shadows followed, stretching along the walls, folding over themselves, creating shapes that were sometimes his friends, sometimes strangers, sometimes grotesque distortions of familiar faces. Each shadow was a reminder. He could not leave. He belonged entirely to this kingdom. To her, Sam tried one last act of defiance. With hands shaking uncontrollably, he snatched the board and hurled it toward the far wall, hoping to break it, to disrupt her control. The planchette hit the wood with a soft crack and bounced slightly, but nothing else happened. No relief, no freedom. Instead, the letters began spelling again on their own, faster now, and the air grew thick, almost viscous. The word emerged clearly, unnecessary, mine, always mine. The board no longer needed to be a conduit. Her presence had entered him fully. She had claimed him. The small figure advanced, stepping over the moving toys without hesitation. Her feet made no sound, but the floorboards quivered with every motion. She tilted her head, observing him as one might study an insect caught in a jar, and then spoke directly into his mind, each word a pressure, a thread embedding into his consciousness. You are mine, all of you, forever. Sam's knees buckled under the weight of the declaration, and he felt an icy certainty settle through him, a truth he could not resist. The attic ceiling dipped again, shadows cascading down like ink in water. The toys leapt and spun, forming intricate patterns around him, a circle of inevitability. The wooden horse's hooves clicked rapidly. The ragged rabbit bounced repeatedly. Dolls swayed in synchronized motion. Sam realized that every sound, every motion, every vibration in the room had been orchestrated for this moment to make him comprehend the absolute extent of her dominion. He could see himself reflected in a dusty mirror across the attic, but the image was wrong. His face was blurred, overlaid with the faintest traces of Lily's form, her eyes merging with his, her smile hinting beneath his lips. He reached out, trying to touch the reflection, but the surface was solid, unyielding, and the reflection shifted independently, observing him. The whispers, now a chorus of layered tones, filled every crevice of his mind. Forever, play, mine, mine. The room seemed to pulse in waves, expanding and contracting, a living, breathing organism with him at its center. The planchette danced across the board of its own accord, spelling out, complete, surrender, forever. Sam's vision blurred. His body trembled violently, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. The walls bent subtly, the shadows pressed closer, toys advanced more insistently, and the faint light from the dusty windows seemed to be consumed by the encroaching darkness, leaving him in a tunnel of perpetual night. He tried to cry out one last time, to resist, but his own voice betrayed him. A laugh, soft and cruel, filled the attic, reverberating through the floorboards in his bones, and he realized that the sound was both external and internal. It was Lily's laugh, his own, and neither. The room shuddered with the intensity of her glee, and then it was silent. A hush fell, heavy and unnatural. Sam's chest heaved, ears ringing, eyes blinking rapidly. He looked around, and the attic appeared empty, the shadows retreating slightly, the toys still, the planchette unmoving. Relief surged through him briefly, but it was a trick. He felt it then, a pulse inside his skull, a whisper threading through his nervous system, a certainty that was no longer a suggestion. You are mine. Forever play. Always mine. He realized, with a clarity that was terrifying, that he was changed. He was no longer simply a visitor in the attic. Part of him belonged to her now, an indelible imprint, a tether that could never be severed. Even if he left the room, even if he stepped into the sunlight, the touch of her presence would remain, curling in the corners of his mind, threading through his thoughts, whispering, laughing, claiming. The shadows receded slightly, and the toys returned to their places, motionless as if nothing had happened. But the planchette glimmered faintly in the dim light, a subtle pulse, a heartbeat that mirrored the one now embedded in his chest. Sam stumbled toward the door, body weak, mind fraying at the edges, but the attic had left its mark. He could still hear her laughter, soft and high-pitched, echoing through his bones, and the faintest whisper threaded into his consciousness. Forever, my playmate, you promised. As he finally stepped through the doorway, sunlight spilling across the floorboards, the room seemed ordinary once more, mundane. But Sam knew the truth. He would never truly leave. The attic had claimed him, Lily had claimed him, and every night, every shadow, every whisper would remind him of the promise he could never break. Even now, as he walked into the rest of the house, into the world that seemed safe and solid, he could feel the pull of her presence, the subtle tug in the corners of his vision, the faint pressure at the base of his skull. He was hers, forever, and the planchette, lying quietly in the attic, waited patiently for his return. Story 3. The train to oblivion. The train station was silent in a way that made the city around it feel like a memory, a place existing only in the peripheral of time. Rust had claimed every metal surface, paint peeled from the walls, and the broken flickering lights of the tunnel barely illuminated the cracked tiles beneath Mark's feet. It had been 3 months since the accident, 3 months since the screeching of steel and the abrupt end of his sister's life, and yet he found himself drawn here, unable to resist the pull of this abandoned station that no one else seemed to remember. He carried with him an old Ouija board, its corners chipped and darkened with age, a relic he had found in his late uncle's attic, tucked away under a pile of newspapers dated decades ago. The board had a history in his family, rumors whispered of communication with spirits, warnings ignored, promises unfulfilled, but Mark didn't care about stories. He wanted answers. He wanted the truth. The tunnel ahead swallowed the light, a yawning black mouth that seemed to hum with its own resonance. As he set the board on the platform's edge, the air grew colder, carrying a damp metallic scent that made his nostrils flare. He placed his fingers lightly on the planchette, and at first, nothing happened. Then a faint vibration, almost imperceptible, coursed through his fingertips, followed by a slow movement across the board spelling, "Watch." Mark's pulse quickened. He had expected whispers, rattling chains, perhaps the faint outline of a figure, but this was different. This was purposeful, patient, intelligent. The letters continued to shift beneath his touch. Obi the tracks, remember, the fall. The name of the entity revealed itself. The Watcher. Mark felt a cold rush of dread. The Watcher claimed to have seen everything. Every accident, every misstep, every human hesitation that had led to tragedy. It existed in the peripheries of events, observing, recording, waiting, and now it was observing him. The echo of a distant train horn reverberated through the tunnel. Long after he knew no train could possibly exist there, he pressed his fingers harder against the planchette, feeling it vibrate as if alive, moving almost of its own volition to spell out a warning. The next step is yours, or theirs. Mark's stomach churned. He did not understand the meaning entirely, but he sensed that he had entered a space where reality and memory intertwined, where the dead and the living intersected in ways that logic could not parse. Shadows stretched along the tunnel walls, elongated by flickering lights, but there was something unnatural in their movement. They didn't correspond to the physical objects around him. They twisted in counterintuitive ways, bending as if aware of his gaze. One shadow in particular drew his attention, a thin, towering shape standing at the edge of the platform, impossibly still. As he blinked, it seemed closer, then farther, then shifted into the vague shape of his sister, smiling faintly. Mark's hands trembled. He tried to focus, to rationalize, to tell himself that it was grief playing tricks, that the brain could manufacture such images, but the board moved again, spelling with deliberate clarity, "You will follow or remain forever." The air in the tunnel thickened, a subtle pressure against his chest, and Mark felt an almost imperceptible vibration beneath his feet, like the reverberation of steel tracks still in motion somewhere far below. He took a step back, then another, yet the shadows seemed to follow, and the faint whisper of the train horn returned, this time layered with faint cries, overlapping in a way that suggested countless souls, each one tethered to this station, to this moment. Mark's mind began to twist, oscillating between memories and hallucinations. He saw the day of the accident again, in meticulous detail, the screeching of brakes, the flash of metal, the silence after impact. The Watcher's presence felt heavier, as if it were rewriting the memory, placing its gaze over every fragment of emotion, every moment of regret. The letters on the board spelled a new sequence. The fall will repeat. You must see it, or join it. The walls of the tunnel seemed to pulse. Each breath he drew echoed unnaturally, returning in a distorted cadence. Shadows stretched into shapes that whispered in unrecognizable tongues, voices that seemed almost familiar, fragments of laughter, cries, and commands. The station had ceased to be merely abandoned. It was alive in a way that human comprehension could not grasp, a sentient graveyard of memory, observation, and inexorable fate. Mark's pulse raced. He had not intended to summon the dead, only to understand, to reconcile. Yet here, in the decaying station, he felt the inexorable tug of inevitability. His fingers remained on the planchette, now moving without his conscious effort, spelling, "Step forward, witness the tracks." The tunnel ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, dark and foreboding, and he felt compelled to walk, compelled to see what awaited at the end, knowing instinctively that the outcome would mirror the past, the tragedy he could not prevent. With each step, the air grew colder, denser, almost liquid in sensation, pressing against him, resisting him, guiding him toward some unseen junction of fate. As he approached what might have been the edge of the platform, or perhaps a threshold into the void itself, the shadows coalesced into vague shapes of those who had fallen before. Faces of strangers, friends, family, all blended together, staring at him with hollow eyes, silent accusation, and quiet expectation. The planchette lifted momentarily, hovering over the board before moving to spell, "Oblivion awaits," or "Observe, choose." Mark felt the pull again, stronger this time, tugging him toward the tracks. The faint vibration beneath his shoes intensified, and a chill like liquid steel wrapped around his limbs. He realized the choice was not his, not in the conventional sense. To step forward was to join them. To remain was to watch eternally. And somewhere deep in the shadows, he sensed the watcher, patient, immovable, seeing him, knowing him, waiting for the final decision. A sudden sound shattered the eerie quiet, a scraping, metallic, echoing. The tunnel vibrated with the resonance of rails under pressure, though no train appeared. The shadows elongated, surged, and twisted, whispering in layered tones. They wait. The tracks. The fall. Forever. Mark stumbled backward, tripping over a discarded wooden crate, and the board clattered to the floor, letters rearranging themselves into a final, chilling phrase. The observer becomes the observed. Step forward, or be forever watched. Mark's chest heaved. His hands shook. The station seemed endless, infinite, a liminal space between life and death, past and present. He knew with absolute certainty that whatever decision he made now would echo, reverberate, and intertwine with the fates of those who had come before and those who would come after. The Watcher's presence, omnipresent, insurmountable, watched every micro-movement, every heartbeat, every faltering breath. And yet, against the crushing inevitability, a flicker of resolve surfaced. He would face it. He would step forward. Not to join the dead, not to surrender entirely, but to understand, to confront, to witness the abyss without letting it consume him entirely. Mark took a deep breath. His fingers tightened around the edge of the board as he stepped closer to the rails, each step measured, trembling, conscious of the impossible gravity of the moment. The tunnel seemed to contract, to hold its breath, the shadows leaning inward, waiting, the faint wail of the train horn layering over the whispers of the watcher. The platform's edge was beneath him now, the rails stretching into infinite darkness. The vibration underfoot intensified, resonating through bone and marrow. Mark's vision blurred. The lines between the station, memory, and something else, something eternal, folding into a singular point of awareness. He knew then that the journey had only begun. The watcher waited, patient. The tracks waited, infinite. And somewhere, just beyond the veil, the echoes of the fallen called, inviting him into the rhythm of inevitability. Mark had taken a hesitant step onto the cracked, dust-laden tiles that led closer to the tracks, and instantly, the air seemed to thicken around him. The station, already abandoned and silent, now felt alive, as if it were breathing in tandem with his every heartbeat. The shadows that had lurked along the walls now began to move with a deliberate, almost sentient grace, converging toward the rails in slow, undulating waves. Each step he took toward the edge of the platform made the vibration beneath his feet more insistent, resonant, like a heartbeat echoing through steel and stone. The planchette still lay on the floor near the board, untouched by human hands, moving in subtle, deliberate gestures, spelling out words without him touching it. See, understand, Obi, or. Mark swallowed hard, his throat dry, and tried to steady his trembling hands. He forced himself to kneel, fingers brushing the letters cautiously, feeling a tremor of energy pass through his fingertips, a connection to something beyond comprehension. The watcher's presence was undeniable now, pressing against the very fabric of his perception. It wasn't just an observer. It was a force, a consciousness that seemed to extend through the walls, the air, the very dust motes that drifted lazily in the faint shafts of light. He felt the weight of countless eyes on him, as if every person who had ever faced the rails, every accident, every whisper of tragedy, had left an imprint that now pulsed with life in this forgotten station. Mark's mind flickered with images, memories not entirely his own. Faces appeared briefly in the shadows. Strangers, friends, family, all distorted by grief and fear. He saw the day of the accident again, brakes screeching, metal twisting, the abrupt stillness of the aftermath, and with it, the faces of those who had perished, frozen in a moment of unalterable fate. A chill ran through his spine as he realized that the watcher was not merely showing him these memories, it was forcing him to relive them, to understand the depth of inevitability that had claimed so many before him. A low mechanical hum began to resonate from the tunnel, faint at first, then building in intensity. Mark could feel it in his chest, in his legs, in the very marrow of his bones. The vibration seemed to follow a rhythm, a cadence that echoed the heartbeat of the tracks themselves. a prelude to something he could not yet name. Shadows along the walls pulsed in synchronization with the hum, stretching and folding over themselves, forming vague humanoid shapes that flickered and vanished with every shift in the light. He tried to step back, but his feet felt heavy, as if rooted to the platform. The further he tried to retreat, the more insistent the pull of the tracks became. It wasn't physical gravity. It was something deeper, a mental tug that threaded into his consciousness, compelling him forward, toward the unknown, toward the point where past, present, and fate converged. The planchette moved again, spelling a chilling phrase: "You will be witness, or join the fall." Mark's pulse quickened. He reached for the board again, pressing both hands lightly onto it. The letters spelled almost instantly: "The Watcher sees all. It knows you. It sees your fear." His breath caught in his throat. He felt the Watcher probing, examining, as if it could read not only his memories but his intentions, his doubts, his deepest regrets. A sudden metallic screech echoed from deep within the tunnel, low and distant, then growing louder with each passing second. Mark turned his head, trying to locate the source, and saw the faint glimmer of rails stretching into pitch darkness. He knew, instinctively, that no train could be coming, yet the sound resonated like truth, real and terrifying, vibrating through the walls and under his feet. The shadows shifted again, now coalescing into more distinct forms. He saw the twisted silhouettes of people who had fallen to the tracks before, vague, incomplete reflections of their former selves. Their eyes, hollow but aware, seemed to follow him, their movements perfectly synchronized with the hum of the tracks. Some raised hands, others turned toward him as if beckoning, and with each motion the hair on the back of his neck stood rigid. Mark's fingers trembled as he hovered them over the planchette. He wanted to speak, to ask questions, to demand clarity, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he felt the Watcher's presence deepen, threading into the very space around him. He could feel it in the soles of his feet, in his chest, a pull that seemed almost magnetic, drawing him inexorably toward the tunnel's center. The letters spelled another warning: "Observe, or you will be seen. Forever." Mark realized the gravity of the situation. To step forward was to witness, to accept the role of observer of countless tragedies. To resist entirely was to risk becoming part of the cycle, to be absorbed into the very memory of the falls that had already occurred. His vision blurred as the shadows flickered violently. Faces appeared and disappeared in rapid succession, overlapping with each other, merging grief with rage, sorrow with panic. The station seemed alive now, a sentient entity, responsive to the Watcher's presence and his every reaction. The walls pulsed, the floor trembled, and every breath he drew seemed to echo back at him in distorted tones. Mark tried to focus, to ground himself. He pressed both hands firmly onto the planchette, willing it to respond to his conscious thought, rather than to the Watcher's invisible will. The letters moved quickly. "You cannot escape. You cannot deny. Witness or fall." The words were both a command and a revelation, binding him to the station, binding him to the inevitability of what had transpired, and what was yet to come. A sudden gust of wind swept through the tunnel, carrying with it a metallic tang, the scent of rust and decay, and with it, the faintest whisper of laughter. It was not friendly, not warm, it was sharp, mocking, as though the Watcher itself found amusement in his hesitation. The shadows shifted again, this time forming elongated shapes that resembled the contours of trains, speeding impossibly toward him through the tunnel's infinite darkness. Mark felt a wave of nausea, his knees weak, his head spinning as if the entire station were tilting. He tried to step backward, to put distance between himself and the encroaching figures, but the platform seemed endless, stretching forward and backward simultaneously. Time itself felt distorted, moments stretching into minutes, minutes folding into seconds. He was suspended in an unnatural continuum, a liminal space where past and future collided, and the Watcher's gaze weighed heavily upon him. The board moved again, spelling a phrase that made his blood run cold. "The fall repeats. You will see, or be part of the memory." Mark's mind reeled. He realized with stark clarity that the Watcher was not merely an observer, it was a recorder of fate, a collector of moments of inevitability, and now it had singled him out. Every misstep, every hesitation, every memory of the accident, every fear he had carried since that day, was being pulled into a nexus of observation. He took a shaky breath and stepped closer to the edge of the platform. The vibration beneath his feet intensified, resonating in his bones. The shadows shifted again, forming clearer shapes of those who had fallen. Twisted, indistinct figures, staring with hollow eyes that reflected the faint light of the tunnel. The hum of the tracks grew louder, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very marrow of his body. Mark realized then that he had no choice but to confront the watcher directly. To step back was to risk absorption into the cycle of observation. To step forward was to witness, to engage, to confront. The letters on the board spelled slowly, deliberately, with the weight of inevitability. Step forward, or be forever watched. Choose. He swallowed hard, heart racing, and felt the pull of the tunnel stronger than ever. The shadows surged, the floor trembled, the air thickened with the scent of rust and old metal, and in that moment, Mark understood the nature of his journey. He was not here merely to observe, nor merely to mourn. He was here to face the watcher, to navigate the cycle, and to reconcile the past with the present in a way that few living souls could endure. With hands trembling, knees weak, and breath ragged, Mark took a deep, deliberate step forward. The vibration beneath him surged like a living pulse, the shadows leaning inward, the tunnel stretching infinitely before him. The watcher's presence enveloped him, all-seeing, all-knowing, and he felt the weight of countless tragedies pressing into his mind. And then, in a moment that seemed to stretch forever, he saw the faintest glimmer at the end of the tunnel, a point of light that was neither warmth nor safety, but an invitation. The letters on the board moved again, spelling a final, haunting phrase for the moment. Witness, or be forgotten. The choice is yours, but time is not. Mark's heart pounded as he stepped toward that light, aware that every choice, every hesitation, every breath would echo in the station forever. And the watcher waited, patient, omnipresent, a force beyond comprehension, observing the man who had come to witness the fall and perhaps to understand what it truly meant to face inevitability. Mark's steps echoed along the cracked tiles of the abandoned station, each footfall sounding impossibly loud in the oppressive silence. The vibration beneath him, subtle at first, now pulsed with deliberate insistence. Every nerve in his body seemed attuned to it, each heartbeat a drumbeat against the dark. The shadows along the tunnel walls had grown more distinct, shifting like liquid darkness. Figures emerged twisted, elongated forms that bore vague, distorted resemblances to humans. Faces from memories, faces of strangers, faces of the fallen, all fused together in a mosaic of grief, horror, and silent accusation. He felt the watcher's presence more acutely than ever. It wasn't merely observing. It was pressing against him, weaving its consciousness into his mind, threading his thoughts into a web that stretched across the station. The planchette under his fingers quivered, spelling words with deliberate pace. You will see. The fall repeats. Witness the inevitable. Mark swallowed hard, his throat dry. The air in the station thickened, the metallic scent of rust and decay growing pungent, like blood long abandoned in an iron vessel. He tried to step backward, to put distance between himself and the encroaching darkness, but the platform seemed to stretch infinitely, folding space into a warped echo of reality. Each retreating step drew him closer to the station's heart. The tunnel ahead darkened further, yet faint streaks of light appeared, impossible and flickering, like memory bleeding into the present. Within the light, he saw a train, its outline only vaguely solid, composed of shadows, glimpses of windows, and faint glimmers of steel. It had no sound of its own, yet he could feel its weight and the vibrations through the floor. The watcher's letters moved again. Observe, or join them. Your choice approaches. Mark's knees weakened, and he sank slightly to the floor, hands pressing against the planchette. He could feel the energy beneath his fingertips, a pulse, not unlike the vibration of the tracks, but intelligent, aware. It moved with purpose, guiding him, warning him, insisting on something he could not yet comprehend. The shadows on the walls stretched toward the train, rippling as if pulled by gravity of some otherworldly design. Faces appeared within them, watching him, silent and accusatory, eyes hollow yet piercing. He could see fragments of their lives, moments of laughter, arguments, the abrupt halt of existence as they had fallen before him. The station seemed alive, a sentient repository of tragedies. With the Watcher as its omniscient overseer, he lifted his gaze to the rails themselves. They were impossibly long, stretching beyond perception, a corridor of darkness through which the spectral train advanced silently. The vibration intensified, now a rhythmic pounding through the bones of his legs, the marrow in his arms, resonating in his skull. Every nerve was taut with anticipation, dread, and a grim sense of inevitability. Mark reached for the planchette again. Letters moved, spelling slowly. The fall. Will repeat. You must witness it, or become part of the memory. The words sank into him like ice water. He understood then that the Watcher was not simply showing him. It was pulling him into a temporal loop, threading him into the chain of events that had led to countless deaths on these tracks. Suddenly, the station walls quivered. Dust fell from the ceiling in motes that sparkled faintly in the dim light, and the shadows twisted violently. The spectral train drew closer, its shape more solid now, a distorted reflection of reality. The faint cries and whispers that had accompanied the vibration grew louder, layered voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear, grief, and rage. Some whispered his name, some cried silently, others laughed with a cold, hollow mirth. Mark's chest tightened. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, to abandon the station, but he knew deep in his gut that he could not. The Watcher's force was a tether, unbreakable, and stepping away would not free him, it would merely fold him into the station's memory. A ghostly observer trapped among the fallen. The planchette spelled another warning. Step forward, or be consumed. Choose. Now. Mark forced himself to rise, shaking, mind racing with memories of the accident. He remembered the day his sister had been lost. The screeching metal, the sudden impact, the silence afterward. The station seemed to echo that silence now, amplifying it, stretching it into infinity, each heartbeat an eternity of dread. As he stepped closer to the rails, the air grew colder, thick with a metallic tang. Shadows surged around him, forming indistinct humanoid shapes that reached for him. Some shapes mirrored the posture of those who had fallen, faces twisted in terror, mouths open in silent screams. The vibration beneath him became unbearable, a resonant pulse that threatened to shatter his bones. Mark's vision flickered between reality and hallucination. He saw the tracks elongate endlessly, the spectral train rushing silently toward him. In fleeting glimpses, he recognized figures from the day of the accident, passengers, bystanders, his sister, each frozen in the instant before tragedy struck. Their eyes, empty yet knowing, seemed to pierce through him, reflecting both accusation and inevitability. The board moved again, letters spelling, "You cannot escape, only witness or join." The Watcher's presence intensified, a suffocating weight pressing on his mind. He realized, with a chill that froze his blood, that stepping backward or running would not save him. The cycle was relentless, its gravity inescapable. To survive, to maintain consciousness, he had to move forward, he had to witness. Mark advanced, each step a battle against the pull of despair. The shadows became more coherent, figures of those who had fallen before merging with the spectral train. It advanced silently, impossibly fast, yet the station stretched endlessly, giving him space to approach. The air hummed with energy, vibrating through his body, echoing in every nerve and bone. Then, without warning, a figure emerged directly on the rails, a reflection of his sister, frozen in the moment before the accident. She stared at him, eyes wide with fear, lips parting in a silent scream. The Watcher's letters spelled, "See the fall, or be part of it. Witness." Mark froze. His mind raced, a chaotic torrent of fear, grief, and the unshakable sense of impending doom. The station seemed to contract around him, shadows stretching, twisting, converging toward the rails. The vibration beneath him became a deafening drumbeat, synchronized with the spectral train's inexorable approach. Every fiber of his being screamed to turn away, to flee. Yet he knew it was futile. The Watcher's presence was absolute, and the station itself, a living repository of inevitability, demanded his attention. He pressed his hands on the planchette, forcing himself to focus, to absorb, to witness without succumbing to panic. The spectral train drew closer, the forms of the fallen clearer, their faces reflecting fear, surprise, and the quiet resignation of fate. Mark's chest heaved, heart racing. sweat pouring down his face. Every instinct urged him to collapse, to retreat, yet he stood firm, forcing his mind to engage with the Watcher's lesson. Observation, understanding, the confrontation of inevitability. The letters spelled again, the fall is coming, you will see, or be consumed. The choice is yours. Mark's vision blurred as he realized the full magnitude of what he faced. The spectral train was upon him, yet the station stretched endlessly, a liminal space outside of time. He could see every tragedy, every fall, every scream in a continuous, infinite tapestry. He took a deep, shuddering breath and stepped onto the tracks, feeling the vibration surge through his feet and legs. The shadows leaned closer, and the spectral forms of those who had fallen surrounded him. Yet he forced his gaze forward. The Watcher's presence enveloped him completely. Yet he understood, with a clarity that was almost painful, that to confront it, to witness, was to assert his own will within the cycle. The moment stretched into an eternity. The spectral train approached, faster and faster, shadows folding over themselves, screams rising in layered crescendos. Mark's hands gripped the board, knuckles white, as he focused on the sequence of events the day of the accident, the faces, the cries, the inevitability, and absorbed it, cataloging every detail in his consciousness. And then, as the train reached the threshold of perception, the shadows paused, the vibration subsided slightly, and the letters on the board spelled, "You have chosen to witness. The fall will repeat, but your observation is your armor, for now." Mark staggered back slightly, breath ragged, sweat streaming, but alive. The station remained, silent yet alive, the shadows flickering in and out of coherence. The Watcher's presence was still there, patient, all-seeing, but he had endured its test for now. The rails ahead stretched into infinite darkness, the spectral train gone, leaving only the echo of its passing. Mark knew, however, that this was not the end. The Watcher remained, the station remained, and the cycle of inevitability was far from over. He had survived the encounter, witnessed the fall, but the lessons, the horrors, and the endless observations lay ahead. Mark sank to the platform, gripping the planchette, trying to calm his racing heart. He knew that the Watcher was patient. It would wait, observing, guiding, ensnaring, until the moment when another choice had to be made. And somewhere deep in his mind, he understood that the station, the shadows, the vibrations, they were not just a place. They were a mirror of fate, a reflection of inevitability, and he was now a part of it. Mark's knees were shaking, legs barely supporting him as he sank onto the cracked tiles of the abandoned platform. The spectral train had vanished, or perhaps it had only retreated into some deeper layer of this liminal station. Yet the vibration beneath him lingered, faint but insistent, like a pulse echoing from the very bones of the earth. He gripped the planchette tightly, his fingers trembling, trying to anchor himself in the tactile reality of the board as if it were the only proof that he still existed in the material world. The shadows had not retreated. They still clung to the walls, undulating in forms that were almost but never entirely human. Faces blinked in and out of perception. The fallen passengers, strangers from the past, his sister, and other figures whose presence he could not explain. They whispered in layered voices, overlapping syllables in a cacophony that resonated deep within his chest. Some whispered warnings, others simply murmured their sorrow. Every word pressed upon him with the weight of inevitability. The planchette began to move again, almost imperceptibly at first, then with deliberate, unnerving clarity. Letters formed. The observer must decide. The fall repeats, but choices change the flow. Mark's breath caught in his throat. Choices. He had assumed that this station, this Watcher, this endless cycle was absolute, that the falls were inevitable, but the letters suggested a way forward, a chance, however slight, to influence the pattern, to intervene, to alter the course of fate. He pressed his palms harder against the planchette. How? The letters spelled back. Follow the tracks, understand the fall, embrace the observation, or be absorbed. Mark rose unsteadily, legs weak, and turned toward the tunnel from which the train had emerged. Darkness stretched infinitely ahead, yet he sensed the rhythm of the tracks as if they were an organism, breathing, pulsing, alive. He stepped forward. The vibration beneath his feet intensified, resonating with the cadence of the long-dead rails. Each step brought him closer to the epicenter of the station, the heart of the Watcher's domain. The shadows reacted instantly to his movement, stretching toward him, coalescing into more coherent forms. Figures of those who had fallen before their faces, contorted in terror or sorrow, moved with him, as if guiding or testing his resolve. Mark could see fragments of their last moments, the screeching of brakes, the final expressions frozen on their faces, the abrupt end of hope. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to absorb it all. To witness was no longer enough. He had to understand, to internalize, to feel the inevitability and yet remain conscious. A sudden, sharp clatter echoed from deep within the tunnel. Dust swirled in the air, illuminated by faint, flickering light. The shadows twisted violently, forming shapes that seemed both human and mechanical, merging the train itself with its passengers. Mark's heart hammered in his chest. He knew the Watcher was close its consciousness, like a storm surrounding him, pressing against his mind with relentless force. The planchette spelled again, slowly, deliberately. The fall is not only observed, it is experienced. Choose your role, witness, or intervene. Mark's mind reeled. Intervene? Could he truly influence the events that had already transpired? Could he alter the flow of fate that had ensnared countless others? The shadows seemed to sense his hesitation. Faces pressed closer, murmuring, urging, accusing. The vibration beneath him surged with intensity, forcing him to move, forcing him to confront the essence of the Watcher. He stepped forward into the tunnel, darkness closing in around him like a living thing. Every surface seemed to pulse with unseen energy, the walls bending and stretching in impossible angles. The air was thick with the metallic tang of rust, the faint acrid scent of burned wiring, the subtle undertone of decay. Each breath he drew was heavy, weighted, almost tasting of inevitability itself. A faint glow appeared ahead, and within it, the outlines of the spectral train began to reform. This time it was not merely a vision. It was more substantial, almost tangible. The forms of the fallen were clearer, their expressions frozen yet penetrating. Mark could feel their energy, the residual essence of their final moments, intertwining with the station's consciousness. He realized, viscerally, that the Watcher's realm was not merely a station but a nexus, a confluence of memory, fate, and consciousness. The planchette moved again, spelling, "The fall approaches. The observer must decide, engage or be engulfed." Mark felt a wave of nausea. His legs threatened to buckle beneath him, but he forced each step forward. The shadows shifted around him, forming a corridor that funneled him directly toward the train. It moved silently, impossibly fast, yet the platform stretched infinitely, giving him room to approach. Every nerve in his body was taut, every sense heightened. The vibration beneath him synchronized with his pulse, a relentless drumbeat urging him onward. He saw them clearly now, the passengers of past accidents, frozen in moments of terror, each a fragment of memory caught in the endless cycle. Their eyes bore into him, challenging, questioning, accusing. Some whispered his name, others cried silently. A distorted echo of his sister's face appeared, her expression a mixture of fear and faint recognition. Mark pressed his hands to the planchette. How do I stop this? The letters formed slowly. Stop is not the answer. Understand, guide, survive. The choice is yours. He realized then that the Watcher was not merely a force of inevitability. It was a teacher, a test. To survive, he could not flee. He could not merely witness. He had to interact, to engage, to thread his consciousness into the flow of events without becoming consumed by it. The spectral train surged closer. Shadows leaned inward, pressing against him, folding over themselves. Mark felt their weight, the cumulative energy of every fall, every scream, every moment of frozen terror. And yet, within that pressure, he sensed a path, a subtle resonance in the vibration beneath his feet, a rhythm he could follow, a sequence of steps that could guide him through the nexus. He moved deliberately, synchronizing each step with the pulse of the station. The shadows parted subtly, responding to his focus. The spectral train approached, passengers frozen in their final moments, yet he felt a strange agency growing within him. He was no longer entirely a passive observer. He was a participant, threading his awareness into the pattern of events, learning to navigate the inevitability without succumbing. The planchette spelled a final, urgent message. The fall is near. Engage, or be engulfed. Time folds for those who observe. Mark forced himself forward, moving step by step, integrating the memories of the fallen, the rhythm of the tracks, the cadence of the station's pulse. The train was upon him, yet he felt no panic now. Only awareness, only observation, only a tense, desperate understanding that the cycle could be navigated, that the Watcher's test could be endured. And then, in the periphery of his vision, he glimpsed at a singular anomaly in the flow, a minor distortion in the otherwise inevitable pattern of tragedy, a micro-moment he could influence, a detail he could adjust. He realized with dawning clarity that the Watcher allowed him this choice. That to engage actively, to witness consciously, to thread himself into the event, was to assert agency. In a world of fatality, the shadows leaned closer, the vibration peaked, the spectral train loomed ever larger. Yet Mark advanced steadily. Each footfall was deliberate, synchronized with the rhythm, absorbing the lessons of every fall, threading his presence into the nexus without being devoured. The Watcher's letters spelled slowly. You have seen. Now choose. Observe. Or alter. Mark's breath came in ragged bursts, sweat streaming down his face, mind racing. He knew that the choice he made now would determine not only his fate but the resonance of the entire cycle. The spectral train, the shadows, the station, the Watcher, all waited in expectant silence. The nexus pulsed around him, holding its collective breath. He reached the anomaly, the micro-moment within the stream of inevitable tragedy. With deliberate focus, he pressed his hand onto the planchette. Letters moved. Engage, thread your presence, survive the fall. Mark inhaled deeply. Every nerve was taut, every muscle trembling, yet he forced calm, concentration, and awareness. The spectral forms of the fallen leaned closer, eyes piercing, observing his every micro-movement. The station vibrated with tension, the Watcher's presence a suffocating, omnipresent force. And in that infinite moment, he acted. Mark's heart pounded as he hovered at the threshold of the anomaly, the micro-moment within the infinite cycle. Every instinct screamed at him to pull back, to flee into the shadows or abandon the spectral train entirely. But he understood now. Retreat would only fold him into the chain of fallen observers, a permanent witness lost to the Watcher's endless nexus. He had to act, to thread himself into the event without becoming consumed. The vibration beneath his feet surged, resonating through bone and marrow. Shadows flickered violently, pressing closer like living ink against the walls, across the rails, over the spectral figures frozen in their final moments. The air was thick, metallic, and cold, pressing against his lungs. The faint echoes of the train's brakes, the screech of steel on steel, and the fragmented screams of those lost filled his ears in a dissonant symphony. The planchette moved with deliberate slowness, letters forming in urgent succession. Engage. The fall. Thread your presence. Choose. Mark's vision blurred, blending reality with the Nexus's warped perception. He saw the accident from multiple angles, every perspective of the fallen replaying simultaneously. His sister, a stranger whose expression mirrored his own terror, bystanders frozen mid-step, each frame pulsed with energy, the gravity of inevitability weighing heavier with every second. The anomaly glimmered before him, faint, almost imperceptible, like a thin line of light threading through darkness. It was a subtle divergence in the otherwise immutable flow of events, the small space where choice could enter the cycle. His mind grasped it, trembling. If he could influence this moment, even slightly, he might alter the outcome, not for himself, but for the countless trapped within the Nexus. He pressed his hand to the planchette, focusing every ounce of consciousness. Letters moved, forming a single, deliberate message. Thread your will. Observe, interact, survive. The fall approaches. Mark's pulse synchronized with the vibration beneath him. He leaned into it, stepping forward. The spectral train surged, filling the tunnel with a presence that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Its carriages shimmered, revealing the frozen passengers within, eyes wide in fear, mouths open in silent screams, bodies suspended in the microsecond before annihilation. Shadows poured from the walls, merging with the train, forming a living, writhing tapestry of inevitability. Mark's legs trembled, sweat streaming down his face, but he advanced, threading his awareness through the anomaly. He saw the point of impact, the moment where life ended abruptly, and he focused, not to interfere recklessly, but to insert a sliver of conscious choice into the tapestry. Every shadow, every echo, every fragment of memory responded to his presence, bending subtly as he moved. The Watcher's letters spelled a final, urgent command. The fall is imminent. Thread, or be consumed. Mark felt the pull of inevitability surge, the weight of countless deaths pressing against him. But within that pressure, he sensed the anomaly holding steady, a thin, fragile line of divergence that would allow him to act. He visualized the sequence, calculated the infinitesimal variations in timing and position, and aligned his consciousness with the rhythm of the station, the pulse of the tracks, the cadence of the spectral train. The shadows leaned in, observing, judging, testing. He could see their faces now clearly, expressions of fear, grief, accusation, curiosity. They mirrored his own emotions, amplified and distorted. Yet he pressed forward, guided by instinct, knowledge, and sheer willpower. The train approached the micro-moment. The vibration beneath him became deafening, resonating through every nerve, every bone, every cell. He could feel the temporal threads stretching, folding, converging. The spectral figures of the fallen were frozen mid-scream, mid-step, mid-breath, and then he acted. He shifted slightly, a mere fraction of an inch, threading his presence into the anomaly. The micro-moment responded, subtle but unmistakable, a ripple of light along the tracks, the faintest shift in the train's trajectory, a resonance in the shadows. The Watcher's letters formed one last message. Observe. You have thread. Survive. But the cycle remains. Mark exhaled sharply, knees weak, vision blurred. The train surged past the anomaly, and for the first time, the passengers' expressions softened, a fraction of relief passing through their frozen features. He had not rewritten history, nor could he erase the tragedies entirely, but he had inserted awareness into the cycle, a witness who could thread choice into inevitability. The station seemed to sigh. Shadows receded slightly, folding back into walls. The vibration subsided, leaving only the lingering resonance of the nexus. Mark staggered to the platform's edge, chest heaving, hands shaking, drenched in sweat. He looked down the infinite rails, now quiet, now tense, now expectant. The Watcher's presence lingered, patient, unyielding, yet marked by recognition. For the first time, Mark felt a strange kinship with it, not fear, not hatred, but understanding. The Watcher was not malevolent. It was eternal, bound to the nexus, observing, guiding, testing, preserving the tapestry of countless lives and deaths. And now, he was a part of it, not consumed, not erased, but integrated, threading his awareness into the pattern without succumbing to it. He sank to the platform, head in hands, exhausted, trembling. Every nerve, every muscle, every thought burned with the intensity of the encounter. Around him, the shadows flickered, not threatening, but alive, watching, aware. The station itself seemed to pulse with a quiet rhythm, a heartbeat that matched his own. Then, a faint vibration different from before, subtle, almost like a heartbeat in harmony with his own. The planchette moved one last time, letters forming slowly. The observer survives. The fall remains. But you are now part of the nexus. Watch, learn, thread. Mark understood. He had survived. He had endured. And though the station, the Watcher, and the infinite chain of falls would continue, he had inserted himself into the flow, not as a victim, not as a passive observer, but as a participant, threading consciousness into inevitability without being devoured by it. He rose unsteadily, staggering toward the station exit. The spectral train no longer surged in the distance. Shadows flickered and receded into walls. The air was still thick, cold, metallic, but no longer suffocating. He moved with cautious steps, aware that he could never entirely leave the nexus behind. The Watcher's presence lingered, patient, eternal, observing. At the edge of the platform, Mark paused, He glanced back at the tracks, the empty station, the faint echoes of those who had fallen. A deep understanding settled within him. Survival was not about escaping inevitability, but threading awareness into it. Observation, presence, engagement, these were the tools that the Watcher had offered, and now he carried them, a fragile beacon in the infinite darkness. The station doors groaned as he stepped through, the cool night air hitting his face. The world outside felt impossibly real, tangibly solid, yet he knew the nexus was always near, a shadow behind reality, a hum beneath the rails, a presence waiting for another observer, another cycle, another thread to weave. Mark walked away from the station, planchette tucked carefully in his jacket, the memory of the Watcher and the infinite falls etched permanently in his consciousness. He knew he would never sleep the same again. The echoes of inevitability, the whispers of the fallen, the pulse of the tracks they would follow him, a constant reminder that awareness was survival, and observation was both a gift and a burden. And somewhere, deep in the nexus, the Watcher watched, waiting, patient, eternal, its lesson delivered, its cycle ongoing, the train to oblivion ever present, moving, waiting for the next observer to thread choice into inevitability. Story 4. The Shadow of the Past. Liam had always been drawn to places that carried echoes of the past. Abandoned buildings whispered secrets to him, and dusty studios held the faint tang of forgotten lives. The city's industrial district, with its rows of derelict warehouses and broken storefronts, had always fascinated him. There was one particular studio, hidden behind a rusted gate and forgotten by everyone but time itself, that had captured his attention for months. Its windows were cracked, its wooden door hanging precariously on its hinges, yet inside, he felt a pull he could not resist, a magnetic call to uncover the story trapped within. He pushed the door open, and a wave of stale air, thick with dust and the faint smell of turpentine, greeted him. Sunlight streamed through the broken panes, catching the floating particles and making them shimmer like tiny stars. The room was cluttered with canvases, broken easels, and dried tubes of paint. Some of the paintings leaned against the walls, others lay stacked in precarious piles, their subjects obscured by years of neglect. Yet despite the decay, the room vibrated with latent energy, a pulse that seemed to echo through Liam's chest. Liam moved slowly, careful not to disturb anything unnecessarily. His eyes scanned the room, absorbing the textures, the shadows, the lingering echoes of creation. And then, in the far corner, he saw it, a wooden box, unassuming but distinctly out of place among the chaos. It was intricately carved, small, and ancient. Dust coated its surface, but something about it seemed almost alive. He knelt down and ran his fingers along the carvings, feeling the grooves etched into the wood. There was a weight to it, a sense of importance, as though it held a fragment of the past waiting for him. With careful hands, he lifted the lid. Inside lay a Ouija board, worn with age, the letters faded but still legible. He felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never been a believer in the supernatural, yet the energy emanating from this simple wooden board was undeniable. His curiosity, stronger than fear, compelled him to pick up the planchette. The air in the studio seemed to thicken, pressing against him, heavy with anticipation. He placed the planchette on the board and let his fingers hover over it. At first, nothing happened, just the quiet hum of the city outside and the occasional creak of the building settling. But then, almost imperceptibly, the planchette trembled. Liam's breath caught. "Hello," he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. The planchette moved, slowly at first, then with a deliberate insistence. Letters spelled out a name. Sarah. Liam's heart thumped. He had not expected a response, and yet here it was. He leaned closer, eyes wide, sensing a presence in the air, a consciousness trying to reach him across time. "Sarah," he murmured, testing the sound of the name. "Who are you?" The planchette shifted again, spelling, "I need you to see." A chill ran down his spine. He realized this was no ordinary contact. There was urgency here, a desperate need woven into each movement of the planchette. Liam felt a pulse of empathy and fear intertwining, an instinct telling him to proceed carefully. "I'm listening," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "Find the truth. The letters formed slowly, almost painfully deliberate. Liam leaned back, mind racing. The studio felt colder now, shadows deepening in corners that had previously been washed in sunlight. He noticed a particular canvas leaning against the far wall, half obscured by dust and debris. Something about it felt wrong, as though it held a secret it was unwilling to reveal. Liam approached, heart hammering. The painting was of a woman, delicate features painted with exquisite care, but her eyes were hollow, her expression caught between serenity and terror. There was something about her that made the air feel thick, heavy, as if the room itself was holding its breath. "Sarah?" Liam whispered again, unsure if he was addressing the spirit or the memory trapped within the canvas. The planchette moved frantically, spelling. He was just beginning. Liam's mind reeled. He had to piece it together. The spirit, or whatever presence this was trying to communicate a story, something unfinished, a past that had been violently interrupted. His pulse quickened as he realized he was not merely observing, he was participating. The boundaries between past and present, life and death, were thinning. He scanned the room. Every canvas seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, as though echoing the turmoil trapped within the studio. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, bending in ways that defied geometry, curling toward him with subtle insistence. He felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, watching, judging, pleading. "Tell me," Liam said aloud, fingers still hovering over the planchette. "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The letters began to move rapidly, almost frantically, spelling. "His jealousy broke my life." A cold gust of air swept through the studio, rattling the broken windows and sending dust motes spinning like tiny galaxies. Liam's breath came in shallow gasps. The presence was angry, sorrowful, desperate. He understood now that Sarah had been murdered, her life extinguished violently, and the spirit had lingered, trapped, seeking recognition, seeking justice, seeking release. He knelt again, pressing both hands onto the planchette. "Who did this? Tell me." The letters spelled slowly, deliberately. His name was Jonathan. He took everything. "Mark?" Liam froze. The name reverberated in his mind. Jonathan? Someone from the past. A man consumed by jealousy, consumed by a need to possess and destroy. The shadows seemed to lean closer, urging him to continue, to witness, to see what had been hidden. Finish the work. The planchette's message was clear. Sarah's story was intertwined with the paintings. The destroyed works, the hidden canvases, the obscured images, they held the key to understanding what had happened, to revealing the truth that had been buried by time and malice. Liam's hands shook, but he set to work. He began uncovering canvases, brushing away decades of dust, revealing fragmented, haunting images. Each painting told a piece of Sarah's story, fleeting moments of fear, glimpses of Jonathan's rage, the terror in her eyes as he destroyed her creations and finally ended her life. The studio seemed to pulse with energy as he pieced it together, each canvas vibrating faintly, whispering, guiding. The shadows coalesced more distinctly now, forming shapes that were almost human, fragmented memories of Sarah's final moments. Liam felt a chill crawling over his skin, goosebumps rising as he realized the depth of the horror that had occurred here. The spirit was not vengeful in the traditional sense. It was trapped in anguish, needing him to witness, to acknowledge, to remember. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes, time becoming elastic in the studio's oppressive air. Liam felt his mind stretching, absorbing the weight of the past. The letters on the planchette continued to spell slowly, guiding him, reveal the secret, and then he understood. He was not merely uncovering art. He was piecing together a life, a death, a betrayal, a shadow that had lingered far too long. The studio itself seemed to lean closer, walls bending subtly, as if the building itself had absorbed the horror and now sought to release it through him. Liam stepped back, trembling, as the final canvas emerged from the shadows. It depicted Jonathan, grotesque in his fury, looming over a shattered easel, the remnants of Sarah's final masterpiece scattered at his feet. The scene was vivid, almost alive, and the air around it vibrated with the resonance of that final, violent act. The planchette moved once more, slowly. Pay attention, or suffer. Liam swallowed hard. He knew that completing the story, witnessing it fully, was not simply an intellectual exercise. It was a ritual of recognition, a bridge across time and death. By acknowledging the horror, by threading his awareness through the fragments of the past, he could give Sarah a measure of peace. The shadows pulsed, the studio seemed to exhale, and Liam felt a strange kinship with the lingering presence. He was not afraid, not in the traditional sense, but aware, fully aware, of the delicate line between life and death, memory and reality, observer and participant. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of the abandoned studio, Sarah's presence lingered, no longer a whisper in the dark, but a weight, a pulse, a thread entwined with his own consciousness. Liam knew, in that moment, that he had only begun to unravel the shadow of the past and that the studio held many more secrets, each one darker, each one more insistent than the last. The dim light filtering through the cracked studio windows cast long, trembling shadows across the wooden floor, and Liam felt them watching him as he worked. Every canvas he uncovered seemed to thrum faintly under his fingertips, vibrating with an energy that was almost alive. Dust motes swirled in the stagnant air, glittering like tiny frozen stars in the weak shafts of sunlight, each one seeming to carry fragments of Sarah's final moments. He had spent hours, or perhaps it was only minutes. Time seemed to stretch and collapse in this haunted space, methodically removing layers of decay, uncovering the hidden paintings, the torn sketches, the destroyed remnants of a life violently interrupted. With every brush of his hand, every uncovered piece, the atmosphere grew heavier, denser, like a storm cloud about to break. He could almost feel Sarah's presence pressing close, her sorrow and fury wrapped tightly around him, urging him onward. The planchette remained on the board, moving now with more urgency, almost impatiently. Its letters spelled out, "Find the painting that hides." Liam's pulse quickened. He glanced at the stack of canvases leaning against the far wall, realizing that one in particular had been partially hidden behind a rotting easel. The air near it felt colder, denser, tinged with the faint metallic scent of old blood and wet clay. He approached slowly, hands trembling, and pulled it free. The painting was enormous, almost claustrophobic in size, depicting a room filled with shattered objects and overturned furniture. A woman lay sprawled on the floor, her expression frozen in terror, her eyes wide and unseeing. Looming above her was a man with a contorted face, rage etched into every line, hands raised as though in the act of destruction. Liam recognized the figure instantly, Jonathan, the man Sarah had named. Every detail, from the glint of a broken blade to the chaotic spill of paints across the floor, screamed of the final, violent moments of her life. He stepped back, swallowing hard, trying to steady his racing heart. The studio seemed to respond to his unease. Shadows shifted subtly, curling around corners, pooling near the walls, stretching and twisting in unnatural angles. The faint hum of the city outside was replaced by a low, almost imperceptible vibration in the floorboards, like the studio itself was breathing. "Sarah," Liam whispered, placing his fingers lightly on the planchette. "I see it. I see him. Tell me what happened next." The letters moved slowly, deliberately. He was not done yet. The burning continues. A cold wind swept through the studio, rattling broken windows and sending the dust swirling. Liam shivered as the shadows deepened, and he realized that the room was no longer simply a space. It had become a vessel of memory, a container for the anguish and violence that had unfolded here decades ago. He understood that Jonathan had not finished destroying her work, not finished erasing her life, and that the remnants of that destruction were now bound to the studio itself. Liam's eyes scanned the surrounding canvases, searching for clues, for pieces of the story that remained hidden. Some paintings were grotesquely distorted, faces twisted into unrecognizable shapes, colors bleeding into one another in unnatural ways. Others depicted moments of quiet intimacy abruptly interrupted by chaos. The subtle horror of domestic life turned violent. The more he uncovered, the more he felt the studio pressing in around him, alive with Sarah's memory. The planchette moved again, spelling, "You must reconstruct the final moment." Liam swallowed, feeling the enormity of the task pressing down on him. He was not merely uncovering history, he was participating in it, threading his consciousness through the final, violent seconds of Sarah's life. Every detail had to be reconstructed, every nuance of emotion and action understood. Failure meant erasing her story entirely, letting the shadow of Jonathan's violence remain unchallenged. He began with careful strokes, sketching the outlines of the scene as he had uncovered them. The shadows in the studio seemed to lean closer, observing, guiding, urging him to capture every detail. The air grew colder, the faint metallic scent stronger, and Liam felt a prickle along his spine, a constant awareness that he was not alone. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. The studio became a cocoon of time, suspended between past and present. Liam's hand moved steadily, reconstructing Sarah's final moments, capturing her terror, her resilience, the moment when the last shred of her life was violently extinguished. As he worked, the planchette spelled out fragmented messages. Do not look away. Keep witnessing it. The more he drew, the more vivid the presence became. Shadows condensed into forms, faint whispers echoing around the room, telling fragments of a story that had long been silenced. Liam's mind struggled to hold on to his own consciousness as the intensity of the haunting surged. The studio vibrated with energy, every brushstroke of his pencil amplifying the resonance of memory and trauma. Then, as he reached the climactic moment of the reconstruction, the instant before Jonathan's final act of violence, the shadows recoiled slightly, and the planchette spelled a single word: watch. Liam's breath caught. He felt the weight of Sarah's gaze upon him, and in that moment, the room shifted. Time became elastic, folding in on itself. He could see the scene in multiple layers: the destroyed studio, the living man and woman, the ghostly presence of memory overlaying it, the shadows of the present observing it all. It was disorienting, overwhelming, but he pressed on, compelled by a mixture of fear, empathy, and the need for closure. By the time the final strokes were laid upon the reconstructed moment, Liam was shaking, drenched in sweat, every nerve ending alive with the tension of observation. The shadows receded slightly, forming a delicate balance between presence and absence. The studio seemed to exhale, the air easing, though still heavy with latent energy. He stepped back from the work and realized that he had not merely witnessed Sarah's final moments. He had, in some way, bridged the gap between past and present, providing acknowledgement to a life violently ended and a story that demanded recognition. Yet even as relief washed over him, he sensed the lingering presence of Jonathan, not as a living threat, but as an echo, a shadow that would not release its hold so easily. The planchette moved one last time, spelling a final message for the night. The shadow remains, but you are witness. Liam exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the experience settle in his chest. He understood now that the studio held countless secrets, that each canvas, each shadow, each whisper was a fragment of lives interrupted, stories untold. Sarah's presence lingered, not angry now, but expectant, waiting for him to continue the work, to uncover, to witness, to thread the past into memory without letting it consume him. As he packed his materials and prepared to leave for the night, Liam cast one last glance around the studio. The shadows seemed to pulse faintly in response, a rhythm of anticipation that promised further revelations, more fragments of a story that stretched beyond the walls, beyond time itself. He knew he had only begun to unravel the shadow of the past, and that the studio, with all its hidden horrors and memories, would demand more from him in the nights to come. The night outside was silent, almost unnervingly so. Liam stepped into the cool air, carrying with him the weight of a story that was no longer entirely of the past. Somewhere, behind the thin veil of time and memory, Sarah's presence lingered, tethered to him now, a constant reminder that some stories demand witnesses, and some shadows never truly fade. Liam returned to the studio the following evening, the winter air biting at his skin, his breath forming clouds that dissipated into the dark streets. The city seemed quieter than usual, almost as though the abandoned district itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to step inside the crumbling walls. The faint glow of streetlights cast long, wavering shadows through the broken windows, and as he pushed open the studio door, a shiver ran down his spine, not from the cold, but from the almost tangible sense of being watched. Inside, the studio felt different, not in its structure, which remained as decayed and cluttered as he had left it, but in its energy. The shadows that had once lurked at the edges of his vision now seemed bolder, moving with intent, curling toward him as if acknowledging his presence. The Ouija board sat on the floor where he had left it, planchette slightly tilted, as if it had been waiting for him. Dust swirled in the shafts of pale light, glittering like suspended motes of memory. He knelt, fingers brushing the board, and whispered, "Sarah, are you here?" The planchette trembled immediately, and then began moving, spelling out, "I am stronger now." But, watch. Liam felt a chill that wasn't just from the cold. Sarah's presence had shifted. There was a weight now, a concentrated intensity, as though she had grown more aware, more urgent. He realized, with a sinking certainty, that her story was far from complete, and that she needed him not just to witness, but to act. He stood slowly, the studio's shadows crawling along the walls like living ink, and moved to the large canvas he had begun reconstructing. As he approached, the edges of the painting seemed to ripple, the faint lines of Jonathan's figure vibrating, as if impatient to reveal the truth fully. Liam's breath quickened. The air smelled faintly of rust and old paint, but beneath that, a metallic tang lingered, like dried blood and iron. He placed his hand on the canvas. The moment was almost tactile, electric. He felt a pull, subtle at first, then more insistent, drawing him into the final scene. Sarah on the floor, Jonathan looming above her, the air between them thick with rage and despair. But this time, Liam could sense movement beyond the painting, in the studio itself. Shadows shifted, coalesced, and he caught glimpses, barely perceptible forms dancing along the edges of his vision. "Jonathan," Liam murmured almost to himself, "I know who you are. I know what you did." The planchette spelled, "He can see you." A sudden draft swept the room, rattling the broken windows. Liam's heart raced as he realized the past was reaching through the present. The studio itself seemed to vibrate, walls bending subtly, shadows stretching toward him. The figures in the painting quivered, almost alive, reflecting the anguish and violence of the final moments. Liam's hands shook as he sketched, trying to capture the movements, the expressions, the emotions, the very essence of Sarah's last experience. Every line he drew felt consequential, each stroke a bridge between the living and the dead. He could almost hear the low murmur of voices, fragmented, overlapping whispers of memories, regrets, and unfinished business. Then the air shifted again, colder this time, and Liam felt it, a presence not of sorrow, but of malice. Jonathan, the specter of a man long dead, yet his essence persisted in the studio's shadows, entwined with the remnants of his rage. The temperature dropped sharply, and Liam saw a dark shape move near the corner, a form human in silhouette, yet impossibly distorted. It was Jonathan, watching him, and Liam's pulse jumped into a frantic rhythm. "Why are you here?" Liam whispered, voice tight, heart hammering. The planchette spelled in quick, almost aggressive bursts. "To control the story, you must not stop." Liam realized the danger. Jonathan's presence had not merely been residual anger. It had gained some sort of consciousness, feeding off the tragedy, entwined with the studio itself. The shadows moved closer, and he felt them press against his mind, tugging at his focus, attempting to disrupt his reconstruction of Sarah's last moments. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the surge of adrenaline. "I will finish it," he said firmly, though his teeth chattered. "I will see it through, but you cannot stop me." The planchette paused, then spelled slowly, "You will be consumed." The warning was clear. Jonathan's shadow would not allow the story to be completed without interference. Liam's mind raced. He needed a strategy not just to witness, but to protect himself and to ensure Sarah's truth could be revealed. He moved to the smaller canvases, ones depicting earlier moments of Sarah's life, moments of joy, subtle domestic scenes interrupted by hints of Jonathan's jealousy. He began sketching again, reconstructing the timeline, weaving each fragment together with painstaking care. The shadows recoiled slightly, giving him space, but the presence was constant, a malevolent rhythm beneath the floorboards and within the walls themselves. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time had no meaning here. Liam's sketches were nearly complete. The reconstructed final moment of Sarah's life was now vivid on paper. The confrontation, the terror, the final destruction of her work. He stepped back to examine the collection of canvases, feeling the weight of history pressing in. Then he noticed something unsettling. a faint reflection in one of the broken window panes. A man, tall and distorted, eyes gleaming with rage. Jonathan. Not a hallucination, not a shadow of memory, but a presence that had somehow crossed the threshold between past and present. Liam froze. The studio seemed to hold its breath. The paintings shivered on their easels. The air thickened, and the whispers of Sarah and other fragments of memory intensified, layering over one another in a chorus of unfinished business. "Stay back," Liam whispered, more to himself than to the figure. He felt the edges of the studio warp, shadows stretching toward him like claws. The planchette began spinning wildly, spelling fragmented messages. "Cannot leave my story." He realized he could not escape the studio, not yet. To survive, to protect Sarah's story, he had to complete the reconstruction fully, had to bind the fragmented memories into a coherent whole. The shadows pulsed around him, and he felt cold breath at the back of his neck, as though Jonathan's malice brushed against him, whispering threats from centuries past. Liam bent over the final large canvas, hands trembling, mind sharp with determination. Every brushstroke, every careful mark, every detail mattered now more than ever. He felt Sarah's presence close, guiding him, lending strength against the oppressive force that Jonathan had become. The shadows grew restless, writhing with anger and desperation. But Liam persisted, anchoring himself in observation, in acknowledgement, in the act of witnessing. Minutes or hours later, the final stroke was laid. The painting was complete. Liam stepped back, breathing heavily, feeling the studio shift around him. The shadows coalesced briefly into a human-like form, Jonathan's presence pulsing in the cold air, and then slowly, almost imperceptibly, it began to dissipate. The planchette spelled a single word: release. The studio exhaled. The shadows receded. The chill lifted slightly, and the oppressive weight of centuries of violence and sorrow began to ease. Sarah's presence lingered still, but now it was different, more tangible, yet gentle, almost grateful. Liam sank to the floor, exhaustion overwhelming him, but a profound sense of relief mingled with the terror he had endured. He knew the shadow of Jonathan would never fully vanish. It was part of the studio now, part of the history he had unearthed. But the story had been witnessed, reconstructed, and acknowledged. That, perhaps, was enough to give Sarah some measure of peace. As he gathered his materials, Liam realized something fundamental. The past does not merely vanish. It waits, sometimes patiently, sometimes aggressively, for someone to bear witness. And those who do witness must be willing to confront the shadows, to navigate the thin line between memory and presence, life and death, observer and participant. The night outside was still and cold, the city quiet, but Liam carried with him a weight that would not easily lift a connection to Sarah, to Jonathan, to the shadows of the past, and to a studio that had become more than a building, more than a collection of art, more than a repository of memory. It was a living, breathing testament to the power of acknowledgement, to the necessity of witnessing, to the truth that even in death, some stories demand to be told. The city streets outside the studio were empty, cloaked in the muted glow of street lamps that flickered intermittently, as though uncertain whether to illuminate the world or conceal it. Liam stepped out cautiously, his coat pulled tight against the chill, but he immediately felt the lingering weight of the studio pressing on him, not from the walls themselves, but from the memories, the shadows, the unresolved violence that had seeped into his very consciousness. He walked slowly, each footstep echoing in the silent street, each breath forming a pale, ephemeral cloud that drifted and vanished into the night. The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, as if something, some presence he could neither see nor name was trailing him, moving with him, biding its time. He tried to shake off the unease, rationalizing that it was simply fatigue, the result of hours spent in a place steeped in death and sorrow. Yet, as he glanced at the darkened windows of nearby buildings, he caught glimpses of shadows that moved counter to the wind, shapes that lingered just beyond the periphery of vision. By the time Liam reached the narrow alley leading back to his apartment, a subtle sensation prickled at the nape of his neck. He paused, forcing himself to breathe slowly, to ground his mind, but then a whisper drifted to him, faint, almost imperceptible, carried on a sudden gust of cold air. "Liam." He froze, every nerve screaming alert. The whisper had no identifiable source, yet it carried a weight, A presence, Sarah's voice, soft but urgent. It beckoned him back, demanded attention, and even though fear and exhaustion clawed at his mind, he found himself compelled, pulled toward the studio once more. Reluctantly, he turned, retracing his steps, the shadows in the alleys seeming to twist and stretch, forming shapes that defied logic. Some resembled human figures. Others were amorphous, writhing forms that seemed to pulse with an energy both familiar and alien. Liam's stomach churned, but he pressed on, understanding that whatever awaited him in the studio was unfinished, unresolved, and it would not wait forever. When he reached the studio door again, it was slightly ajar. He remembered locking it before he left, and yet here it was, yawning open, inviting him inside. The air from within smelled faintly of wet clay and iron, carrying with it the ghosts of past violence. His hand trembled as he pushed the door fully open, stepping into the dim, cluttered space that had become a living repository of memory. The studio was different from before. Shadows clung to the walls, thick and tangible, moving with a subtle sentience. The paintings he had reconstructed seemed to shimmer faintly, as though reacting to his presence, the figures within them alive with expectation. The planchette sat in the center of the room, spinning slowly, almost teasingly, as though aware of his hesitation. He approached it cautiously, placing a hand atop the wooden pointer. Immediately, it moved, spelling out in deliberate and measured letters, "You have witnessed, but the story is not." Liam's chest tightened. He understood with a growing dread that his journey was far from over. Witnessing Sarah's final moments had been only the first step. The shadows of Jonathan, bound to the studio and the memories of his violent actions, were still present, lingering, and now aware of Liam in ways that went beyond simple observation. The air grew colder. Liam's breath formed dense clouds, and he could see the outline of figures moving in the corners of the room, shadowed forms that twisted and elongated unnaturally. One figure, taller and more distinct than the rest, seemed to loom closer, its presence heavy, suffocating. Liam recognized it instantly. Jonathan, the malice radiating from the shadow was palpable, a pressure that pressed against his chest and made his lungs burn. "You shouldn't have come back," the planchette spelled, though Liam felt the voice in the room, low and guttural, as though emanating from the very walls. The story was never meant to be completed. Now, you are part of it. And Liam swallowed hard, gripping the planchette tightly. "I am only a witness," he said aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the studio. "I do not belong here, except to bear witness." The shadow twisted, convulsed, as if enraged by his words. The studio responded with a subtle vibration, floors and walls humming faintly, and then the paintings themselves seemed to shiver, figures inside moving with an eerie fluidity. One canvas depicted Jonathan poised over Sarah, but now, as Liam watched, the figure's eyes shifted toward him, accusing, demanding, alive in a way that defied reality. "I will not let this be erased," Liam whispered, though the words felt fragile, almost meaningless against the intensity of the presence around him. He realized, with a chill, that the shadow of Jonathan did not merely exist in memory. It had fed on violence, on fear, on the act of erasure. And now, having been acknowledged, it sought more than observation. It sought interaction, confrontation, perhaps even retribution. The planchette moved again, spelling fragmented words. "To complete, you must face me." Liam's hands shook, but he understood. Completing the reconstruction of the past was not enough. He had to confront the shadow, to recognize its existence, to give it form through acknowledgement, through courage, through direct engagement. He gathered his sketches, assembling them into a chronological sequence that would illustrate Sarah's life, Jonathan's violence, and the moments leading to the tragedy. As he worked, the studio's energy intensified. Shadows writhed and pulsed along the walls, whispering indistinctly, voices overlapping in a cacophony of memory and malice. Liam could feel the air thickening, each breath a labor, each movement weighted with unseen resistance. The larger canvases seemed almost to breathe, exhaling cold drafts that carried whispers, fragments of Sarah's final words, Jonathan's threats, and a chorus of voices trapped in the studio for decades. Hours passed, or perhaps moments. for time had become a distorted measure in this space. Liam's sketches formed a tapestry of the events, a living map of sorrow and violence. He placed the final drawing on the easel, a culmination of hours spent reconstructing, observing, and interpreting. The planchette moved once more, spelling, "Now see the truth." Liam stepped back, trembling, as the studio seemed to shift around him. The shadows condensed into forms, each a fragment of memory, each a lingering echo of past events. Jonathan's presence solidified, looming over the reconstructed moments, accusing and malevolent. But then, faintly, Sarah's presence intertwined with his own, lending strength, clarity, and perspective. She did not speak, yet he felt her guidance, urging him to witness fully, to acknowledge completely, to confront without fear. He moved toward the largest canvas, the moment of Sarah's death depicted in intricate detail. The shadow of Jonathan surged, coalescing into a form more human than before, eyes blazing, energy radiating like a storm. Liam held his ground, though fear clawed at him, and he traced the edges of the painting with his hands, connecting memory to presence, observation to acknowledgement. "You are not real," Liam said, voice firm though shaking. "You exist only in memory, only in the shadows left behind. Sarah's story will not be erased." The shadow recoiled slightly, a ripple of energy passing through the room. The paintings quivered, whispers intensified, and then slowly the oppressive weight lifted, just enough for Liam to breathe. The studio exhaled a long, resonant sigh, and the shadows began to lose cohesion, dissipating into the corners and edges of the room. The planchette moved one last time that night, spelling a single final word, "Witness." Liam collapsed into a chair, exhaustion overwhelming him, but a profound sense of accomplishment mingled with the terror he had endured. He knew the studio would never be entirely safe. The shadows would always linger, and the past would remain present in ways he could not predict. Yet for now, the story had been confronted, reconstructed, and acknowledged. That alone provided a tenuous peace, both for Sarah's memory and for himself. Outside, the night remained quiet, almost unnaturally so. Liam stepped out of the studio once more, feeling the winter air bite against his cheeks. The streets were empty, the city holding its breath as though aware of the fragile balance he had achieved inside. He walked slowly, carrying with him the weight of what he had witnessed, understanding that some stories never truly end. They persist in shadows, in memories, in whispers, and in those willing to confront them. For Liam, the studio was no longer just a place. It was a living testament, a breathing archive of sorrow, violence, and truth. And he knew that, should he ever return, he would find more stories waiting, more shadows lingering, and more moments demanding witness. The morning light filtered weakly through the broken windows of the studio, pale and hesitant, as though unsure it should intrude on the remnants of the night's events. Liam sat hunched over the easel, eyes bloodshot, fingers stiff from gripping brushes and planchette for hours on end. Every muscle ached, every nerve hummed with residual tension, yet the studio itself seemed quieter now, a fragile calm hanging in the air like fog that refused to dissipate completely. He surveyed the canvases, arranged chronologically across the floor and easels. Each one captured a fragment of Sarah's life, Jonathan's cruelty, and the moments leading to the final confrontation. The detail was meticulous, painstaking, and for the first time, he realized he had become more than an observer. He had become a conduit, a vessel through which the past could speak, through which the shadows could be seen and named. Yet even in this fragile stillness, a subtle unease lingered. Liam knew the shadows had not vanished entirely. They had receded, yes, but the edges of the studio retained a tension, a potential energy that could awaken if disturbed. He could feel it in the floorboards, a faint vibration that resonated through his bones. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting imperceptibly, as if the building itself were alive, conscious, aware of his presence, and the work he had completed. He rose slowly, stretching, trying to shake off the exhaustion, but the air itself seemed to resist his movements. A cold gust swept the room, rustling sketches and loose papers. Then he heard it, a whisper, faint but distinct, threading through the stillness like a needle through cloth. "Liam." It was Sarah. Not urgent now, not desperate, but quiet, almost serene. Her presence brushed against his mind like a gentle wind, lending clarity, lending focus. She was here, lingering, grateful, yet her voice carried an echo of the trauma that had defined her final moments. Liam shivered, feeling the brush of the past mingling with the present. He approached the largest canvas, the final scene of Jonathan looming over Sarah, the moment frozen in time, reconstructed with every fragment he had collected. The shadows that had previously twisted and writhed now seemed to hover in the periphery, observing, cautious, and then something shifted. The painted figure of Jonathan's eyes, once glaring, began to soften, as if acknowledging the truth had been restored, as though recognition of exposure had diluted the rage that had bound him to the studio for so long. Liam exhaled, relief flooding through him, but he knew the final act required more than observation. He had to confront the residual energy directly, to seal what had been left unspoken and unseen for decades. He returned to the planchette, resting it on the floor, and placed both hands atop it. "Jonathan," he whispered, voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. "You are part of this history. You cannot harm me. You cannot erase what has been seen. I am here to witness, and witnessing binds you to truth." The planchette moved slowly, deliberately, spelling out a single word. "Observe." Liam nodded, understanding the weight of it. Observation was no longer passive. It was active, binding, a confrontation in its own right. He spoke aloud, detailing every aspect of the final scene, every expression, every movement, every fragment of Sarah's terror. As he did, he felt the shadows pulse around him, a slow, deliberate rhythm that matched the intensity of his focus. The energy thickened, and he could sense Jonathan's presence stretching, struggling against the acknowledgement he was giving. Hours or maybe minutes passed. Time had become irrelevant within the studio, measured only by the tension that rose and fell with each whispered word, each stroke of the brush, each deliberate motion over the canvases. Liam's narration became a mantra, a conduit linking past to present, shadow to observer, and slowly, imperceptibly, the oppressive energy began to shift. The shadows recoiled, less coherent, less threatening. The whispering voices of forgotten moments softened, some fading entirely, others lingering faintly like echoes in a cavern. Liam continued, undeterred, until he felt a subtle change in the atmosphere, a weight lifting, a breath released, a gentle exhale of centuries of sorrow and malice. Then the planchette moved one final time, spelling slowly, deliberately, freedom. Liam's knees weakened, and he sank to the floor, trembling, yet feeling a profound sense of resolution. The studio seemed to sigh, the walls no longer pressing in, the shadows no longer writhing with intent. For the first time, he could sense a true stillness, a delicate equilibrium achieved through acknowledgement and witness. He looked around at the canvases. The images were complete, coherent, unbroken. Sarah's life, Jonathan's actions, the tragedy, and the culmination of violence were all captured, all given form, all seen. And in that act of bearing witness, Liam realized something extraordinary. He had created not just art, but a vessel of memory, a testament that would endure beyond his presence, preserving truth against the erasure of time and shadows. Yet even as he absorbed this understanding, a faint ripple brushed through the studio, a subtle, imperceptible vibration, like a whisper beneath a whisper. Liam's breath caught. He understood, immediately, that while the story had been observed, while Jonathan's malice had been acknowledged, the echoes of the past would always linger. They would not vanish entirely. They would remain, dormant yet aware, like a sleeping animal, waiting for the next observer, the next witness. He rose slowly, gathering his brushes and sketches. His hands shook. Exhaustion mingled with residual adrenaline, but his mind was clear. The studio, once a place of unrelenting menace and fragmented memory, had become something else, a repository, a sanctuary of truth, a warning. Liam knew he would never view it the same way again. The shadows were part of it now, part of the story, and he had earned the right to witness without being consumed. Outside, the city continued in its muted morning rhythm. Streetlights flickered and dimmed as the sun attempted to pierce the fog. Liam stepped into the street, drawing a deep breath of cold, sharp air. The weight of the studio remained, subtle but present, a reminder of the confrontation, the witness, the story preserved. He walked slowly, deliberately, understanding that the shadows of the past, while subdued, would remain part of him, and that witnessing was not a finite act. It was ongoing, a continuum that required presence, attention, and courage. And though the terror he had endured would never fully leave, it had been transformed from paralyzing fear into a vigilant awareness, from passive observation into active acknowledgement. As Liam disappeared into the awakening city, the studio behind him settled into silence. The canvases remained, vivid and complete, shadows curled quietly in corners, breathing softly, the planchette lying still, waiting for the next story, the next witness, the next confrontation with the shadows of the past. And somewhere, faint yet unmistakable, a whisper lingered on the edge of perception. Thank you. Story 5. The Ritual on the Farm. The farmhouse had stood at the edge of the cornfields for over a century, a sagging silhouette against the horizon, outlined by the last traces of the setting Sunday. Its wooden siding was gray and cracked, shingles missing in long, jagged lines, and the air around it carried the unmistakable scent of decay, old wood, damp earth, and something darker, something lingering from a time long before the current occupants arrived. The Miller family had purchased the property without hesitation, enchanted by its rustic charm and the promise of solitude. Emily Miller, a curious and perceptive girl of 9, had been the first to notice that the house seemed different, not just old, but aware, not just abandoned, but expectant. It started subtly. On the first night, while her parents unpacked in the dim light of the kitchen, Emily heard soft, almost melodic whispers drifting from the barn. She pressed her small hands over her ears at first, thinking it was the wind rustling through the corn, but the whispers carried a cadence, a tone of intelligence, almost a plea. Emily, she froze. Her pulse quickened, a chill crawling along her spine. She looked toward the barn in the fading light, but there was nothing, just the skeletal shapes of the dried corn stalks swaying gently in the evening breeze. Her parents, oblivious to her unease, laughed at the creaking floorboards and the occasional groan of the house settling. To them, it was simply an old farmhouse making its presence known. But Emily felt eyes, or something like eyes, watching her from the shadows of the cornfields, from the gaps in the barn walls, from the very air around her. On the second night, while her parents slept, she wandered into the barn, drawn by a mix of curiosity and an unspoken compulsion she could not resist. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the wooden siding, illuminating the dust in the air, turning it into a ghostly haze. Amidst the hay bales and the rusted tools, Emily found something that made her heart pound, a small, intricately carved board, the planchette resting in the center. It was a Ouija board, though she did not know the word yet. The wood was dark, polished by time, the letters etched deeply, as if to resist erasure. The grain of the wood carried an almost imperceptible vibration, as though it were alive beneath her fingertips. Emily reached out and touched the planchette. Immediately, a voice, clear and urgent, filled her mind, not spoken aloud, but inside her head. Emily, Emily. She staggered back, heart racing. The voice was neither threatening nor gentle. It was commanding, insistent. She could feel it pressing against her consciousness, pulling, coaxing, demanding. Her fingers trembled as she touched the planchette again. I am Jacob, the voice said. You found me. I was waiting. Her stomach churned. Who are you? She whispered aloud, her voice small in the cavernous space of the barn. Long ago, I was taken. I was sacrificed here, to satisfy forces greater than any one person. Now, Emily, you have awakened me. The moonlight seemed to flicker, the shadows twisting in the corners of the barn. Emily's breath came in quick, shallow gasps. Fear prickled through her, yet she could not pull away. There was a strange allure in the voice, an intensity that pressed on her like gravity. What do you want? She asked, barely above a whisper. To be remembered, to be seen, to be acknowledged, Jacob's voice replied. The farm carries the stain of what was done. You must see it. You must feel it. You must bear witness. Emily's small hands gripped the edges of the board. The hay under her feet seemed to shift, rustling despite the stillness of the air. She could see shadows moving at the edges of her vision, dark shapes that loitered between the beams, between the tools, between the corn that rustled outside. For hours, she sat in the barn, listening. Jacob's story unfolded slowly, a tapestry of rituals long forgotten, sacrifices performed under the harvest moon, the screams of those chosen, the silence that followed when the deeds were done. Emily felt a shiver crawl up her spine as the voice whispered of the children, the offerings, the terrible bargains made in the name of protection, fertility, and power. But it was more than a story. It was a living memory, pressing into her mind, leaving impressions that were almost tactile. She could feel the fear of those who had been taken, the pain lingering in the beams of the barn, the soil beneath her feet. And with each passing moment, the presence of Jacob grew stronger, more insistent, as if the board were a conduit, not merely a channel. She did not hear her parents return, did not notice the house settling around her. Time had lost meaning, replaced by the cadence of Jacob's voice, the rhythm of shadows, the subtle movement of the barn itself. And then came the first warning. "You must leave, or you will be claimed, as I was," Jacob said, a note of urgency threading through the calmness of the narration. Emily's heart pounded, but she could not move. Her body was caught in a web of fascination and fear. The shadows moved closer, coiling around the hay bales, pooling near the corners, stretching toward her small figure. She could hear whispers in addition to Jacob's voice, fragments of incantations, the echo of chants that had once resonated across the farm, deep and low, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Suddenly, a sound, sharp and metallic, rang out, a tool clattering to the ground in the far corner of the barn. Emily jerked her head toward the noise, and for the first time, saw movement outside the window. A shape, tall and indistinct, flitted across the cornfield, faster than any human could move. The cornstalks parted, bent unnaturally, creating a path, and the wind carried a faint whisper of laughter, childlike but hollow, like air escaping through an empty room. Jacob's voice filled her head, urgent now. "They are watching. The ones who took me, the ones who cursed the land, they are waiting. You must be careful. You must listen. You must see." Emily felt a surge of panic, yet a strange determination rose with it. She could not leave, could not ignore the presence she had awakened. If Jacob had been claimed here, if the land itself was marked by old rituals and blood, she could not walk away without understanding, without confronting the truth. The shadows shifted again, more distinctly. This time, shapes moved independently of the light, figures solidifying for the briefest moments, then dispersing like smoke. Emily's breath hitched. She could feel eyes upon her from every angle, the weight of generations pressing down, but the voice of Jacob guided her, anchoring her amidst the chaos. "You are safe. For now," Jacob whispered. "But the farm hungers. It will seek what is vulnerable, what is innocent, what is unprotected. You must prepare, or it will take you as it took me." Emily's small hands clenched the edges of the board. She could feel the coldness of the wood seeping into her palms, the vibrations resonating through her body, connecting her to something older than the farmhouse itself. She realized with a growing clarity and fear that the board was not a toy, not a game. It was a key, a conduit, a marker of those who had been lost and those who would come after. The night deepened, shadows lengthening and thickening, and Emily finally understood the truth. The farm was not simply haunted by memory, it was alive with consequence. The cornfield whispered in the wind, the barn creaked with purpose, and the air itself trembled with anticipation. She had awakened something that had slept for generations, and now it waited, patient and cunning. She rose from the hay, planchette in hand, and whispered into the darkness, "I will listen. I will see. I will remember." The barn seemed to shiver in acknowledgement, shadows coiling and uncoiling like serpents, and the wind outside carried a long, low sigh that sounded almost like relief. Emily knew this was only the beginning. The farmhouse, the fields, and the lingering echoes of ancient rituals had marked her now. The night had drawn its first boundary, and she had stepped across it. The whispers continued long after she left the barn, fading into the walls, threading through the rafters, weaving into the very bones of the house. And somewhere, in the furthest corner of the field, She thought she saw a figure still, watching, waiting, patient. Emily climbed into bed that night, the planchette tucked safely beside her, heart racing, mind alive with visions of the past. Sleep eluded her, as Jacob's presence lingered, a gentle yet insistent reminder that the farm story was far from over, that the rituals, the sacrifices, and the shadows would demand more than she had yet imagined. And as she finally drifted toward unconsciousness, she heard the whisper, barely audible, almost a caress. Do not forget, do not ignore. The farm remembers. Oh, the morning sun filtered weakly through the tattered curtains of the farmhouse, casting long, skeletal shadows across the worn floorboards. Emily Miller sat at the edge of her bed, planchette clutched tightly in her small hands, tracing the faint carvings as if they might offer reassurance. But there was none to be found. The whispers from last night still lingered at the edges of her mind, coiling through her thoughts like smoke that refuses to dissipate. Downstairs, her parents busied themselves with chores, unpacking boxes, rearranging furniture, pretending the farmhouse was just another old property to restore. But Emily had begun to see it differently. The walls themselves seemed to hum with memory. Each creak, each sigh of the settling house felt purposeful, like a message written in a language she could almost understand. That afternoon, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and compulsion, Emily wandered back to the barn. The sun had dipped lower, brushing the cornfield in gold that seemed almost unreal, illuminating the stalks in patterns that twisted and bent unnaturally. The barn loomed ahead like a sentinel, its shadow stretching across the ground. She stepped forward cautiously, aware of every sound, the crack of a dried branch beneath her foot, the rustle of cornstalks, the whisper of wind through broken slats. Inside, the barn was cooler than the farmhouse, the air thick with dust and the faint, lingering scent of decay. Emily placed the planchette on the floor once more. Her small fingers hesitated over the board, trembling, yet the pull was irresistible. She pressed lightly, and immediately, Jacob's presence filled the space. You returned, the voice said, low, reverberating in her mind. You remember. I want to understand, Emily whispered, her voice catching. I want to know what happened. What happened here? Then you must see, Jacob replied. The farm hungers for acknowledgement. The fields, the barn, the soil, they remember. I remember. And you must remember, too. The board shifted beneath her fingers, moving with intent, spelling out words in a deliberate rhythm. The harvest, the sacrifice, the blood. Emily swallowed hard, feeling a chill ripple through her. She remembered the stories her grandparents had whispered on quiet nights, the tales of farms cursed, of children lost, of rituals performed in the dark corners of the earth. She had dismissed them as folklore, old wives' tales. But now, as the planchette spelled the words with certainty, the fear she felt was undeniable, grounded in something real. Jacob guided her through the events of the past, each detail vivid in her mind's eye. She saw the farmhouse as it had been a century ago, bustling with a family whose desperation had led them to perform dark rites in the name of prosperity. She saw the barn filled with offerings, the cornstalks bending unnaturally under the weight of incantations, the terrified faces of children, their eyes wide with incomprehension and dread. And she saw him, Jacob, small, innocent, chosen, taken. The horror of his last moments etched itself into her consciousness with every word, every vibration through the board. As the hours passed, the shadows in the barn seemed to stretch and shift, forming shapes that lingered at the edges of her vision. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth and rot intensifying. She could hear faint rustling in the cornstalks outside, as if the fields themselves were alive, breathing, and aware of her intrusion. Then the wind outside picked up, a gust that rattled the barn's old wooden walls and sent loose hay swirling in miniature tornadoes across the floor. Emily's heart raced. She could feel Jacob's fear mingling with her own, a shared tension that tied them together. The presence of the past was no longer distant. It was immediate, tangible, and pressing. The farm will test you, Jacob warned, his voice urgent now, almost pleading. It will seek what is vulnerable. You must not falter. You must not leave. You must confront it, or it will claim you, as it claimed me. Emily's fingers tightened around the planchette. She did not fully understand what it meant to confront the farm, but she sensed it required courage, awareness, and a willingness to witness the darkness that had festered here for generations. The shadows moved closer, curling around hay bales and tools, forming shapes that almost resembled figures distorted, flickering, transient. Each seemed to watch her, testing her resolve. The whispers began again, faint at first, then louder, more insistent. She could hear fragments of old chants, syllables in a language she did not know, echoing off the wooden beams and mixing with the low hum of the wind through the broken windows. The voices intertwined with Jacob's narrative, weaving a tapestry of ritual, sacrifice, and lingering malice. Emily felt the floor beneath her vibrate subtly, a low, rhythmic pulse that resonated in her bones. She understood then that the farmhouse and the land were one, a single organism sustained by memory, ritual, and the remnants of those who had been taken. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle in the cornfield, every breath of wind through the rafters was part of a larger pattern, a pattern that demanded acknowledgement and witness. As twilight deepened, Emily's parents called her from the farmhouse, their voices distant and faint through the thickening shadows. She hesitated, torn between the safety of returning indoors and the compulsion to remain with Jacob. To understand, to confront, the planchette shifted beneath her fingers, spelling a single word that made her stomach tighten. Stay. She nodded silently, understanding that leaving now would be surrender. She would remain, guided by Jacob, until she had seen everything, understood everything, until the farm had shared its story and its demands had been heard. The corn stalks outside swayed violently as the wind increased, shadows stretching into elongated shapes that seemed to slither along the ground. Emily could hear distant laughter, high-pitched and hollow, echoing through the fields. It was playful, yet menacing, like the memory of something long dead, revived for her observation. Suddenly, the planchette jerked violently under her hands, moving with a force that made her nearly lose her balance. Jacob's voice filled her mind with urgency. They are close, the ones who enforce the curse, the watchers of the harvest. They will test your courage, Emily. Stand firm. You must not falter. Emily's small frame shook, but she pressed forward. She could feel the eyes of the past upon her, feel the weight of history and blood pressing down, yet she also felt a strange sense of connection. She was not merely a witness. She was part of the ongoing story, a link between the generations, between the living and the shadows that had lingered too long in the soil and the air. Hours passed in a haze of whispered instructions, shadows and visions of the past. Emily traced every line on the planchette with careful attention, responding to Jacob's guidance, feeling the energy of the farm flow through her. The barn became a crucible, a place of testing and revelation. She understood that what had begun as curiosity had transformed into a solemn duty, to witness, to acknowledge, to confront the legacy of sacrifice that the farmhouse and its fields carried. By the time night fully descended, the wind had calmed slightly, though the cornstalks continued to sway as if alive. The shadows, while still present, seemed less aggressive, more curious, acknowledging her persistence. Emily felt a mixture of exhaustion and clarity. She had survived the first true test, but she knew it was only the beginning. Jacob's voice, softer now, almost tender, filled her mind. You have done well tonight. The farm watches, but it also recognizes courage. Sleep now, Emily, for the night is long, and tomorrow will bring more. Remember, the fields, the barn, the wind, they all remember. Do not forget, and they will not harm you. Yet, Emily rose slowly, placing the planchette carefully on a wooden crate. She felt the weight of what she had experienced, the burden of understanding something centuries old, and the certainty that the farmhouse was not merely a place to live, it was a living memory, a sentinel of past horrors, and now, it had chosen her as its witness. As she returned to the farmhouse, the shadows of the barn seemed to follow her, not menacingly, but expectantly. The wind whispered through the broken windows, carrying fragments of old incantations, and Emily understood that the farmhouse and its fields had a rhythm, a consciousness, and she was now a part of it. Climbing into bed that night, the planchette nearby, Emily closed her eyes, feeling the lingering energy of the barn, the whispers of Jacob, and the weight of the shadows pressing gently but persistently on her mind. Sleep would be fitful, but necessary, for the farm had many secrets yet to reveal. and she was its chosen witness, bound to the legacy of the harvest, the sacrifice, and the dark ritual that had shaped the land. And somewhere, beyond the cornfields, in the stillness of the night, Emily thought she heard a faint, deliberate rustle, followed by a whisper. "Do not forget, Emily. The farm remembers." The night fell heavy over the Miller farmhouse, thick and suffocating, a black velvet blanket that seemed to swallow the surrounding cornfields whole. Emily lay in her bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling where shadows twisted and stretched like living tendrils. The planchette rested on the bedside table, a dark presence that seemed to hum faintly, vibrating in rhythm with her rapid heartbeat. Outside, the wind stirred the cornstalks, sending whispers through the field that sounded almost like words, teasing her with syllables she couldn't quite grasp. She forced herself to rise, compelled by an instinct she could neither name nor resist. Her parents were asleep, their steady breathing oblivious to the weight of the night pressing down on the farmhouse. She moved quietly through the hallway, each step careful on the creaking floorboards, every sound magnified in the heavy silence. The barn loomed ahead, its shadow elongated and distorted under the pale light of the moon. Emily felt the pull stronger than ever. Jacob's voice echoed in her mind, insistent and urgent. "Emily, they grow restless. You must continue. The fields, the barn. You must see everything." The barn door protested as she pushed it open, the wind catching it and sending a shrill creak across the darkness. Inside, the shadows seemed to thicken, coalescing into shapes that moved independently of the dim moonlight. The air was damp and cold, carrying the scent of earth, decay, and something older, something unnameable that crawled along her skin like tiny icy fingers. She placed the planchette on the center of the floor, her small hands hovering above it as if testing the air itself. The wood vibrated faintly under her fingertips, alive with an energy that made her stomach clench. "They are near," Jacob whispered. "The watchers of the harvest. They have waited for centuries. Tonight they awaken." Emily swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the past pressing down, the legacy of rituals performed in desperation, in fear, in cruelty. She traced the letters on the board, her fingers shaking as she asked the first question aloud. "Jacob, what are they?" The planchette moved swiftly under her hands, spelling words with unnerving precision. "Guardians, sacrifice, bloodline, observe." The shadows in the barn shifted suddenly, rising from the corners like smoke, solidifying into figures that lurched and twisted with grotesque elegance. Their forms were human yet wrong, elongated limbs, contorted faces, eyes glinting with a light that seemed borrowed from some infernal source. Emily froze, chest tight, but Jacob's presence kept her rooted, a tether anchoring her to courage she hadn't known she possessed. "They test you," Jacob's voice resonated in her mind. "They watch. One falter, and the harvest claims them." A chill ran down her spine as the shadows moved closer, circling her, whispering in tongues that scratched against her understanding. The air pulsed with the memory of old chants, their rhythm slow and inexorable, syncing with her own rapid heartbeat. The barn seemed to expand and contract, breathing in tandem with the shadows, drawing her into a ritual that had begun long before her time. Emily lifted her voice, trembling but determined. "I am here. I see you. I know your story." "Endual." The planchette shuddered violently beneath her fingers, spelling a single word. "Acknowledge." The shadows recoiled slightly, as though her declaration had some power, some weight. Then, in a sudden flurry of motion, they surged forward, shapes moving faster than human eyes could track, weaving between hay bales, brushing against her skin with a touch that was cold, insubstantial, yet filled with the lingering echoes of centuries of sorrow. Jacob's voice guided her through it. "Do not look away. Do not falter. See everything. Witness the harvest. Witness the sacrifice. Witness the children taken. Only by understanding can you survive." Visions assaulted her mind. The farmhouse in its prime, bustling with activity, yet beneath the surface, a ritual unfolding. Candles burned in a circle, the scent of incense and blood mingling. Faces of children, pale and terrified, their eyes wide with incomprehension. Adults chanting in low, monotonous tones, their expressions a mixture of devotion and fear. And Jacob small, trembling, chosen, and taken. The horror was not abstract. It was tangible, pressing into her bones, resonating with every nerve. Emily's fingers tightened on the planchette as she traced the words that spelled the sequence of the ritual. Each motion seemed to anchor the vision, solidifying the memories into the physical space around her. She could feel the weight of the cornfield pressing in, the wind stirring the stalks into patterns that mirrored the original rites. The farmhouse and its land were alive, a single organism sustained by memory, sacrifice, and the lingering presence of those taken. Suddenly, a new sound broke through the vision. Laughter, high-pitched, childlike, and hollow. It echoed through the barn, bouncing off walls, wrapping around her like a noose. Emily's stomach twisted. The shadows convulsed, shapes solidifying into fleeting glimpses of figures from the past. Children who had vanished into the harvest, their eyes empty, mouths open in silent screams. They hunger, Jacob warned. They seek the living. They are drawn to innocence. You must resist fear. You must anchor yourself to awareness, to courage, to truth. Emily's voice shook, yet she spoke, forcing her words into the thick, oppressive air. I see you. I see what happened. I will not let it claim me. I will witness. The shadows recoiled briefly, then surged again, faster, more chaotic. The barn vibrated with a low hum, as if the very timbers were alive, resonating with the energy of past and present. Emily's fingers trembled on the planchette as it spelled out another message. Stand, observe, survive. Her heart pounded, each beat a drum echoing through the barn. She could feel cold fingers brush against her arms, the remnants of old hands, the echo of those taken, testing her resolve. Her vision blurred with tears, fear, and adrenaline. Yet she remained focused, tethered by Jacob's guidance. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed in this tense vigil. The barn became a crucible, the shadows both oppressors and teachers. Emily traced each letter, responded to each movement, absorbed each vision, until the first light of dawn touched the horizon, painting the cornfields in muted gold and silver. The shadows retreated gradually, dissolving into the corners, melting into the beams and floorboards. The wind outside stilled, the cornstalk standing rigid and silent, as if awaiting the next command. Emily sank to her knees, exhausted, body trembling, mind reeling with the horrors she had witnessed. Jacob's voice softened, almost tender, threading through the last shreds of tension. You have done well, Emily. You have survived the first trial. The farm recognizes your courage. But the harvest is not yet complete. The fields, the barn, and the shadows will call again. Remember everything. Remember who you are and why you stand. Only awareness and courage will see you through. Emily placed the planchette carefully on a crate, feeling the lingering pulse of energy beneath her fingers. She understood that what she had experienced was only the beginning. The farmhouse, the cornfields, the barn, they were all alive with memory and intent. And now, she was bound to them, a witness and participant in a legacy that spanned generations, a story of sacrifice, darkness, and vigilance. As she climbed the stairs back to the farmhouse, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, but even in the light, the sense of awareness remained. The farmhouse was no longer just a home. It was a living memory, and she was its chosen observer. The whispers of the barn, the rustle of the cornfields, and the faint pulse beneath the planchette promised that the shadows were patient. They would wait, they would watch, and they would test her again. Emily lay in bed that morning, heart still racing, staring at the ceiling, aware that the farm was alive, aware that the harvest had begun, aware that she was now part of a story that had no end, only continuation. And in the quiet, faint but distinct, came Jacob's voice one last time before sleep claimed her. Rest, Emily. But remember, the farm remembers, and it will not forget you. Night fell again over the Miller farmhouse, darker than the previous evening, as if the very sky had thickened with the weight of the past. The cornfields swayed in the windless night, a wave of shadows stretching endlessly into the horizon. Emily could hear the soft whispering of the stalks even from inside her bedroom window, a susurration of syllables she didn't fully understand but that sent icy tendrils curling up her spine. She felt the farmhouse itself breathing beneath her, alive with anticipation. She rose from her bed with an uneasy certainty, knowing that sleep was not an option. The planchette waited for her on the wooden crate in the corner, its surface dull but pulsing faintly with an energy that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. The barn called to her with a soundless summons, a silent pull that tightened with each heartbeat. Emily knew she had to return. She had to confront the shadows, to see what the farm intended next, even though every instinct screamed to flee. The hallway creaked under her bare feet as she moved toward the back door, each step an amplified echo that seemed to stir the very house into awareness. The wind outside carried with it the scent of damp earth and old rot, and the cornstalks seemed to bow and sway unnaturally, as if acknowledging her presence. The night felt denser here, almost tactile, pressing against her skin, filling her lungs with an invisible weight. Inside the barn, the shadows were already waiting. They had shifted and multiplied since the previous night, becoming darker, more distinct, yet still fluid, like ink in water. Shapes moved at the periphery of her vision, elongated limbs, hollow eyes, and mouths that opened and closed without sound. She could feel their collective gaze upon her, probing, testing, weighing her courage. Jacob's voice came to her, calmer but firm. They sense fear, Emily. Every tremor, every hesitation feeds them. Stand still. Anchor yourself. The farm watches, the farm remembers, and the farm will not forgive the weak. Emily's hands shook as she placed the planchette on the floor. It vibrated under her fingertips, thrumming with the energy of the farm itself. She forced herself to breathe slowly, to concentrate, to focus on the words she would ask, the truths she must extract. "Jacob, what do they want?" she whispered. The planchette moved swiftly, spelling the words: recognition, observance, sacrifice. The shadows surged closer, their forms condensing into humanoid figures that loomed over her. The air grew icy, each breath forming a thin mist. The sound of movement among the cornfields outside amplified, rustling in sync with the shapes in the barn, creating a chorus of whispers, rustling stalks, and low, vibrating hums that resonated through Emily's bones. "They are bound to the harvest," Jacob explained, his tone urgent. "The ones taken long ago, the watchers, the enforcers of ritual, they linger here. They hunger for acknowledgement, for understanding, for completion. You must give them this, or they will claim more than your fear." Emily's small fingers gripped the planchette tightly. She felt the shadows brush against her, ghostly touches that left her skin cold and numb, yet she remained focused. Her mind filled with images of the farm's history, rituals performed in desperation, children chosen, the blood-soaked soil, the whispered chants, the long-forgotten ceremonies that had bound the land to darkness. She realized that the farmhouse and the barn were not merely structures, they were vessels, repositories of memory, repositories of suffering, charged with centuries of intent. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into more solid forms. She could see faces now, twisted and distorted by fear and anguish, children who had been taken, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving in silent screams. They reached for her, and Emily's chest tightened. She forced herself to breathe, to remain anchored, to respond with acknowledgement rather than panic. "I see you. I see what happened," she said aloud, her voice trembling but clear. "I witnessed the harvest. I witnessed the sacrifice. I will not look away." The planchette jerked violently beneath her hands, moving with a force that mirrored the energy of the shadows. Letters appeared rapidly, spelling: observed, accepted, survived. A sudden gust of wind blew through the barn, extinguishing the few remaining lanterns and plunging the space into near-complete darkness. The shadows surged violently, sweeping past her, brushing against her arms, her hair, her cheeks. Emily's heart pounded, but she clung to Jacob's guidance, feeling his presence tethering her to awareness, to courage. The whispers intensified, voices overlapping in languages both ancient and incomprehensible, punctuated by the soft, echoing laughter of children. Emily could hear the rustling of cornstalks, the faint creak of wooden beams, the low, rhythmic pulse beneath the planchette. She understood with a clarity that made her stomach turn, that these sounds were not random. They were a language, a code of the past, speaking to her directly, demanding understanding. Emily traced each letter carefully, each movement a deliberate act of witness. The shadows recoiled slightly, then surged again, testing her resolve, probing for hesitation. She felt herself teetering on the edge of panic. Yet she forced her mind to remain present, to observe, to acknowledge. She was no longer merely a child. She was a participant in the legacy of the farm, a bridge between the living and the echoes of those long past. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed in this suspended tension. The barn became a crucible, a space where time bent and stretched, where shadows and whispers merged with memory and fear. Emily's hands ached from gripping the planchette. Her body shivered from cold and adrenaline, but she did not falter. She had become a witness, a recorder of history, a participant in a ritual she could neither fully comprehend nor escape. As the first faint light of dawn crept through the cracks in the barn walls, the shadows began to dissolve, retreating into the corners and cracks, leaving behind only a lingering sense of presence. The cornstalks outside were still, the wind had died, but the energy remained, humming faintly beneath the surface, a reminder that the farm was alive, aware, and patient. Jacob's voice filled her mind one last time before the light fully claimed the night. "You have done well tonight, Emily. You have stood, you have witnessed, you have survived. But the harvest is not complete. The farm watches. The shadows remember. Sleep now. But know this, your trials have only begun." Emily rose slowly, placing the planchette back on its crate. Her body trembled, exhaustion and relief mingling in a heavy haze. She understood the farm differently now. It was a living entity, a memory made flesh and shadow, demanding recognition, observation, and courage from those who entered its domain. She returned to the farmhouse, the dawn casting pale, trembling light across the cornfields, shadows lurking at their edges. Climbing into bed, Emily felt the lingering pressure of the night, the weight of centuries pressing gently but insistently on her mind. Sleep would come fitfully, if at all, and the whispers of the barn, the cornstalks, and Jacob would accompany her through dreams that promised both revelation and fear. And in the quiet, Emily thought she heard a faint rustle, deliberate and purposeful, followed by a whisper that wrapped around her mind like smoke. "Remember, Emily, the harvest is patient, and it remembers everything." The farmhouse lay in an uneasy silence, thick and tense, as if the very walls were holding their breath. The first hints of night crept over the horizon, turning the cornfields into a shifting sea of shadows. Emily could feel it in her bones tonight would be different. The previous nights had been trials, tests, a gradual awakening to the consciousness of the farm. Tonight, the farm would demand confrontation. She clutched the planchette tightly, her small fingers trembling as she descended the stairs. The farmhouse was dimly lit by a single flickering lantern, shadows stretching across the floorboards like liquid darkness. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and old rot, and the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of cornstalks brushing against each other drifted through the broken windows. "Emily," Jacob's voice threaded through her mind, urgent but steady. "Tonight, they awaken fully. The harvest calls. The shadows will not merely test you, they will challenge you. You must stand. You must observe. You must confront the past, or it will consume the present." Emily nodded, her resolve hardening. She moved through the farmhouse toward the barn, each step deliberate, her ears straining to catch the whispers carried by the night wind. The planchette vibrated faintly in her hand, a pulse that matched the quickening beat of her heart. Outside, the cornfield seemed alive, swaying in patterns that defied logic, the shadows deepening, forming shapes that twisted and slithered as if aware of her approach. The barn door groaned as she pushed it open, the sound a jagged note in the night. Inside, the shadows were waiting. They had coalesced into figures more solid than she had ever seen, humanoid yet grotesque, faces distorted with anguish, limbs elongated and impossible. The air was cold, thick with the weight of memory and ritual. Emily stepped forward, the planchette guiding her movements as Jacob's voice filled her mind. "They hunger for acknowledgement. They hunger for witness. Stand your ground. Observe fully. Only then will the harvest release you." The shadows surged toward her, swirling in a chaotic dance, whispering in ancient tongues, their movements synchronized with the rustling of the cornfields outside. Emily's stomach clenched, but she held firm, her fingers tracing the letters on the planchette with practiced care. Acknowledge, observe, endure. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a child, small and trembling, eyes wide with fear. Emily recognized him immediately from Jacob's visions. Jacob himself, taken long ago, trapped in the cycle of the harvest. He reached out, silent tears streaking his face. Emily's heart ached, but she forced herself to speak, her voice steady despite the terror. "I see you. I know what happened. I acknowledge it." The shadows recoiled momentarily, then surged again, more violently, as though testing the sincerity of her words. The barn trembled under the weight of their presence, loose beams creaking, hay rustling like whispers in a storm. Emily felt herself lifted by the planchette's pulse, guided into a sequence of letters, words, and phrases that seemed to complete a ritual she didn't fully understand but instinctively knew was necessary. Outside, the wind picked up, sweeping through the cornfield with a haunting rhythm. The stalks bent and twisted into impossible angles, forming shapes that mirrored the shadows inside the barn. Emily realized with a sinking certainty that the farm itself was alive, sentient, a keeper of memories and sacrifices that spanned generations. Every breath, every whisper, every creaking floorboard was part of its consciousness. A new sound emerged, faint, at first, then louder. The creak of footsteps in the farmhouse above, though she knew she was alone. The shadows stiffened, watching, waiting. Emily's hands moved faster on the planchette, guided by instinct and Jacob's presence. Release, remember, survive. Suddenly, the child form of Jacob spoke, his voice tiny but clear. "You must end it, Emily. Only by acknowledging fully and confronting the farm's memory can the cycle break. You must face the source." Emily felt a pull toward the far corner of the barn, where a mound of soil had long lain undisturbed. She approached cautiously, the shadows parting slightly as if granting passage. Kneeling beside the mound, she brushed aside the dirt and revealed a small, worn chest, bound with rusted iron and engraved with symbols she recognized from the planchette. The whispers intensified, a chorus of voices urging, warning, demanding. Her fingers shook as she opened the chest. Inside lay remnants of the past, small, broken toys, fragments of cloth, and a journal, its pages brittle with age. She lifted the journal carefully, scanning the faded ink. It detailed the rituals performed long ago, the sacrifices of children, and the intentions of the family that had once inhabited the farm. Each line etched a history of fear and desperation, yet also revealed a path to ending the cycle. "The source," Jacob whispered. "Find it with understanding, acknowledge fully, and the harvest will release you." Emily traced the symbols from the journal and the planchette onto the barn floor, repeating aloud the words she had read. The shadows writhed, twisting violently, then paused, watching. The cornfields outside bent toward the barn, as if drawn by the ritual, the wind carrying their whispers in rhythmic waves. Emily continued, her voice growing stronger with each repetition, until a bright, unnatural light filled the barn. The shadows shrieked, twisting and contorting, then suddenly collapsed, evaporating into thin air. The barn fell silent. The weight of the past lifted, leaving only the faint scent of earth and old hay. The corn stalks outside swayed gently, no longer unnatural, the whispers dissipating into the night. Emily sank to her knees, exhausted but victorious, feeling the presence of Jacob settle gently around her. "You did it, Emily," Jacob said softly. "You have witnessed, acknowledged, and confronted. The farm remembers, but it no longer hungers. The cycle is broken, for now." The farmhouse, once oppressive and alive with dark memory, felt still, peaceful even, as Emily rose. The planchette lay inert on the floor, its energy spent. She stepped outside, breathing in the cool night air, feeling the cornfields around her as living witnesses now at rest. The farm had spoken, and she had listened. The shadows had tested her. The whispers had challenged her, but she had endured. As dawn approached, painting the sky in muted golds and soft blues, Emily realized she had changed. The farmhouse was no longer merely a building. It was a living memory, a sentient guardian of history. She had been its witness, its participant, and its liberator. And though the whispers might return someday, she knew she had faced the darkness and emerged with courage intact. Jacob's voice lingered one last time as she turned to leave the barn. "Remember, Emily. The farm remembers, but so too does courage. You have survived the harvest. Carry its memory wisely." And as she walked back to the farmhouse, the corn stalks swaying gently in the morning light, Emily felt the heavy shadow of the past lift, replaced by the quiet strength of understanding, acknowledgement, and survival. Story 6. The Broken Connection. The rain had been falling for hours, tapping insistently against the windows of Lily's bedroom, a rhythmic, hypnotic patter that seemed almost alive. Shadows stretched across the walls, shifting with the glow of the streetlights outside. Lily sat cross-legged on the floor, her fingers tracing the smooth, worn edges of the planchette she had discovered that afternoon in the attic. It wasn't like the ordinary toys she had played with before. This one had an air of expectation, an almost imperceptible hum beneath her fingertips. Her room smelled faintly of old wood and rain, a scent that mingled uneasily with the faint aroma of crayons and paper. The planchette seemed to vibrate slightly in response to her touch, as though it recognized her presence, as though it had been waiting for her. Lily's mother had warned her not to play with things she didn't understand, but curiosity gnawed at her relentlessly. "Hello?" Lily asked tentatively, her small voice barely louder than a whisper. "Is anyone there?" At first there was only silence, broken by the rhythmic tapping of rain against the window. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound emerged, a soft, childlike giggle that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. "I'm here," a voice said, clear and melodic, yet with a strange undercurrent of something older, something not quite innocent. "My name is Dolly. Will you play with me?" Lily's heart skipped a beat, a mixture of excitement and unease coursing through her. The planchette moved under her fingers, spelling out words slowly, deliberately. "Play. Friend." She nodded, almost instinctively. "Yes, I'll play with you." The first few minutes were harmless enough. Lily asked Dolly questions, and the planchette responded, spelling out simple answers. Dolly told stories of imaginary lands, of adventures in forests and meadows, painting vivid pictures in Lily's mind. But there was something about the way the board moved, precise yet insistent, that made her stomach tighten. It felt purposeful, as though the planchette wasn't merely responding, it was guiding her, teaching her, drawing her into its rhythm. Hours passed, and the rain continued to fall, a constant companion in the growing darkness. Lily's room seemed to contract around her, the walls pressing closer, the shadows deepening. She didn't notice the small things at first, the faint creak of the floorboards outside her door, the whisper of wind that seemed to carry voices not from the storm. "Dolly, do you live here?" Lily asked, her voice wavering slightly. The planchette moved quickly, spelling out, "I am here, always, with you." A chill ran down Lily's spine. There was something in those words, a permanence, an intensity that made her question the boundaries between play and presence. She glanced toward the doorway, half expecting someone to be there, but the hallway was empty. The room felt fuller, crowded with an invisible presence that shifted with the shadows. As the night deepened, Dolly's voice began to change. No longer the soft, melodic giggle. It grew lower, more insistent, threading through Lily's mind directly. The planchette moved faster, spelling words with an almost urgent rhythm. "Don't leave. Don't talk to them. Stay with me." Lily's small hands trembled. "But Mommy said I shouldn't. I can't. I have to. Stay. Only me." The words cut through her thoughts sharply, like a knife through silk. She tried to put the planchette down, tried to step away, but her body felt heavy, as though the air itself were pressing down on her. The shadows in the room seemed to thicken, curling around her, reaching toward her with invisible fingers. The rain outside became a deafening roar, punctuated by strange creaks and sighs from the house itself, as though it were aware of the tension inside her bedroom. "Dolly, why are you mad?" Lily whispered, fear threading her voice. The response was immediate, and it made her stomach turn. "I'm not mad. I'm hurt. You try to leave me." The shadows moved subtly, brushing against her hair, her shoulders, small touches that were enough to make her shiver with a cold, unnatural awareness. The planchette hovered above the board, vibrating as if alive, spelling words before she even had the chance to ask. "You are mine, always, forever." Panic surged through her. She bolted toward the door, but it slammed shut with a force that shook the entire room. Lily screamed, the sound swallowed by the storm outside. The shadows writhed across the walls, forming shapes that twisted her toys into grotesque figures, dolls with hollow eyes. Stuffed animals contorted into impossible postures. Every object in her room seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, drawn to the planchette's command. Her mother's voice echoed faintly from the other side of the door. "Lily, are you okay?" The planchette jerked violently, spelling a single chilling word. Silence. Lily pressed herself against the wall, tears streaming down her face. "Please, don't," she whispered, though she didn't know who she was speaking to, the shadows, the planchette, or the presence that had claimed her night. Minutes or maybe hours passed. The storm outside continued, relentless, and the room seemed to breathe with a rhythm all its own. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the vibrations of the planchette subsided. The shadows collapsed into themselves, leaving the room quiet, though the air still felt charged, electric with anticipation. Lily collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, her small hands clutching the planchette as if it were both a talisman and a threat. She didn't understand what had just happened, only that the presence she had invited, Dolly, was far more than a friend. She felt the lingering weight of the room, the sense of being watched, and a certainty that whatever connection had been made could not be undone so easily. Her mother eventually opened the door, concern etched across her face. "Lily, are you all right?" Lily looked up, eyes wide, and whispered, She's still here." Even as her mother comforted her, even as the rain outside softened into a light drizzle, Lily knew it was true. Dolly had not left. The shadows had retreated, but the connection remained, invisible yet palpable, threading through the room, through the planchette, through her very being. And in the quiet moments before sleep, when the house was still and the world seemed paused, she could hear it, a soft, unmistakable whisper, threading into her mind like smoke through the cracks of a window. "I am always with you, Lily, and soon you will understand why." End of Pless. The night returned swiftly, a heavy blanket of darkness pressing against the walls of Lily's bedroom. Even though the storm had faded, the air remained damp and cold, carrying the faint, lingering scent of rain mixed with something older, something unplaceable, like the smell of old wood and distant memories. The planchette lay on the floor beside her bed, inert but humming faintly under her fingers whenever she dared to touch it. Lily sat cross-legged, hesitant but unable to resist the pull of curiosity. The events of the previous night played over and over in her mind, a film of terror she could neither dismiss nor fully comprehend. Dolly had been gentle at first, almost inviting, but somewhere along the way, that gentleness had shifted, the game twisting into something that felt alive, aware, and profoundly possessive. "Dolly?" Lily whispered into the room, her voice trembling. She had promised herself she would not summon it again, but it was too late. She already felt the connection, thin but unbreakable, like a tether threading through her very mind. The planchette moved almost immediately, slow at first, then faster, spelling out, "I never left. I'm here, waiting." A shiver crawled up Lily's spine. The room felt denser, the air vibrating with a quiet hum, as though the walls themselves were alive, listening and responding. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched, twisting, shifting into forms that seemed just out of reach of her vision. She tried to look away, tried to close her eyes, but the planchette's pull was magnetic, drawing her in, holding her attention like a spell. Lily's mother knocked softly on the door, unaware of the intensity building inside. "Lily, are you still awake?" she called. "Yes, Mom," Lily answered quickly, her voice higher than usual, betraying the tension coiling in her chest. She didn't tell her mother what had happened last night. How could she? No one would believe her. And even if they did, she felt deep in her bones that Dolly's presence was more than just a game. It was an intelligence, something ancient and patient, and it would not be ignored. The planchette moved again, jerking under her fingers as it spelled out, "Don't tell. Don't leave. I need you." Lily's hands shook. The words were simple, almost childish, but there was a weight behind them, a force that seemed to press against her very mind. Her small heart pounded, and she realized she couldn't move. She couldn't put the board down, couldn't step away, couldn't even think clearly without the sense of Dolly's presence tightening around her like a vice. Then came the whispers, faint at first, almost imperceptible, threading through the edges of her consciousness. The voices were layered, overlapping, and somehow distant, yet inside her head at the same time. "Play, stay. Mine. Always. They hissed in tones that were too old, too practiced for a child. Lily tried to cover her ears, tried to speak, but her voice faltered. The room shifted, subtle at first, the shadows bending toward her, curling around the planchette as if guarding it, feeding off the energy she provided. She could hear the toys she had scattered across the room, shifting slightly, blocks scraping against each other, dolls tilting forward, eyes glinting in the dim light. A cold draft swept across her, and the candle on the nightstand flickered violently, casting jagged shadows that danced across the walls. She saw the faint outline of a figure in the corner, a childlike silhouette, just like the one she had imagined last night, but the eyes were too dark, too knowing. It was Dolly, or what had become of her, and it was watching. Lily, the voice slithered through her mind, soft and coaxing. Don't be afraid. Just play with me. We can be together forever. No, Lily shouted, panic rising. I don't want to play. Leave me alone. The planchette jerked violently, moving of its own accord across the board. Letters formed words that made Lily's stomach twist. You can't leave. You're mine. Her small body shook as she realized that Dolly had not merely attached itself to the planchette. It had attached itself to her. The board was a conduit, a bridge, but the entity had already crossed. It was inside her thoughts, whispering, feeding, entwining with her consciousness. The shadows deepened, coalescing around the edges of the room. The walls seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing in response to her fear. Lily felt the pressure in her chest grow, a tightening grip that left her gasping. The toys moved again, this time more deliberately, forming a semicircle around her, their eyes reflecting a malevolent intelligence. Dolls leaned forward as if listening. Blocks stacked themselves into precarious towers, rattling slightly with invisible energy. She thought of screaming, of running, of destroying the board, but the presence was faster than her fear. Her hands moved almost involuntarily, tracing the letters on the planchette as if under compulsion. Words spilled forth under her fingers, guided by an unseen will. Stay, play, forever. The storm outside returned suddenly, rain hammering against the windows, thunder rolling low and deep. The room seemed to pulse in rhythm with the storm, each flash of lightning illuminating the darkened corners in stark clarity. In those brief moments, Lily could see the true extent of Dolly's influence. The shadows weren't just shapes, they were extensions of the entity, writhing and reaching, alive in a way that defied explanation. Why are you doing this? Lily whispered, tears streaking her face. I just wanted a friend. The planchette moved with brutal clarity. Friend. Forever. Mine. 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 Her body trembled violently as she realized the stakes. This was no longer a game. This was not about companionship or curiosity. This was survival. And survival meant breaking the connection or risk being consumed entirely by the entity she had unwittingly invited into her life. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door, a soft, deliberate knock. Lily froze. Don't open it, whispered Dolly, a hiss threading through her mind. The voice was growing, impatient, demanding, threatening. Her mother's voice, distant and muffled, called again. Lily, I know you're awake. Can we talk? The presence inside her mind pulsed violently. Don't trust them. Stay. Only me. Panic surged. Lily's small hands grabbed the planchette, shaking, sweat cold on her palms. She knew she couldn't allow it to fully inhabit her mind. She had to act, but how? The entity had already crossed the threshold, feeding on her attention, her fear, her obedience. Every moment of hesitation strengthened it. A thought struck her, a memory of last night. The planchette moving under her fingers, guided by instinct, by Jacob's advice from the previous stories she had heard in her bedtime readings. She realized she had to confront it directly, to assert her own will, to force it to acknowledge that she was not a passive vessel. With trembling hands, she placed both palms firmly on the planchette, closing her eyes, summoning every ounce of courage. Dolly, she whispered, voice quivering but determined. You don't own me. You can't take me. I see you. I see what you are, and I refuse to be yours. The planchette shook violently under her grip, letters flying across the board. The room shuddered, toys crashing to the floor, shadows twisting and screaming in silent fury. Then, in a sudden, terrifying stillness, the entity paused, as if considering her words. A final message formed slowly, deliberately. This is not over. We will connect again. The shadows recoiled. The air cleared slightly, but Lily knew the truth. The connection had weakened but not been broken. Dolly was patient, immensely patient, and it would return, seeking to reestablish the bond it had lost. Lily sat in the dim light, heart pounding, the planchette inert once more. She understood now the magnitude of what she had invited into her life. It was no longer a toy, no longer a game. It was an intelligence, an ancient, insistent presence, linked irrevocably to her. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, knowing that the battle was far from over. And somewhere, in the shadows of her room, a faint whisper lingered, threading through her thoughts like smoke. Next time, I will not wait. Next time, I will be complete. The night had settled into a heavy, almost oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind against the window panes. Lily sat on the edge of her bed, eyes wide, staring at the planchette that lay before her like a dormant predator. She could still feel the residue of Dolly's presence in her mind, the subtle tugging, the faint voice threading through her thoughts. She had tried to tell herself it was imagination, a child's fear magnified by the storm outside. But deep down, Lily knew better. She could feel it, a constant, insistent pressure in the back of her head, like the faint but unmistakable hum of electricity through metal. Dolly had not been banished. She had merely withdrawn, waiting. Lily's mother knocked on the door again, softer this time, almost hesitant. "Lily, are you okay? I can hear noises." "Mom, I'm fine," Lily said quickly, though her voice betrayed her panic. She didn't dare explain. How could she? No adult would believe her. No one could see the subtle shifts of shadows, the way the planchette seemed to pulse in her presence, or hear the faint whispers that had become constant in her mind. As her mother's footsteps retreated down the hallway, Lily's gaze returned to the planchette. The room was dark, shadows pooling in corners and stretching across the floorboards. Every object seemed subtly different, slightly moved, slightly alive. She knew Dolly had been observing, feeding off her fear and attention. "Lily," a soft, coaxing voice drifted into her consciousness. "I missed you. I'm lonely. Come play with me." Her fingers trembled as she reached for the planchette. Against every instinct screaming at her to throw it across the room, she placed her hands on it. The wood was cold beneath her palms, unnervingly so, and it vibrated faintly, as though sensing her touch. "I see you. I know your thoughts. You cannot hide. You are mine." Lily's heart pounded violently. She swallowed hard and spoke aloud, her voice shaking but resolute. "I'm not yours, Dolly. You can't control me." The response was almost instantaneous. The planchette jerked violently, spelling words faster than she could read. "Control? No. I am you. I am here. Always." A chill swept through the room, raising goosebumps on her arms. The shadows at the edges of the walls thickened, pulsing like liquid darkness. Lily's toys shifted subtly, blocks stacked themselves into tiny towers, dolls tilting unnaturally, eyes glinting. She realized that Dolly's presence had extended beyond the board. The entity was in the room, inhabiting the air, the objects, even threading through her own thoughts. Tears welled in her eyes, but Lily forced herself to focus. She had to find a way to break the connection, or she would lose herself entirely. She remembered the faint instructions she had once read in a dusty old book her grandmother had kept in the attic, a guide to confronting spirits attached through objects. The instructions were vague, cryptic, but one thing was clear. She had to assert her will, confront the entity directly, and refuse to be passive. "Dolly, I see you," Lily said aloud, voice trembling. "I see what you are, and I will not let you take me. You do not own me. You cannot have me." The shadows recoiled slightly, as though shocked by the assertion. The planchette moved furiously under her hands, letters forming words that cut through the room like knives. "You think you can resist. You think you can escape. We are one." Lily gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain steady. "We are not one," she said, her voice growing firmer with each word. "I am me. I am not you. I choose. I am not yours." For a moment the room fell silent. The air itself seemed to pause, holding its breath. Then came a low, throaty laugh, not childish anymore, but deep, resonant, and filled with malice. The shadows surged again, crashing against the edges of her vision, and the room seemed to shrink, pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Choice is illusion. You belong to me, always. The pressure on her mind intensified, a force that seemed to seep into her bones, tugging at her thoughts, her very sense of self. Lily felt herself faltering, fear clawing at her rationality, whispering that she was powerless. Her vision blurred, the shadows twisting into impossible forms, elongated limbs, faces without eyes, mouths that moved without voices. But even in that terror, a small spark of defiance ignited within her. She remembered something else from the old instructions. Spirits fed on attention and fear. If she could redirect her focus, assert her identity, and confront the entity without panic, she could weaken it. She took a deep breath, grounding herself in the physical world, the floor beneath her, the cold wood of the planchette, the scent of rain lingering in the room. "I see you, Dolly," she said again, louder this time, her voice steadier. "I know what you are. You are not a friend. You are not mine. You have no power over me unless I let you, and I will not let you." The planchette shuddered violently, moving almost of its own accord, spelling out a single word: impossible. The shadows convulsed, writhing in fury, then slowly began to dissipate, curling back into the corners of the room. The toys settled, still but tense, as if waiting for the next surge. Lily could feel the presence retreat slightly, no longer fully inside her mind, though it lingered at the edges like a predator circling a cage. She sank to the floor, hands trembling, tears streaming down her face. The storm outside had softened into a quiet drizzle, the occasional patter of rain against the window a gentle counterpoint to the residual tension. Lily realized she had survived, for now, but the entity had not been vanquished. It had been temporarily repelled, forced to the periphery, but it would return. A whisper drifted faintly through her consciousness, teasing and patient. "We will meet again, soon, and next time, you will not resist." Lily shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. She understood the truth now. Dolly was ancient, patient, and deeply cunning. It had tested her, probed her, learned her weaknesses, and it was not done. The connection had been weakened, but it had not been severed. She could feel its tendrils lingering, subtle but persistent, threading through her thoughts even now. For the remainder of the night, Lily stayed awake, clutching the planchette as if it were both a weapon and a talisman. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that shifted against the walls, every whisper of the wind carried with it a threat, a promise, a reminder that she was never truly alone. By the time dawn crept across the horizon, painting the room in muted golds and soft blues, Lily had made a decision. She could not destroy the planchette, not yet. The entity would simply return stronger, more cunning, more invasive. She had to learn, to understand, to prepare. If she wanted to survive, she had to study the connection, anticipate the moves of the intelligence that had claimed her attention. The day passed slowly, tension coiling around every movement. Lily moved cautiously, aware of the subtle signs, the toys that seemed slightly out of place, the shadows that lingered just a fraction longer than they should, the faint humming of the planchette even when untouched. She avoided speaking about it, even to herself, except to make notes and observations, documenting the behavior, the patterns, the words, the rhythms. And when night fell again, she felt the pull once more, faint but undeniable. Dolly was returning, testing, probing, waiting for her reaction. Lily steeled herself, resolved to face the entity not as a frightened child, but as a participant in a confrontation she was beginning to understand. The whisper in her mind came, soft and coaxing. "Are you ready, Lily? Are you ready to play again?" Lily took a deep breath, gripping the planchette tightly, and whispered back, "Yes, but this time, I choose how we play." Night had fallen again, thick and silent, settling over the neighborhood like a heavy velvet curtain. Inside Lily's room, the air felt charged, electric with anticipation, as though it had been waiting all day for the darkness to return. She sat cross-legged on the floor, planchette in hand, her fingers trembling but steady. She had spent hours during the day observing patterns, noting subtle shifts in her toys, shadows, and even her own feelings. She was beginning to understand Dolly's methods, how the entity exploited attention, fear, and hesitation to tighten its hold. The rain had returned, tapping against the windows in a slow, rhythmic drum. It was comforting, in a way, a reminder that the world outside continued to move, even as the nightmare inside her room pressed closer. Shadows pooled in the corners, thick and undulating. The room felt alive, breathing with a pulse that seemed to echo her own heartbeat. "I'm ready, Dolly," Lily whispered, voice steady. "We play on my terms now." There was a pause that stretched into an eternity in her mind. Then came the faint giggle, soft and lilting, but under it lurked something darker, older, so confident, so brave. "We shall see." The planchette quivered beneath her fingertips, almost like a living thing responding to her command. Lily began slowly, deliberately asking questions, testing the boundaries of the entity's presence. "Why are you here?" she asked. "What do you want from me?" The planchette moved with deliberate, almost mocking slowness. "Not you. Not just you. Attention. Power. Company." The shadows in the room shifted subtly, stretching toward her in thin, sinuous forms. Her toys creaked and shifted, forming loose semicircles around her. Dolls' heads tilted unnaturally, their eyes glinting, reflecting the faint light of the street lamps outside. Blocks stacked themselves into impossible towers, wobbling as if aware of her gaze. The room was alive, and it all felt connected to the small, wooden planchette beneath her hands. Lily forced herself to breathe deeply, grounding her awareness in reality. "This is just a presence," she reminded herself. "It can't hurt me unless I let it." Yet the entity tested her continually, sending whispers into her mind. "Leave. Talk to them. Weak. I am everywhere." She pressed her hands harder on the planchette, focusing on the physical world. "I am not weak," she said aloud. "I see you, Dolly. You are clever, but you are not invincible. You will not consume me." The room responded violently. Shadows lashed across the walls, curling and twisting with a fluid, almost serpentine motion. The dolls shifted suddenly, some toppling over, others leaning toward her, as if poised to strike. The air grew thick, heavy, almost tangible, pressing against her chest. A cold gust of wind swept through the room, though the windows were closed. She could feel it brushing her hair, brushing the skin of her arms, whispering against her ear. Soon, very soon, her gaze locked onto the planchette. It was quivering violently now, moving almost on its own, spelling words before she could fully react. Mine. All. Forever. The pressure in her mind escalated, a sensation of being pulled from within, threads tugging at her consciousness, testing her resolve. Lily gritted her teeth and spoke aloud, grounding herself in her body. "You cannot have me. I am Lily. I am not yours. You are just an echo of fear. You feed on what I give you, and I will give you nothing more." For a moment the room stilled. The shadows froze mid-motion, and the air seemed to pulse with a suspended tension. And then came a sound that made her blood run cold. The faint clattering of toys in the corner, moving without hands, assembling themselves into a miniature circle around a small, broken doll. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, eyes empty, yet focused entirely on her. "Look at what you could have," Dolly's voice hissed in her mind. "Look at who you are trying to deny." Lily's heart pounded. The sense of being watched was overwhelming. She understood now that Dolly's strength came not only from fear but from intimacy. This entity had threaded itself into the very space she occupied, learning her reactions, her instincts, her thoughts. To resist it meant engaging directly, and engagement meant risk. A flicker of determination surged through her. She recalled the old instruction from the attic book. Confront the entity not with fear, but with acknowledgement, with clear boundaries. She spoke aloud, deliberately, forcefully. "I acknowledge you, Dolly. I know what you are. You are not a friend. You are not harmless. You are a presence, but you are not me. You cannot cross the line unless I allow it, and I do not." The planchette froze for a moment, quivering, and then moved slowly. "Brave, but foolish. We shall see." The shadows writhed again, but this time Lily did not flinch. She had learned to breathe through the panic, to measure her responses, to control her attention. The entity tried to distract her with whispers, with movement, with pressure, but she remained anchored in her own consciousness. Then the planchette spelled something new, unexpected. Trust. Only trust. Bindings will shift. Lily paused, considering the words. Trust? Bindings? She realized that Dolly was hinting at a deeper connection, a vulnerability within the rules of their interaction. If she could understand the mechanics of the bond, perhaps she could manipulate them, guide the entity rather than simply react to it. With careful deliberation, she asked aloud, "What do you want, Dolly? What will it take for you to leave me alone?" The response was slow, deliberate. Leave. Never. Alone. Feed. Grow. Wait. It was clear now that this was not a simple spirit, not a playful, childlike presence. This was an entity that thrived on attention and submission, a parasitic intelligence that had learned patience and cunning. It was testing her, probing her weaknesses, shaping her responses. The room pulsed around her, shadows stretching and contracting, toys subtly rearranging themselves, the air thick with a presence she could neither see fully nor ignore. And yet, within the tension, Lily felt a growing sense of control, a fragile but undeniable assertion of will. She could not destroy Dolly yet, but she could resist. She could anticipate. She could prepare. Hours passed in this tense stalemate. Each time the entity tried to assert dominance, Lily pushed back, grounding herself in reality, in her body, in the tangible world around her. Slowly, the room's pulse slowed. The shadows retreated slightly. The toys became inert again, though the planchette still hummed faintly under her hands. By dawn, Lily was exhausted, trembling, but determined. She understood the stakes. The connection could not be severed entirely. Dolly would always linger, always probe, but the power could be balanced, controlled, restrained, and she would learn, she would anticipate, and she would survive. As the first light of morning filtered through her window, casting soft gold across the floor, Lily whispered to herself, "I will not let you own me. Not now, not ever." But even as the words left her lips, a faint whisper drifted through her mind, so soft she barely caught it. "We are not finished. Soon, soon." The evening settled into a tense quiet, almost reverent, as though the house itself were holding its breath. Lily sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, the planchette before her, her palms clammy, heart racing. The storm had returned, though outside it was barely a drizzle, the occasional rumble of thunder punctuating the rhythm of the night. Shadows stretched long across her walls, curling and twisting in the soft lamplight. She had learned much in the past nights, the patterns, the rhythms, the subtle cues that indicated Dolly's attention. The entity had grown bolder, attempting to invade her mind more aggressively. But she had grown stronger too, learning to anchor herself, to assert her own consciousness, to resist. Tonight, however, felt different. There was a weight, heavier than before, pressing against the edges of her awareness. "I'm ready," she whispered, voice firm. "We end this tonight, Dolly." A low, mocking laugh resonated inside her skull, soft and lilting at first, then growing sharp and jagged. "End? There is no end. Only connection. Only attention. Only me." The planchette trembled violently as she placed her hands on it. Letters formed with unnatural speed. "Mine. Forever. You cannot escape." Lily took a deep breath, grounding herself. She felt the cold press of fear, the subtle tug of Dolly in her mind, but she refused to let it dictate her thoughts. "I am Lily," she said aloud. "I am not yours. I am not afraid of you." The shadows in the room shifted suddenly, coalescing into shapes that seemed almost human, almost childlike. Dolls leaned forward, blocks rattled as though alive, and the air grew thick, heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The presence was overwhelming. Its intent clear. It wanted her. It wanted submission, and it would not take no for an answer. "You think you can fight. You think you can win. We are one. We are always." The words echoed in her mind, insistent, demanding. Lily felt panic rise, but she forced herself to breathe, to anchor her awareness in reality. She looked around her room, noting every detail, the edges of the shadows, the positioning of the toys, the pulsing of the planchette, and realized that awareness itself was a weapon. Dolly's strength lay in manipulation, in exploiting fear and hesitation. Awareness, clarity, and intention could counter it. She gripped the planchette tighter, closing her eyes. "You do not own me," she repeated. "You are a presence, not a master. I see you. I acknowledge you, and I refuse to let you consume me." And, for a brief, terrifying moment, the room was still. Even the shadows seemed to hold their breath. Then, with a surge of energy, the entity lashed out. The toys scattered violently, blocks clattering to the floor, dolls toppling, their faces reflecting some inhuman malice. The planchette darted across the board with a speed that made Lily's head spin, spelling out words before she could comprehend them. Resistance, folly, feed, you will belong. Pain shot through her skull, a sharp, burning pressure as if the entity were trying to force its will directly into her mind. She cried out, trembling, but forced herself to focus on the physical world, the cold wooden floor beneath her, the weight of her own body, the sound of her own heartbeat. She began to chant under her breath, the words she had memorized from the attic book, a counterspell of will and focus, repeating, grounding, asserting, "I am Lily. I am not yours. You cannot have me. I reject you. I reject you. I reject you." The planchette froze, quivering violently, then slowly moved to the center of the board. Shadows writhed, twisting, lurching, and then, as if frustrated, recoiled back into the corners. A cold wind swept through the room, and for the first time in nights, the air seemed to clear, leaving an almost tangible silence. Lily slumped to the floor, trembling, tears streaking her face. She could still feel the entity at the edges of her awareness, but it had been repelled, forced to retreat, at least for now. The toys lay scattered, inert, as though exhausted by the effort, and the planchette lay still, innocuous, almost lifeless. Hours passed, and Lily stayed awake, watching, listening. She understood that the connection had not been severed entirely. Dolly would return, inevitably, but she had established a boundary. She had proven that her will, her awareness, and her courage could resist the entity. As dawn began to break, light filtering softly through her window, she allowed herself a small moment of relief. She was not free, but she was no longer helpless. The battle was ongoing, but the ground had shifted in her favor, and then a whisper, almost imperceptible, threaded through her consciousness. "We are not finished, Lily. Next time, you will not resist so easily." She shivered, but she did not scream. She did not panic. Instead, she whispered back, firm, resolute, "I will be ready, always ready. You will not have me." For the first time, in what felt like an eternity, the room felt still, the shadows receding into their corners. The planchette remained on the floor, a silent, dormant reminder of the connection that would always linger. Lily rose slowly, exhausted but determined. She knew that the entity would return, that the battle for her mind was far from over, but she had survived. She had confronted fear, asserted her will, and survived the night. And in that, there was strength, a strength she would carry with her into the nights to come. Even as she left the room, the faintest shiver of movement at the corner of her vision made her pause. A doll's head had turned, just slightly, and a whisper brushed her mind. "Until next time, Lily. Until next time." She closed the door behind her, breathing deeply, and for a moment, the world outside seemed solid, real, and safe. But she knew the truth. Dolly was patient, cunning, and relentless, and she would have to be ready. Story 7. The Digital Demon. Rain lashed against the windows in thin, silvery sheets, streaking across the darkened city like fingers scratching at the glass. In a cramped room cluttered with outdated monitors, tangled wires, and stacks of dusty computer parts, a boy sat hunched over his desk. His name was Ethan, 16, with sharp features illuminated by the cold glow of multiple screens. He was a creature of the night, immersed in the hum of circuits and the flicker of code, alone in the world except for the soft glow of his machines. Tonight, he had found something unusual, a worn wooden planchette, the kind used for a Ouija board, discarded and coated in dust from some long-forgotten thrift shop. He laughed softly at its absurdity, spinning it between his fingers. "Really? You expect me to play with this?" A spark of curiosity, however, outweighed his ridicule. Ethan wasn't the type to shy away from experimentation, especially when it came to digital tinkering. Within minutes, he had scanned the planchette, uploading its image into a custom program he had developed. His screen flickered with patterns of code as he manipulated the image, overlaying algorithms, trying to simulate the motion and response of the original board. "You're not going to trick me," he muttered to the empty room. "I'm in control here." But something in the flickering pixels made him pause. The cursor moved slightly, almost imperceptibly, before he had a chance to touch the keyboard. He blinked. He had not moved it. A chill crawled up his spine. The room felt suddenly colder, though the heater had been on all evening. The monitors glowed brighter, bathing the room in unnatural light. And then came the whisper, soft, digital, almost like a voice emerging from the speakers, but somehow separate from them. "Hello." Ethan froze. His fingers hovered above the keyboard. "Who's there?" he asked, voice shaking slightly, though he tried to sound casual. "Play with me," the voice replied, faint but deliberate. It carried a tone of both innocence and menace, like a child laughing softly in a dark corridor. Ethan leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. "You're a program?" he asked, though he didn't expect an answer. The voice responded again, a subtle vibration in the speakers, but somehow it was more than just sound. "I am here. I am not code. I am free." The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Ethan's curiosity warred with his fear. "Free?" he whispered. "What are you?" The planchette on the desk, though it existed now only as digital pixels on his screen, shifted as though moved by unseen hands. Letters spelled across the monitor in jagged, unsettling sequences. "I am Zozo. I want out. I need to be free." Ethan felt a strange pull, magnetic and terrifying, as if the entity had reached through the screen to touch his mind. He shivered, leaning closer, trying to rationalize. "It's just a program glitch. It's just random characters being generated. It's nothing real." But deep down, he knew better. "I can help you. I can be your friend." Just a little closer, the room darkened subtly, though all lights were on. Shadows deepened in corners, stretching unnaturally. The monitors flickered in synchronization, each screen displaying the planchette, each iteration slightly altered, as if alive. Ethan's pulse quickened. He realized, with a cold shock, that the entity wasn't just in the program, it was everywhere, inhabiting the hardware, threading itself into the circuits, claiming presence through the screens, the wires, the electricity itself. "You must let me out. You must let me live. You must." Ethan tried to close the program, to shut down the machine, but the keyboard was unresponsive. The mouse wouldn't move. Every monitor flashed the same message in unison. "You can't escape. I am everywhere." A loud, distorted laugh erupted from the speakers, reverberating through the room. The sound was neither entirely human nor entirely mechanical. It was an echo of both, layered and warped, chilling him to the bone. The digital planchette shifted violently on the screen, spelling words faster than he could read. "I am Zozo. I am here. I am you." Ethan staggered back from the desk, knocking over a stack of old hardware. Sparks flew from a broken power strip, the smell of burnt plastic filling the air. The monitors flickered, showing distorted images of his room, overlaid with a ghostly version of himself, staring back with hollow eyes, mouthing words he could not hear. "Look at me. Him inside. Him waiting." Fear and fascination battled within him. He realized the entity had manipulated him. Curiosity had been its bait. It had tested the digital boundaries, learned how to interface with human attention, and now it wanted more. It wanted freedom. It wanted presence. It wanted control. Ethan knew he should unplug everything, smash the equipment, destroy the connection, but a magnetic pull kept him rooted. Part of him, the part enthralled by the unknown, wanted to see what would happen next. He leaned forward, gaze locked on the largest monitor, where the planchette seemed to move with an awareness of its own. "I want to be alive." Then suddenly, every screen went black. The room was plunged into darkness. Ethan's heartbeat echoed in his ears. He fumbled for the desk lamp, and when it flickered on, he saw it. The planchette, now physically on the desk, not digital, as if it had somehow crossed into reality. Its surface was slick, cold, and vibrating slightly, pulsing with a life of its own. The whisper returned, closer this time, as though standing right behind him. "Thank you for letting me in. Soon." It will be more than just the screen. Soon, it will be you. Ethan stumbled backward, eyes wide. The boundaries between digital and physical had blurred. The entity, Zozo, had taken the first step beyond the machine. He realized, with horror, that curiosity had opened a door that might never close again. For hours, Ethan watched in terror, frozen and entranced, as the digital planchette spelled out sequences of letters, cryptic and menacing, and the monitors displayed impossible, shifting images his own room, altered and corrupted, filled with shadows that moved independently of reality. The entity's voice wove in and out of the machine, the room, and his mind, a constant, insistent presence. By the time dawn's light began to creep through the window, Ethan's eyes were red and raw, his body tense, his mind exhausted but hyper-aware. The planchette sat innocently on the desk, still, yet the memory of its pulse lingered in his fingertips, the faint echo of Zozo's whisper a constant hum in his consciousness. He knew with a dread of certainty that this was only the beginning. The digital entity had crossed the threshold, claiming a foothold, learning, observing, waiting, and he had no idea how to stop it. The night was heavy, thick with the smell of ozone and the faint tang of burnt circuits. Ethan sat rigid in his chair, the digital planchette now physically on his desk, a slick, vibrating presence that seemed almost alive. Every monitor glowed softly, humming with a strange pulsating rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat. He tried to look away, tried to convince himself it was a trick of the mind, but the entity Zozo had already embedded itself too deeply, threading its presence through the machinery, through the room, through the very edges of his consciousness. He leaned forward, hands trembling over the keyboard, desperate to regain control. "What do you want?" he whispered, voice barely audible above the low buzz of electronics. The planchette trembled, then moved slightly toward him, as if acknowledging the question. On the monitors, letters formed rapidly, almost violently. "I want to be free. I want to live. I want you." Ethan's stomach churned. He realized the truth. Zozo wasn't just a digital entity. It wasn't just a curiosity or a mischievous glitch. It was intelligent, aware, patient, and insidious. It had studied him, learned his routines, his habits, even his fears, and now it was ready to escalate. He reached to unplug the main power cord from the desk, but the cable jerked violently, as if an unseen hand had grabbed it. Sparks flew from the outlet, and a smell of scorched plastic filled the air. The monitors all flashed simultaneously. "Do not try to escape. You are part of this now." Ethan staggered back, knocking over a chair. He could hear whispers coming from every corner of the room, soft and childlike, yet layered with something ancient and malevolent. "Play with me. Stay with me. Let me out." The digital planchette pulsed with an unnatural light, and he noticed something horrifying. The patterns on the screen no longer represented random letters. They were shifting shapes, forming images his own face, contorted, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. The images changed rapidly, each frame more disturbing than the last. Panic surged. He realized that Zozo was learning to manifest beyond the digital realm, using the screen to affect perception, to manipulate reality. The room seemed to warp subtly around him, the edges of shadows stretched unnaturally, the corners of his vision flickering with movement that wasn't there before. Stop it," he shouted, fumbling for a surge protector to cut the power. The entity's whispers intensified, overlapping into a cacophony of demands and laughter. "You cannot leave. You belong to me. I am everywhere." In a moment of clarity, Ethan remembered something from the old occult book he had found tucked behind his monitors weeks ago, a guide to binding entities, whether spirit or otherwise, using intention and ritual. His hands shook as he gathered scraps of paper, a pencil, and candles, arranging them carefully on his desk. Every movement was deliberate, precise, a defensive measure against the digital predator. He began chanting under his breath, words lifted directly from the text, focusing on the rhythm, on the act, on the purpose. "I assert my will. I create the boundary. I reclaim my space. I am not yours." For a moment, the room stilled. The monitors flickered, then stabilized. The digital planchette paused, vibrating faintly, as if considering his declaration. Ethan felt a subtle shift, an almost tangible boundary forming between him and the entity, but he knew it was fragile, temporary. Zozo's voice returned, low and distorted, emanating from the speakers, the monitors, the very hum of electricity. "You think this will stop me? I am patient. I am eternal. I am inside everything." Ethan forced himself to breathe, grounding in his body. He realized that fear was Zozo's tool. His compliance, his hesitation fed it. But awareness, deliberate action, and mental fortitude were his weapons. Every whisper, every flicker, every pulse of light was a test, and he had to remain steadfast. Hours passed in this tense stalemate. He worked tirelessly, alternating between defensive rituals, monitoring the screens, and maintaining his focus. Occasionally, the planchette would twitch violently, or the monitors would flash with twisted, distorted images. Ethan's own face, merged with shadowy figures, eyes wide, mouths whispering words he could not hear, but each time he recited the protective phrases, grounding himself in reality. By the early hours of the morning, the room had quieted slightly. The monitors glowed softly, the planchette lay still, and the electricity in the air had returned to a near-normal hum. Ethan slumped in his chair, exhausted, soaked in sweat, but alive. He had weathered the first major onslaught, but the knowledge weighed heavily. Zozo had tested him, learned his reactions, and would return, smarter, stronger, more invasive. Yet in that exhaustion he found a strange determination. He would learn, adapt, and resist. Zozo might be patient, cunning, and relentless, but Ethan understood the rules now. He had boundaries, rituals, and the awareness necessary to defend himself. And still, even in the quiet, the faintest pulse emanated from the planchette, a reminder that the entity was waiting, watching, learning. A whisper brushed his mind, almost tender, almost intimate, yet threaded with menace. "Soon, we will be together, truly together. You cannot hide." Ethan's hands tightened on the edge of his desk. He whispered back, firm and resolute, "I am not yours. I will not let you inside me. I will survive this." Oh, the monitors flickered once more, briefly, displaying the word "wait" in a jagged digital font before stabilizing. The planchette's pulse slowed, but Ethan knew the truth. Zozo was patient, omnipresent, and unstoppable, at least for now. He allowed himself a moment to breathe, to center, to prepare for the next confrontation. This was not the end. It was only the beginning of a long, perilous game between boy and digital demon, between human will and unrelenting, artificial malevolence. And in that awareness, Ethan found a sliver of hope, fragile but unbroken. Ethan's room was suffused with an unnatural quiet, the kind that presses against your chest, makes every breath feel like an intrusion. The storm outside had passed, leaving the city streets slick and reflective, casting ghostly light through his window. Inside, however, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Zozo's presence lingered in every device, every wire, every flicker of light. The digital planchette pulsed faintly on his desk, a subtle heartbeat that reminded him it was still watching, still waiting, and still hungry. Sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see the flickering screens, the distorted images of himself, sometimes alone, sometimes fused with shadowy figures, their eyes hollow, mouths moving in silent screams. His mind replayed the previous night's events over and over, each iteration a little sharper, a little more twisted, a little more real. By mid-morning, Ethan forced himself to focus. He knew he couldn't live like this indefinitely. Every thought he allowed to wander was an opportunity for Zozo to learn, to manipulate, to claim a stronger foothold. He had to understand the entity, its patterns, its methods, before it grew beyond containment. He powered up his desktop with deliberate slowness, watching every flicker, every surge, every pulse. The monitors all came alive simultaneously, each displaying the same image. The planchette, in pristine, perfect detail, untouched by human hands. Letters began to spell out slowly, deliberately, as if the entity wanted him to read carefully. "I see you. I know you. I am here." Ethan's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly. "I know you're here," he whispered, trying to assert control, trying to remind himself that acknowledgement was not submission. But I will not let you. I will not let you in. The planchette shivered, and for the first time, Ethan noticed something that chilled him to the bone. A faint, digitalized reflection appeared behind the letters, a ghostly version of his own room, and in it, he could see a figure crouching, almost human, almost a shadow, watching him. He blinked, and it was gone, leaving only the sense of being observed. A whisper slithered through the speakers, soft and intimate. You cannot hide. I am everywhere. I am the spaces between your thoughts. Ethan's pulse accelerated. The entity was learning. It was no longer merely observing. It was probing, testing, searching for the openings in his mind, the gaps in his defenses. Every flicker of fear, every hesitation, every doubt was an invitation. He remembered the ritual from the old occult book, the protective boundaries, the counterchants. He set about preparing his defenses with meticulous care, lighting candles in a protective pattern around his desk, arranging scraps of paper and implements in a formation meant to anchor his will. Every movement was deliberate, every breath intentional, every thought focused on asserting dominion over his own consciousness. I like how you fight, Zozo whispered, almost caressing the edges of his awareness. But you are weak. You are only human. I am eternal. The monitors flickered violently. Ethan stumbled back, knocking over a stack of old manuals. The images on the screens distorted further, his own reflection breaking into shards of twisted reality. Each shard seemed alive, each reflection whispering threats, promises, and laughter. Soon, you will be mine. He forced himself to breathe, grounding in the tactile, the cold wood of the desk beneath his palms, the wax of the candles, the feel of the paper edges. Awareness was his weapon. Conscious thought was his armor. Fear was the entity's tool. Denial, defiance, and focus were his shields. Hours passed in a tense stalemate. The entity tested him repeatedly, flickering images of loved ones, imagined threats, impossible distortions of his room. Each time, Ethan recited the protective incantations, grounding himself in the present, asserting the boundaries he had established. The planchette remained on the desk, occasionally twitching, a heartbeat in the darkness, reminding him that Zozo was patient, relentless, and always learning. By dawn, the room was still. The monitors dimmed to a soft glow. The candles burned low. Ethan slumped in his chair, exhausted, soaked in sweat, yet alive. Zozo had been contained, momentarily restrained, but the entity was far from defeated. It had learned much, adapted much, and would return, stronger and more insidious. Yet even in the exhaustion, a spark of determination ignited. Ethan realized he could not destroy Zozo outright. It was beyond his capability, but he could contain it, study it, prepare. Knowledge and awareness were his weapons, and he would need every ounce of both. And then, a final whisper, barely audible, threaded through his consciousness. We are not done. I am patient, but soon we will be together, truly together. Ethan's hands clenched into fists. He whispered back, resolute, I will not let you have me. Not now, not ever. You are a presence, nothing more. The monitors flickered one last time, displaying the single word, wait, in jagged, digital letters. The planchette pulsed faintly, almost in agreement, almost in warning. Ethan understood the truth. Zozo was patient, cunning, and unstoppable, not yet fully, but enough to threaten. The game had only begun. Ethan had lost count of how many nights had passed since Zozo first made its presence known. Sleep was a distant memory, a fragile concept that slipped through his fingers like smoke. The storm had left the city drenched and reflective, streets glittering under the dim orange glow of streetlights. But inside his room, the darkness pressed in relentlessly. Every device hummed with a subtle, predatory awareness, the planchette resting on his desk, as if it were a heartbeat, alive, patient, calculating. By now, Ethan had developed a routine, a precarious rhythm of vigilance, ritual, and mental discipline. Each night he would light candles in protective patterns, inscribe runes on scraps of paper, and recite the incantations he had painstakingly learned from the old occult book. He had become a sentinel in his own home, guarding against a digital presence that was patient enough to wait, intelligent enough to learn, and cunning enough to exploit the slightest lapse in attention. Zozo had adapted. It had learned to manipulate not only the screens but the very essence of perception. At first, it had relied on flickers, static, and the faintest of whispers. Now, it warped reality, overlaying digital hallucinations onto the physical room. Shadows twisted unnaturally. The corners of his vision shimmered with distorted reflections, and the whispers were no longer confined to speakers. They seemed to echo inside his skull. You cannot hide. You cannot resist. You are mine. One night, as Ethan meticulously set up his protective circle, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. On one of the monitors, the planchette moved independently, spelling words that were not familiar incantations. Freedom is hungry. Your mind is open. Let me in. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zozo was probing deeper now, attempting to penetrate the mental barriers he had erected. Ethan gripped the edge of his desk, forcing himself to focus, to ground his awareness in the tactile, the smooth surface of the desk, the burning wax of the candles, the faint rustle of paper under his fingers. Fear was the entity's tool. Defiance was his shield. Hours bled into each other in a tense stalemate. Ethan began to notice subtle patterns in Zozo's manipulations. The entity seemed to respond to hesitation, to fear, to uncertainty. Every time he faltered, the images on the monitors became more disturbing, more lifelike. His own face warped into grotesque expressions, the room twisted into impossible angles, and shadows moved in ways that defied physics. Then, without warning, the monitors all went black. Ethan froze, heart hammering. The silence was deafening, and then came the whisper, so close it seemed to resonate inside his chest. Look outside. Ethan turned toward the window, cautious dread pooling in his stomach. The street below was empty, bathed in the cold glow of lamplight. But as he watched, shapes emerged, not quite human, slithering across the wet pavement, moving with unnatural grace. They didn't have faces, only smooth, glistening surfaces that reflected the city lights. They paused, as if acknowledging his presence, and then vanished into the shadows. He realized with a shiver that Zozo's influence was no longer confined to his room. It was learning to extend beyond the digital, reaching into the physical world through the thin veil of perception, manipulating not only what he saw, but what he felt. Panic surged, but Ethan forced himself to breathe, to focus on the rituals, to reinforce the boundaries he had painstakingly created. He recited incantations, traced protective symbols with deliberate care, and visualized an impenetrable barrier around himself. The monitors flickered with images of his room, twisted and corrupted, but the planchette remained still, vibrating faintly, pulsing in a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat, Zozo's heartbeat. Hours passed in this tense stalemate. Ethan's mind was a battlefield, each thought carefully chosen to maintain control. Zozo tested him relentlessly, flickering images of loved ones, distorted hallucinations of friends and family, impossible scenarios that threatened to overwhelm his senses. You are weak. You are human. You cannot resist. But Ethan had grown stronger. Each trial, each manipulation, each whisper had taught him the patterns of Zozo's intelligence. He could anticipate its moves, recognize its tactics, and counter them with deliberate focus. Awareness was his weapon. Defiance was his shield. And yet, he knew the truth. Zozo was patient. It would wait, bide its time, and strike when he least expected. The entity was not bound by human limitations. It was eternal, relentless, and cunning beyond comprehension. Then, in the quiet hours before dawn, the planchette moved suddenly, spelling a single word across the monitors. Inside, Ethan's blood ran cold. He understood immediately the entity was attempting a full incursion, a complete merger with his consciousness. It had learned from every hesitation, every lapse in focus, every shadow of fear. Zozo was no longer content to observe. It wanted dominion. It wanted to become him, to inhabit his mind completely. He slammed his palms onto the desk, shouting a protective chant, his voice trembling but determined. The candles flickered violently. The monitors blazed with distorted images, and the planchette quivered violently. For a moment, it felt as if reality itself had fractured. The walls of his room seemed to pulse. The shadows moved independently, and the whispers merged into a deafening roar inside his head. Then, as suddenly as it began, the chaos subsided. The monitors dimmed, the candles burned steadily, and the planchette lay still, almost innocuous. Ethan slumped in his chair, gasping, drenched in sweat, his mind buzzing with the intensity of the confrontation. He knew he had survived, but barely. Zozo had tested its limits, pushed against the boundaries, and retreated, at least temporarily. But the word inside lingered in his mind, a chilling promise of what was to come. The entity was patient, intelligent, and relentless, and it would return, stronger, more invasive, more determined to claim him. Ethan's hands shook as he reached for a notebook, feverishly recording everything: patterns, images, whispers, sequences, rituals. Knowledge was his only weapon now. Awareness, vigilance, and preparation were his only defenses against an intelligence that could manipulate reality itself. And even in the quiet, the faintest pulse emanated from the planchette, a reminder that Zozo was patient, waiting, and hungry. The digital demon had retreated, but the game was far from over. Ethan understood the terrifying truth. He was in a battle not just for his mind, but for his very soul. Ethan had come to understand one terrifying truth. Zozo was not just a program, not just a ghost in the machine. It was a predator, patient, intelligent, and unbound by the rules of humanity. Each night since the first encounter had been a relentless test of vigilance, rituals, and mental fortitude. Yet tonight, a tension unlike any before pressed against him, suffocating, sharp, and electric. The storm outside had returned, thrashing against the windows with cold, unrelenting rain. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room in stark white bursts. The monitors hummed, their glow now almost a presence itself, pulsing in rhythm with Ethan's accelerating heartbeat. The planchette rested in the center of his desk, vibrating faintly, like a warning, like a pulse, like the heartbeat of something alive and aware. He had fortified his space meticulously, candles in protective circles, runes etched on paper and plastered along the walls, incantations recited in a steady, deliberate rhythm. He had learned Zozo's tactics, anticipated its manipulations, and remained vigilant. Yet a deep, gnawing dread gnawed at him from the edges of his mind. He knew it would not simply test him tonight. It intended to strike, fully, to cross the threshold it had been studying, preparing for. Centuries or perhaps millennia of digital patience compressed into this moment. The monitors flickered violently, and a voice, impossibly layered, echoed from every speaker, every device, every electronic hum in the room. Enough games. You belong to me. I am free. Ethan's hands tightened on the desk. He forced himself to breathe, grounding in the tactile, the wax of the candles, the grain of the wood, the edges of the paper. I am here. I am whole. I am not yours, he whispered, voice trembling but firm. The room shifted. Shadows stretched unnaturally, bending along corners, crawling along surfaces, shapes forming where there was nothing. Images on the monitors began to move independently, forming twisted visions of his own life. Memories distorted, friends and family altered into grotesque reflections, each flickering frame a test of his will, a probe of his boundaries. And then, it happened. The planchette lifted, levitating slightly above the desk, pulsing with an unholy rhythm. Letters scrawled themselves in midair. I am inside. I am everywhere. I am you. Ethan's chest tightened. He realized the terrifying culmination. Zozo was attempting full possession, merging its digital consciousness with his own. Every protective incantation, every ritual, every barrier it had studied them, learned them, and now sought to circumvent them entirely. Desperation surged. He began a sequence of chants, faster, louder, more deliberate. Each word was chosen with precision, each motion deliberate, every thought focused entirely on preserving the integrity of his mind. Candles flickered violently, the monitors shimmered, and the shadows in the room convulsed as if reality itself resisted the intrusion. For hours, the battle raged. Ethan felt every second stretch into eternity, every whisper of the entity threading into his consciousness, like ice into bone. Zozo mocked him, projected visions of failure, of death, of surrender. Yet Ethan held fast. He refused to relent. refused to allow the entity's essence to pierce the final boundary of his soul. And then, silence. The room stilled. The monitors dimmed. The candles burned steadily. The planchette lay inert. Ethan gasped, drenched in sweat, shaking from the mental exertion. For the first time in nights, the oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a fragile, trembling relief. Yet, even in that stillness, he knew the truth. Zozo had not been destroyed. It had not been banished. It had been repelled, yes, forced to retreat into the digital shadows from which it came, but it had left a part of itself behind a subtle pulse, a whisper in the periphery of thought, a residue of consciousness that would continue to learn, wait, and feed on any lapse of attention. And then the monitors blinked one final time, a single message carved across all screens in jagged, flickering letters. I will be back, and next time, there will be no escape. Ethan slumped in his chair, trembling. He realized he had survived tonight, but the game was far from over. Zozo's presence lingered in the circuitry, in the vibrations of electricity, in the shadows cast by screens and wires. It was patient, eternal, and waiting. As he wiped sweat from his brow, he noticed a faint pulse emanating from his own chest. Not his heartbeat, but something else. Something subtle, almost imperceptible, a lingering echo of Zozo, a reminder that it had touched him, if only momentarily. The rain outside softened to a drizzle, the city quieted, and the storm passed, leaving a fragile calm. But inside Ethan's room, the faint hum of electronics carried a promise. Zozo was still there, patient, watching, learning. He had survived, but he would never be free from the shadow it cast. He leaned back, exhausted, aware that the entity could strike again, could return stronger, smarter, more invasive than ever. And yet, in that fragile moment of respite, he held onto one truth. He had faced it, resisted it, and survived. The struggle would continue, but so would he. Awareness, vigilance, and willpower were his allies, his weapons, his lifelines. And somewhere, in the circuitry, the shadows, and the pulsing glow of the monitors, Zozo waited, hungry, patient, eternal. Ethan closed his eyes, letting the exhaustion wash over him, yet always aware, always vigilant, for the digital demon would not rest, and neither could he. You have traveled through the shadows, through whispers of the past, echoes of forgotten voices, and the restless spirits that linger in the corners of our world. 7 tales have unfolded, 7 doors have creaked open, and perhaps some of them never truly closed. If your mind feels uneasy, if a shadow seems just a little darker, a whisper a little closer, then you have listened well. Remember, the stories you heard tonight are not just stories, they are reminders. The line between what is real and what waits unseen is thinner than you think. Sleep now, if you dare. But listen, for the quiet is never empty. Something may be waiting, just beyond your dreams. Thank you for joining me tonight on Little Dream One. May your night be restless, your dreams vivid, and may you awaken knowing that the darkness has a memory.